How are we all doing today, people? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're gonna get real deep. This video is gonna get real deep. A lot of people are not gonna be ready for this sort of knowledge. Okay, you really have to do is to really deprogram the mind because everything we've been taught is a complete lies to keep us trapped. Okay, this is really advanced knowledge. Now, let's get straight into this. All of the ancients depicted other worlds, and they called this place Midgard. Midgard is the mid garden, the middle garden. This is why the Masonic symbolism on the floor is always a black and white checkered board symbolizing the polarity here, the good and bad, because we're in the middle garden, the heart. Earth rearranged spells heart because we're in the heart of this system, or whatever it is, a super quantum computer, whatever you want to call it, simulation. Now, in the Quran, it talks about the seven layers of heaven. All of these ancient artworks are depicting these different layers of reality. Okay, and look at the Egyptians here with the boat outside of the firmament. Boats travel on water, and this is exactly what the Masons are doing. So they're still using the same symbols. Why? Because it's the same knowledge, just hidden. The Egyptians have the same knowledge as the Freemasons. It's just hidden. Now, this cosmology that they're showing here, which is probably made and made maybe 100 years ago, this painting or artwork, is the exact same as the one we see here with the arch, the boat. It's similar because the boat is symbolizing traveling these other worlds because the ether is also symbolized as water. Because if you look up at the stars through a telescope, it looks like it's water. It's shining through water because this ether, whatever this substance is outside of this world, was symbolized as water. Okay. And look at all these ancient depictions showing these different layers of reality. Now, we are being trapped within this 3D dimensional world, which is the cube, the Saturn cube, because there are six sides to everything in this world: front, back, left, right, up, and down. Six, which is the cube, because we're in the Saturn, Saturn's world. Okay. Now, always been depicted as a tree of life, the tree of the universe has always been depicted as this tree. Because let's get a bit deeper. Now, the cosmology of this reality is the sun, the moon, and Polaris, always in the Masonic art. The sun, the moon, and Polaris, the all-seeing eye. If you go inside of the temples of the Masonic temples, they always have this star in the middle, shining light beams. Okay? Look here. The light beams coming from the big star in the middle, which is Polaris. This eye is God. It's God's light shining down from his abundance. Now, when you astral travel, you will see this big ball of light above you, and this big ball of light is God. But you cannot travel towards it until you are pure. Doesn't work like that. You have to become formless. You have to become pure before you can become one with the light. In all these Masonic artworks, it's all depicting the star in the center. This star is Polaris because Polaris is the way out of this place. And this is why you see the stairway to heaven all the way up to the light beam, the light source. What does it say in the Bible? God is light because everything is made out of one substance, and that substance is light. And it symbolizes the eye because God is an eye. All things that are alive have an eye. And we all say, I am. We all see these realities through eyes. God is an eye. He's the all-seeing eye. He sees all things at all times. And he is projecting this light. And this light comes down to create all the different levels of the worlds. And this is what the two pillars symbolize the number 11. 11, the number 1, is just a vertical line. It's the one. It's a 1 point. 11 symbolizes the mirror nature of reality. Everything's mirrored, as above, so below. Now, the 11 also symbolizes openings, doorways. And as you can see here, an opening to the all-seeing eye. And you see here again, an opening to the stairway all the way up to the light. This light is the light of God in the astral worlds, beyond this world. Now, Polaris has also been symbolized as the UFO. They put the truth in plain sight. So you know in the films how the UFOs suck people up. That's what Polaris is doing. If you ascend beyond this world, if you do not ascend beyond this world, you will be reincarnated in this world. The whole thing is to outgrow this consciousness to the plane above. And I'm not just making this up. I'm going to be bringing in scriptures after this. But you can see with the Christmas tree, we always put a high, big star at the center, at the top, which is the star of Polaris, which is exactly what the Masons are doing here. The star at the top. And it's on top of our Christmas trees. And all of these symbolize the other stars because Polaris is the most high star. And all the other stars are wrapped around the firmament lower than Polaris. And that's exactly what the Christmas tree is. And it's a triangle. It's a triangle, just like light beams travel from one point in the triangle, just like the all-seeing eye. It's a triangle. The light is coming from one point and sending its rays downward. You see, it's kind of like you see here with the water. And the lower you go, the darker it gets, the more evil it becomes. And this is what the ancients would call hell. Now, this all-seeing eye is Polaris. And below Polaris is Mount Meru, the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole. The Tower of Babel, which is in the Bible. The etymology of the word Babel, Ba meaning spirit, which gives the ability to move the soul through the worlds, which is that's the ancient Egyptian description of the word Ba, meaning of the word Ba. You have the Ka, the Ba, the Ak, but the Ba is the one that gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. Your soul can't speak into a world without incarnating into it. Now, the Tower of Babel symbolizes Mount Meru because it's the word Ba is the spirit which gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. The Tower of Babel is the magnetic North Pole, Mount Meru, which gives the ability to move through these different worlds. And you can see the ancient Tibetans always showing this depiction of these different worlds coming from the center. Because we have to ascend our consciousness. It's not about how good you are to reach heaven. It's about how you expand your consciousness, you expand your mind. So they teach now that you have to be good in order to reach to heaven. It's about expanding the mind, expanding your consciousness to these different planes, these different realms. So that's what it's about. And Jesus was known as the fisher of man. Now, Jesus is a massive part of this. He was known as the fisher of man because he was fishing. He could have been fishing. He could have been one of these deities that had come down from these different higher realities and pull people up. So they would so they called Jesus the fisher of man. And he says unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. So these deities that we see in the past, like Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, Thoth, Jesus, could all be these entities who were coming down to pick up the minds that were worthy enough to see the higher planes of reality. And this is why they called him the fisher of man. Now, when Jesus walks on water, there is a parable with Paul. And he says, but Jesus immediately said unto them, take courage, it is I, don't be afraid. He's talking about astral travel here. He's talking about leaving the body. Because when you leave the body in astral travel to see these alternative realities, you can't be afraid because fear is a bondage, which is what the Emerald Tablets talks about. Lord, if it's you, Peter replied, tell me to come to you on the water. The water. Come, he said. And Peter got down from the boat, walked on the water, and came towards Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid and began to sink. When you become afraid in astral travel, you sink back into your body. Lord, save me. So this is talking about Jesus pulling people up into different realities. And you can see the fish is the symbol of Jesus, is another symbol of Jesus, a fish. Because fish symbolize deep occult knowledge, because fish travel the depths of the ocean. And they symbolize us because we are fish underneath the ethers. And Jesus was pulling people up. You see, so the Bible is a people today believe the Bible is a book telling you how to reach to heaven, how to become godly and reach heaven. But you've got to become the Jesus Christ to see these alternative realities. Now look at the Emerald Tablets is a massive part, and it speaks so much about these different realities. Look what it says here. This is in Emerald Tablet 3. Then in my heart grew a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars, which is exactly what the Masons depict in all of their art. Look, the ladder to the stars. And then he goes on to say, years after years, I sought after wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away, broke from the bondage of the body. Free was I from the bondage of earth men. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. The stars. The stars are a massive part in the astral world. Each star is a different reality. And the true astrology is the star that you came from. You came through a star to reach this, to reach here. There is a reason why you are here. There's a reason why you have the personality traits, because your soul came from a specific star. This is why we call them stargates, because they are gates in and out of this reality. And Polaris is the way out to the higher worlds. Now look, far into space, my soul traveled freely into the infinite circles of light. Beyond knowledge were some planets and great gigantic beyond dreams of men. Then he goes to say, lift up your flame from out of the darkness, fly from the night and ye shall be free. Lift up your flame. Your flame is your soul, because it has to be lifted up out of the darkness. This is the darkness, this world, this body is the darkness. because it's a bondage. You need to break free. You need to learn how to astral travel, people. You have to learn this. If you want to get out of this world, you have to learn how to astral travel and see the other realities. Traveled I through space-time, knowing my soul at last was set free, knowing that now I must pursue wisdom until at last I pass to a plane hidden from knowledge, known not to wisdom, extension beyond all that we know. So he's talking about he went to a place where we cannot even comprehend here, a place that is not even known to Earthmen. He's telling you he's ascended out of this world to the planes that are beyond. And it says here in the Emerald Tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. Know ye must be one, ye must become formless before ye are one with the light. The light, the same light that I was talking about, the Masonic light, with the triangle, God, the one source. Ye must become formless before ye are with the light. Formless, you have to leave the body. You have to leave the body. You have to gain the ability to leave this body and travel to these other worlds. Now, it says here, not as man am I, for free have I become of dimensions and planes. In each I take on a new body. In each I change my form. Know I now that the formless is all there is of form. You see, all things created come from the things that, all things that you see come from the things that you cannot see. All of us have the same spark of consciousness, the same I am. Every dog, every animal, every human has this same I, this same thing which sees through the eye. It's formless. It it takes this formless entity is the same entity of us. We are all the same entity in different bodies. And this entity it was represented as the flame, the cosmic flame, which is inside of all of us. And this is why the Masons depicted your spine as a candle or the Holy Grail. You would either see this or a candle with a flame on the top, because the Holy Grail is your consciousness, which is on top of your spine, which is the candle. Now, Jesus, Thoth, Buddha were all these deities which were coming down to lift people up because they were fishermen of men. And he would lift you up to the higher worlds, out of this world, to the ones above. Now, Thoth, you can see him here, he's leading the way. He's holding someone and he's leading the way with knowledge and power. He was leading the way to other worlds, out of this world. There's no point trying to change this world. This world will stay the same. It will stay the same. You have to get out of this world. And that's what they're telling you. That's what they're keeping you from. They're keeping you stuck within this thin layer of reality. So what the Masons are doing, they have the ability to astral travel. They're living not stuck and bound to one reality, but living within the different layers of reality. And this is what Morpheus was doing in the Matrix. Morpheus was going into the Matrix to go and get Neo, which is exactly what Jesus was doing, pulling up people out of this world to the ones higher. And that's exactly what Morpheus is doing in the Matrix. If you haven't watched the Matrix, go and watch it. It will blow your mind. Everything I'm saying in this video, you will see it. Except that you don't need to use a machine to enter the Matrix. You just use your body. Well, you use your consciousness to leave this body. You see, Neo was also uploading himself into the simulation to pull people out of the simulation. And this is exactly what all of these gods were doing. The fisher of man. Look, he was pulling people up out of this reality with the knowledge. Now, Jesus was always depicted with the mushrooms. Look at all this mushroom art. Mushrooms were literally the origin of Christianity. You can see it everywhere. There's mushrooms in all of the ancient art. Every single one of these paintings you see here, there's mushrooms on them. Mushrooms have the ability to see alternative states of consciousness. Now, if you go and do them and you go to sleep, if you pop mushrooms, you go to sleep and you will wake up in another reality. You will wake up in another reality. Don't try it if you don't want to do it. But if you've got the heart to do it, do it. Eat them and go to sleep. You'll wake up in another reality. And Jesus was handing out mushrooms to the bright minds, to the minds that he wanted to fish out and pull up to the higher realities. He was giving them mushrooms to see themselves in an alternative state, in an alternative reality. This is why there was so much mushroom art, and it's not just ancient Christians. It's Sumerians, it's the Mayans, the Celtics, the Egyptians, all used mushrooms. All of them. Look at all this art. It's on stones. It's everywhere because mushrooms. See, everything in nature is a micro macro. Look at the form of a mushroom. It's literally your spine and brain because they alter your consciousness. Your body is just a radio receiver. Everything that you're experiencing is a program being ran by the central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this program, these electrical impulses of the nervous system, because it's all feeding back to one point, which is the pineal gland. And this is the candle with the light on it. Type in Masonic candle and you'll see it. It's your spine with your spark of consciousness on top of the spine. And it's a mushroom because this sends you to alternative states of consciousness, alternative realities. Now, they were all doing this, the Egyptians, the Mayans. Now, there's more symbolism which goes into this. Look at the Christmas trees we use. The Christmas tree with the presents underneath them. Magic mushrooms grow under trees. And these are the presents under the trees that we symbolize today with Christmas. Santa's red and yellow for the red and yellow mushrooms. The same mushrooms Mario has to collect. And when he gets enough mushrooms, he levels up. And then what does he do when he go past the world? When you win that world in Mario, you go to another reality. You go inside of another world. It's truth in plain sight. And it's using mushrooms. It's using mushrooms. Everything, all of the characters in Mario, well, a lot of them are mushrooms. Look at this one. The presents, black, yellow, and red and white. Red and white mushrooms. And the bow on the top is the mushroom head. That's a bit of a reach, but you know, the symbolism never lies, is what you need to understand. And it's as above, so below. Now look at the Sumerians. The Sumerians were also multi-dimensional beings. Okay. Look at how they have the double faces. They had one foot in this reality and one foot in another reality. And look at this one, a double-headed god inside of like a portal. You see? Because and look at these with the wings, the astral travel. Birds, ancient birds symbolize the soul because the soul is a bird. It flies to different worlds. It flies around the cosmos. And mushrooms gave you the ability to see these alternative states of consciousness, these alternate realities, because you exist in infinite realities. You exist in infinite realities. Now look at the 33rd degree Ordo Ab Chao badge. You get this badge when you become a 33rd degree Freemason, and it's a double-headed eagle. A double-headed eagle. And you can see this in Sumeria first. Sumeria have the same symbol, a double-headed, well, bird. You can see it here as well. And the Masons are still using this symbol today. And when you become a 33rd degree, 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine, above the vertebrae is your consciousness, and it's a double-headed eagle. One reality in one, you become a multi-dimensional being in the 33rd degree. And I've heard many interviews of Masons say it becomes Luciferian. You see, they speak in code. These Masons can't tell you about what they learn about, but they will speak in code. They said it becomes Luciferian. The word Luciferian is lucid. The root word of Luciferian is lucid, and lucid is lucid dreaming, alternative realities, dream worlds. You become a god. Luciferian means you're becoming your own god, pretty much. Because you are becoming a multi-dimensional being living in between the different layers of reality at the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. And look at the double-headed eagle, because the birds symbolize the soul, and they reach high, they fly high, just like the soul wants to fly high to the light, to become one with the light, like the Emerald Tablet says. Now look at Janus. Janus was another god, and he's known as the god of doorways. Janus always depicted with a double head. Janus is why we say janitor or January. And January is entering a new year. Janus is known as the god of doorways with keys, always got a key, because keys open doors. That's why the janitor holds all the keys. And Janus always has double heads because he had one foot in this reality, one foot in another. He was a multi-dimensional being, a Luciferian, living between the different layers of reality, except from instead of being stuck in one like we are. Well, a lot of people. And that's the whole point. You see, all of this stuff is about like changing the world and stuff like that. This world will probably never ever change. It's probably been like this forever. Well, forever, for a long time. But it's about moving out of this reality to the higher states. And the Masons always depict the ladder to the luminaries, the stars, with a key, the same key of Janus. Sorry, the Vatican is a key, and it's in charge of all the religions. Why is it a key? Because they're holding back the key. They're keeping you stuck within this reality, keeping you stuck as identifying yourself with the body, identifying yourself with this world. You are not in the world is within you. This is a program being ran by your central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this reality. Now, this is going to be a mind-blowing video for some people. You have to have an open mind. You have to let go of all the programs. I'm repeating what the ancients are talking about and the ancient symbolism. Look at Janus with the double-headed god. He was just another god coming down, giving keys to people who had the worthy mind to be pulled up out of this reality, to be pulled up to heaven, just like Jesus was teaching how to reach heaven. But really, it's an encoded scripture. But anyways, hope you all gained some insight on this video. Have an amazing day. Please like, share, comment. All the links are in the bio for the PDF, for the Manifestation Mastery course, and all the other amazing stuff. And if you want to support the channel, I'd greatly appreciate if you became a Patreon member. Hope you'll have an amazing day, people. God bless. Left and right hemisphere, and what are they doing? How does it contribute towards your perception in this world? And this is what we're going to be talking about in today's video. We're going to be breaking down the two hemispheres of the brain and how they function in your life. So first, we have the left hemisphere. This is the logical hemisphere. This is the analytical, divided, scientific, or verbal hemisphere. The right hemisphere is creative, wholeness, artistic, symbolic, and metaphorical. The right hemisphere does with non-verbal things. It produces a holistic perception. It is more to do with creativity. Because what you must understand is that we are not in the external world. The world is produced by our brain. We see with our brain. Our eyes are a part of the brain. What we touch is the brain's interpretation of electrical signals on the nervous system. What we smell is the brain's interpretation of smell through the nose. What you taste is your brain's interpretation of chemical reactions on your taste buds. So what you are experiencing is the brain. The brain is a computer creating a simulation. And you have two hemispheres which breaks down this reality. So essentially the brain is the perception creator. It creates perception. So if the brain is creating this, who is the one experiencing the brain? Well, that is you, the consciousness, the mind, the all-seeing eye. You are the all-seeing eye experiencing the brain, the observer behind the brain, behind reality, behind the emotions. So if you're walking through a woods, this left brain sees individual trees. The right brain sees the whole woods. It sees the biome. It sees the bigger picture. So when you are walking through this woods, the right brain picks up a holistic perception of reality. It creates the woods as one unified woods. The left brain's job is to break this down and analyze it so that we can see individual things. And this is also necessary for humans to have the ability to break things down and manipulate things in this world. So without this left hemisphere, we could not manipulate things and break things down. So this right hemisphere is important because it sees the whole woods. It sees humanity as one unified consciousness. However, the left hemisphere sees individual egos. So the left hemisphere is the place of the ego because it only understands it sees the world very divided. Okay. So for example, here's another example of the left and right hemisphere. If someone pulls out in front of you in traffic, your left brain's going to start going crazy and analyzing them, calling them names. The right hemisphere, however, sees the bigger picture. Maybe he didn't see you. Maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe he's in a rush. You see how the two brains are very different. They do the same thing, but they function in different ways. The right hemisphere is feminine, the left hemisphere is masculine. So, like I said, this person pulls out in front of you. You start to think with the left. If you start to perceive that in the left brain, you're going to start analyzing them. You're going to start going crazy and calling them names because you're analyzing it. You're not seeing the bigger picture behind it. You're not seeing it from his perspective. So, there is a crossover. So, the left hemisphere of the brain controls the right side of the body, the right ear, the right uh, eye. Everything to do with the right side of the body is connected to the left hemisphere, and the right hemisphere controls everything on the left side of the body, including your eyes, your arms, your legs. So everything is crossed over, and even your visual field is crossed over. So this is your visual field, as you can see here, and even the left side of your visual field goes to the right brain. There's a crossover. No one really knows. There's not really a reason for this. However, this is how the human body is designed. As we all know, the human body is the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth. They cannot replicate the human body. And they tell you it has no creator. This is crazy. People are that brainwashed, they can't even understand that their body is the most advanced piece of technology. Your body is so advanced, the computers that you use are mimicked of the body. Everything they create is mimicking nature, but they don't show you how intelligent nature is because they don't want you to understand you're in an intelligent design. So, anyways, let's get back on track. There is a crossover in the brain, and this is why they teach you to write with your right hand. And I was speaking to someone who's in a nunnery, or whatever you want to call it. They were a nun, or they knew someone who was who was a nun, and they forced these people, these nuns, to write with their right hand. You had to write with your right hand. This is why, I'd say at least 70% of the world or 80% is right-handed and right-legged, because they taught us this to activate the left hemisphere more because of this crossover that happens in the body. So when we are using this right side more, we are using that left hemisphere more. Why? Why are they doing this? Well, they also called it writing. Writing is a spell to cast a spell on you to use that right side of the body so that you use this left hemisphere because they want you to see the world as a divided perception. They don't want you using the right hemisphere, using that left side of the body to activate the right hemisphere to see the bigger picture and see how everything is all one and everything is created. This left hemisphere domination keeps you from seeing the connections between everything because that left hemisphere analyzes, it breaks things down. So when we are left hemisphere dominated by using the right side of the body, we are essentially seeing everything as divided. And this is why so many people will not understand my work because my work connects dots and connects fields of knowledge and makes you see the bigger picture. So people who are left hemisphere dominated will see my work and think this guy's crazy. But everything, it's all about activating that right hemisphere. So they called it writing because every word you say is molding your mind in some sort of way. The things you see is molding your mind. Everything you take in through the five senses is molding your mind. And language is a massive spell, especially the English language. They called it writing so that you use that right side. It's a spell because your subconscious mind picks up everything you say. And 90% of your daily basis behavior and thought patterns is produced by these subconscious programs within the subconscious mind. Essentially, your conscious mind is only the 10% of you. The conscious mind is just what you're aware of, what you're wearing, how you're feeling, what you're thinking. That's your conscious mind. The subconscious mind is controlling every system in your body. It's telling your heart to beat without you being conscious of it. So essentially, this is what they're programming. They're programming this system in the back of the mind, which is controlling everything through the words. And this is what spells are, because it's all about creating perception in the subconscious. So they want you to use that right side more. I truly believe the ancients, they were balanced. They used the left and the right side of the body. They didn't have a stronger side because they understood this science of the body and how the body works. So this is actually called phonetics. It's not etymology. Etymology is the study of root words. Phonetics is the study of how words sound similar. The way words are spoken. So phonetics, phone is why we call them a phone, because you speak into a phone. So this is write and writing, to use that right side to activate the left hemisphere more. So your hands are a manifestation of your brain. The left hand is the right brain, the right hand is the left brain. And as a child, we were always taught that when you place your hands together like this is the size of your brain, which is true because your hands are a part of your brain. They're an extension of your brain. Everything, every part of your body other than your brain is an extension of the brain. Everything's working and feeding back information to the brain because you're experiencing the brain. So another trick that you can do, or another exercise, is looking in the mirror and closing one eye at a time. If you close your right eye, if you take your top off, for example, you'll analyze your body if you close your right eye because you're using that left hemisphere. Sorry, other way around. If you look at yourself through your right eye, you'll use that left hemisphere, which will analyze yourself. You'll see individual body parts. If you close the right eye and use the left eye, you'll see your body as a whole. You won't really analyze it. This is how you can analyze yourself using these two hemispheres. So this whole system is created to keep you thinking logically and to restrict you from creating and restrict you from understanding symbolism, allegories, metaphors, and teamwork. They want you stuck in a logical way of thinking and a logical way of seeing the world. This is why when you go to school, you are told exactly what to do. You're told to think this way and no other way. You're told to do orders, do this. It's a very left-brained system because if we all started to open up this right hemisphere, we'd all see, wow, everything is all one, everything's all connected. And this is what my work is doing. I'm showing you everything is one. The physical world is an illusion of duality, but everything comes from the one source, the one mind. The universe is a giant mind. I am mind, you express mind. We all possess mind. Behind the physical body is the same mind consciousness. And we are all expressions and fractals of this infinite consciousness called mind. And this is what they don't want us to figure out, is that we are all just one consciousness expressed. It's an infinite consciousness. It's even in the squirrel, it's in the dog. All of these different animals, they're just different bodies, but behind the bodies is the same consciousness, which is mind. That's what the pineal gland is. The pineal gland is not the mind and it's not the third eye. The third eye is your mind. If you have a closed third eye, it just means you have a closed mind. If you have an open third eye, it just means your mind has expanded from beyond physical things through astral projection and mystical experiences. This is how you gain an open third eye. It's just an open mind. A mind that has astral travel, that has explored the realities within the mind. So everything they do is to keep us in a divided state. Divide and conquer, right? That's their motto. All to keep you thinking how everything is divided. Everything they've done is division. Postcodes, countries, everything is divided. Like football teams and all this stuff. It's also a natural process when you grow up, because as you grow up, your brain is constantly analyzing the world. So this is sort of a natural process of how you become more left hemisphere dominated, because your brain is always analyzing. And unless something awakens you, you can awaken that right hemisphere where you can start to see the bigger picture. The even the music, all tuned to 440 hertz, shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. 440 hertz, Spotify, Apple Music, the radio. Every time you turn on the radio, it's tuned to 440 hertz. This was specifically tuned. It never used to be tuned to this. It was in the 1950s. It was changed. The standard music tuning was changed to 440 hertz because it shuts down that right hemisphere of the brain. They don't want you thinking, seeing the world in this way and perceiving things as one. And I'm going to show you. It tells you this in the Bible. Cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find the fish. What was Jesus saying? This is, you see, people read the Bible and they don't understand it. If the Bible is not talking about you, then it has no meaning. The Bible, everything you read in the Bible is about you and how it can better your life. It occurs to you. So if Jesus says, cast the net onto the right hand side of the boat, this is an allegory. The boat is your body. Cast the net. It's the awareness, the perception onto the right hemisphere of the brain, and you will find the fish. What's fish? What do fish do? They swim deep in the ocean. It represents the knowledge, deep knowledge. Cast the net onto the right hand side of the boat and you will find fish. You will find the wisdom. You'll gain understanding when you cast that your awareness into that right hemisphere. You will see that I am you and you are me. We are all one consciousness. You will see everything. You'll see that the trees are the same patterns as the nerves in your body. You'll see everything is connected. Everything is a fractal of the one infinite consciousness. And how many fish did they catch? 153. That adds up to 9. This is now numerology. The Bible's filled with numerology. Adds up to 9. What's 9? Human consciousness. It represents consciousness. You're in the womb for 9 months. Feminine, feminine. It's all about consciousness. And in Revelation 14, and I looked, and behold, the Lamb standing on Mount Zion. That's the spines, the mountain. With him, 144,000. 144 adds up to 9. It represents consciousness on top of the spine. You see? And he had his name the name of his father written on the forehead. What's the father? The higher mind, the higher consciousness within you. Where is that? In the forehead, the pineal gland. The pineal gland is the radio receiver for the higher consciousness. Because every body part of the body has consciousness. Your heart has consciousness. Your gut has consciousness. You are thinking with these different consciousnesses. You think with the gut. You think with your penis. You are thinking with all these consciousness. And it's about raising your consciousness to the higher consciousness, which is the father, the mind in the head. Don't think with the lower parts of the body because that is your animal nature. Think with the higher parts of the body. It's all representing consciousness. How to activate the right hemisphere of the brain? Well, it's all to do with non-verbal things. So music will activate the right hemisphere. Make sure it's tuned to the right frequency though, 432 hertz, 528 hertz. Any frequency that adds up to 3, 6, or 9 is good for you. Meditation, turning off the thoughts, and you raise yourself to the higher brain. Symbolism. Symbolism is all right hemisphere. Reading between lines, metaphors, determining the Bible, it's all right hemisphere. Seeing the bigger picture, it's reading between the lines. So tithing in the Bible. These people in the churches are giving 10% of their money to the church. It's nothing but a scam. What these people have done is they have externalized the Bible. They have taken the Bible and literalized it so that they can make a business out of it. So what they're doing is a tenth of the produce of what it says in the Bible, a tenth of the produce of the land, whether grain or fruit, is the Lord's and is holy. So what's that saying? The tenth of it's basically saying give the 10% to the Lord, to God. What does that mean? Well, what's the land and the fruit? This represents physical things, the physical things that you have. The tenth of the physical things that you have. What's that? That's your ego. All the physical things that you have is all to do with your ego. That's the lower self. The ego, what is the ego? It's the mind's perception of the physical self. You had no ego when you were a child. Okay, when you were a child, you had no ego. As you grew older, you created the ego. But the ego is the full self. It's the echo. Ego, echo. It's the echo of the full self. So it's saying give the ego over. Take away the animal self. In that left hemisphere, that's all to do with the left hemisphere. That left hemisphere sees the ego. It sees individuality. It's divided. So it's saying give that 10%. Give that 10% of you over to the right hemisphere. the 90%. The 90% of you is in that right hemisphere, the higher self. Now, I'm not saying the left hemisphere is bad. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but it sees it sees things divided. It's like I said, the left, the hands are manifestations of the brain. So when these Christians are praying, they're putting their hands together. What are they doing? That they're syncing the brain hemispheres. What you're doing, because everything's an extension of your brain. So if you put your hands together, you're putting the two hemispheres together. And what's happening when you place the hands together? All the electricity in the body is now running in a circuit. So once you connect these two hands, the electrical energy is now running in a circuit, and energy can move around the body quicker and more efficiently. So when you pray, when these people are praying, they don't realize that they're engaging in ancient forms of meditation, of balancing the two hemispheres. So now we're talking about balancing the hemispheres, not the right hemisphere. This is what Israel is. Look at the symbol for Israel, the up triangle and the downward triangle. What's that? The up triangle represents male. The downward triangle represents female. Okay? This is talking about the brains. Israel is Ra. Isis, which is female, the Egyptian god. Ra. El. El means God. Electricity. That's the force of the physical world. It's the force that runs this world, electricity. It's the force of God. El, consciousness. It means God. Is Ra El. Isis, Ra, and El. It's the two hemispheres of the brain, the holy land of Israel. It's the holy land, it's the brain. Once these two hemispheres are synced, this is how you unlock your consciousness. This is the easiest way of astral projecting. Hemisphering, I forgot the word for it. Hemisphere syncretization, something like that. It's about syncing the hemispheres. This is how you unlock your consciousness. Once the brain is running as one electrical system, this is how you balance the two masculine and male opposing energies. Once these opposing energies are no longer in war with each other, the brain, they come together to work as one. You unlock your consciousness. You are born again. What happens when a male and female have sex? It creates a new child. It becomes one. You are born again. Once the two hemispheres of the brain, you are born again. You can then have an out-of-body experiences. So this is why the symbol of the Holy Land, Israel, is the up and down triangle back combined together, because it represents unification of the male and female, unification of the hemispheres. You're born again. You unlock consciousness. And you can get this for free. It's called the Gateway Tapes on my website. Basically, it's a audio track from the government, and they did this in the Gateway Experience. It's a CIA document, and what they do is there are different forms of meditations you go through. I think there's about 5 waves of meditations you do, half an hour each one, and it will teach you. It will sync your hemisphere, because what does it do? They understood that playing one frequency into one ear and another frequency into the other, they understood that the right ear is connected to the left hemisphere, the left ear is connected to the right hemisphere. So when you play 2 different frequencies into both ears, what happens? The brain picks this up, the 2 hemispheres of the brain picks this up, and it syncs it. It syncs these 2 hemispheres, these 2 frequencies together. So now the brain is working as one to sync this frequency. So this is how you can sync your hemispheres, through listening to these frequencies. Okay, you can get them for free and do the meditations yourself. This will definitely help you. This is an easy way to astral project. So it's all about syncing the hemisphere and seeing reality from a unified perception. We should all aim to get out of that left hemisphere. I'm not saying don't use it, but we should now start to see we should not start to read between the lines of the Bible, read between the lines of the symbolism they're showing, study symbolism, study allegories, in myths? What are they trying to tell us through these allegories? And, this is how we start seeing things in a better way. Once we understand that we are all microcosms of an infinite consciousness, we can all come to one, because love is the unifying force of this infinite consciousness. We are all divided. We are all disconnected from our hearts. Once we all connect with our hearts and see that everything is one, we can all start to love and come together as one, because love is the unifying force of consciousness. So if you haven't already seen, I now have launched the Ethereal University. I will be doing lectures like this one, but even better, deeper, and even releasing knowledge that I can't talk about online as they are censored. I'll be doing lectures every single week. I'll be doing live calls every single week. You also gain access to my library, which is filled with over 45 occult books, filled with knowledge. Okay, I'll show you now. Plus, you get my book, The Book of Wisdom, PDF form, and the Human Health Guide, PDF form. You also get all of this stuff, the health section, Q&As, Ethereal meditations. We've got some celestial studies, cosmology, and numerology coming soon. You also get the brand new Manifestation Mastery course, plus the library. And there'll be new books, new lectures, new live calls every single week. Or you can get the Book of Wisdom, use the code WISDOM in all capital letters to gain 40% off. This sale will be ending very, very soon. So if you're watching this, be very quick to get yourself a physical version or a PDF of my book. You can get it in all these languages. Hope you enjoyed this video, people. I'll see you inside the Ethereal University, the real university. Have an amazing day.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. Please make sure to hit the like, the subscribe button, and turn on notifications to never miss a video. The Vatican is a giant key from a bird's eye view, and it also contains an 8-pointed star. The Anunnaki Sumerian gods also depicted this 8-pointed star. The sky god Anu from the Anunnaki also uses the 8-pointed star for his symbol. And even Freemasons depict an 8-pointed luminary with a ladder and a key. This is symbolizing the key to ascension up to the 8-pointed star, which is Polaris. Polaris is always depicted as an 8-pointed star. Polaris is the standstill star at the very center of our realm, which is perfectly aligned with the North Pole. The Earth is a giant torus field, and at the center is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. This is why all compasses point to the north. Hence why a compass is an 8-pointed star, because it points you to Polaris, which is the North Pole, the center of this realm. The 8 points of the 8-pointed star symbolize the 8 points in space and time. So yes, Polaris is the portal which you ascend through if you outgrow this consciousness by aligning your chakras. Our earthly realm is a macrocosmic reflection of us, and we as humans are the micro reflection, with the earth containing its 7 chakras as well as us. The North Pole is the 7th chakra, which is the crown chakra. So the key to ascension is held by the Vatican, hence why it's a giant key, because they mislead the masses through their religions, which teaches the masses to look outside of themselves. As stated in the 20,000-year-old emerald tablets, written by the Egyptian god Thoth. On Earth, man is in bondage, bound by space and time to the Earth plane. Encircling each planet, a wave of vibration binds him to his plane of unfoldment. Yet within man is the key to releasement. Within man may freedom be found. So the 7 planets are associated with each 7 chakras. The lowest chakra being the root chakra, which is associated with Saturn. This is why the elites love Saturn and reflect it in all of their symbols. Because the chakras are an ascension of spiritual principles, starting from the material and ascending up to the spiritual, the crown chakra. However, evil love bondage, and they are trapping souls in the physical realm by stopping and provoking the ascension process. They do this by abusing the energy of Saturn, and Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra. The lower 3 chakras are associated with survival mode, which keeps the consciousness in a constant state of fear and only aware of its surroundings. Once you start to ascend up your chakras, you become more consciously aware of spiritual deeds. And this is the process of returning back to your true spiritual form. Going back to Polaris and its connection to ascension, Kanye West symbolizes this on his music video 24. As you see him rise up into the sky, you see an 8-pointed shape around him, which symbolizes the 8-pointed star, as you see the beam of light. And even NASA symbolized this in their Space Delta logos, a bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Here's another NASA logo of an arrow from the Earth to Polaris. The series Lock and Key on Netflix is all about portals and doorways, and they have the Kundalini energy as one of their keys. Kundalini energy is the energy which rises up the spine, the 33 vertebrae, and activates the third eye. The third eye is the spiritual gland, which connects humans to other spiritual realms. We are not the body. Our spirit, our soul inhabits the body. We exist physically, spiritually, and mentally. Therefore, we are multidimensional. The intellectual and spiritual inhabit the body. Therefore, this is just an avatar within this timeline. However, within each and every one of us, we all have the key to releasement, as says in the Emerald tablets. This releasement is ascension, up until higher states of consciousness. As stated in the Emerald tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on a cycle above. And another one saying, man is a flame bound to a mountain, but we in our cycle shall ever be free. Know ye, O man, that when ye have progressed into the cycle that lengthen above, life itself will pass to the darkness, and only the essence of the soul shall remain. That's it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed. Please feel free to leave a like, subscribe, and comment any subjects you want me to talk about. God bless you all.
What if I told you that reincarnation is real and that there is a metaphysical, spiritual science behind this? Most people leave this world just as lost when they entered it. That they carry their fears, attachments, and addictions with them, only to be born again, trapped in the same cycle, repeating the patterns of lifetime after lifetime. This lecture is not just about preparing for death. It's about mastering yourself before death, so you don't take them burdens with you. Because the truth is, whatever addictions, fears, and unresolved emotions you cling to in this life, you carry with you into the next, unless you break free now. You must master yourself before death. Death is not the end, it is the great passage. But how we transition depends on our mastery of the self. This was symbolized by the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail. Every ending is a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of consciousness. Now, your human body is basically an antenna tapped in to a stream of consciousness. Just like a radio is tapped into a specific frequency to play that radio. Your body is basically an antenna, a crystal picking up the consciousness of God. You are on an ever-ending journey, a journey of learning and expansion of the mind into new fields of thought. This was symbolized as the Ouroboros. When you die, it is a new beginning. It's a transitioning, not an ending. Everything is eternal in this universe as consciousness is formless and constantly transforms into new forms of life. Let's break down the word death. Death contains the word ether. Now, the ether can be found in the word heart or earth. Ether. Everything in this plane comes from the etheric plane. The etheric plane is the barrier between the physical plane and the spiritual plane, the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen that you have in your mind that allows you to imagine a red apple, for example. This is the imaginative plane where thought forms start to take form. Everything begins as a thought, then the thought form becomes an imagination, then energy, then physical. Everything in the physical plane is a shadow of thought, all objects manifested as thought. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. This is why we say reach for the stars. Or this is why you say you are a star. Cis star, miss star, fraud star, stir is star. And when you become famous, you become a superstar and you gain a star on the Hollywood floor. You are a star. The ether. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come out of and return back to. This is the cycle of life and death, summer and winter, day and night, sleep and awake. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come from and will return back to. Okay, sorry about that little error. The ether is the boundless source of energy from which all things emerge, to which all things return to. We can see this in the cycle of the sun. The sun does this wave of creation. It rises and it falls. We have the day and the night. The daytime represents our conscious mind when we are alert. The nighttime represents our subconscious mind when we are inside the spiritual realms. The nighttime is spirit, the daytime is matter, spirit and matter, awake and asleep, conscious and subconscious. We see this in the yearly cycle. Summer is life, winter is death. Spring is the morning, summer is midday, autumn is evening, winter is the night. Everything is a macro and a micro cycle of being born out of the ether and returning back from life and death. Life and death is manifested within the cycles of the sun and everything outside of you, as within, so without. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. The macrocosm is death, the microcosm is sleep. Every time you go to sleep, you are essentially it's a miniature death. You're entering into spirit and then returning back into matter in the morning when the sun rises. Everything is a reflection of the macrocosm cycles. Preparation for death. The first thing we must do in order to prepare for death, for life after death, in order to stop being reincarnated in this cycle of materialism, in order to progress as a soul, because remember, you are a soul in a body. Just like the sun gives power and life to the earth, your soul gives power and life to your body. When you say I, you're referring to the soul. And your soul can be stuck underneath layers of false identifications. Who you believe yourself to be is merely a collection of subconscious programs running within your mind. Now that's very deep. That is very, very deep. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking mind. Your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your friends. These things are not you. They're all aspects of the thinking mind. What happens if you meditate and you turn off the mind? Then all of these things do not exist. You're left with the pure soul, the pure awareness, the pure observation. If you turn off the thinking mind, you're no longer your body, you're no longer your reputation, you're no longer your friends, you're no longer your job and your labels. You are the soul. That's the true you, the observation of the mind, not the thinking mind. The ego is the echo. It's an echo of your true self. The ego is your mind's perception of itself, shaped by experiences, trauma, emotions, and beliefs. It is merely an echo of your true soul self. The ego is not you. Your mind is not you. You are the soul. And this is the true self that we must express within our life and we must connect with before we die. Because when we die under the echo, under these false layers of the emotions, the traumas, the experiences, the addictions, the emotional attachments, when we die underneath all of this, when we don't know our true self, the soul is still hidden. The true you is hidden underneath these layers of false identification. We must remove these layers of false identifications. We must remove them. We must destroy the echo. Remember, the ego, you never had an ego when you were a child. When you were a child, you were pure. You didn't, you didn't show off things. When you were a child, you were pure. You expressed yourself freely with you didn't hide anything. You didn't hide any aspect of yourself. You didn't suppress any aspect of yourself to fit in as a child, as a baby. Because the ego was not here when you came here. The ego grows with experience. The ego is a false perception of yourself while being incarnated in this material world. It's your mind's perception of itself and it's created through your experience. Remember, you are unconditioned consciousness, and your experiences, thoughts, traumas, emotions, and beliefs have conditioned your consciousness into believing you're only a physical body, but you are the soul. We have to remove these layers. How do we remove these layers? Like I said, the best thing, meditation. Meditation. There is a great meditation that you can do every single morning and every single nighttime. You can sit there and repeat over and over before you meditate. You can repeat that you are not this, you are not that, you are not this. You can label them one by one. Start with I am not my body, I am not my job, I am not my name, and then detach from absolutely everything until you are left with nothingness. And when you start to meditate, detach from everything. Nothing matters. I am here right now. And what will be left? The only thing that will be left is the language that your mind is using. Now, this is very deep. Not many people will tell you this, but I've lingered in meditation many times. And I can tell you from experience that the only thing left once you detach from everything is the language that your mind is attached to. So whether that's English, Italian, French. Once you detach the language of the mind that that little voice in your head's using, you're left with the soul. Once the mind is switched off, you're left with the soul, and you have detached from all of these external things. You're left with the soul. That's you. That's the power. That's the source of all creation, where everything you've ever done has come from. Every thought, every idea has come from your soul. Number two, that's meant to say number two. Sorry about that. Mental addictions. and emotional addictions. Okay. These two are very important. Mental addictions, this could be thought patterns, this could be the labels that we've just been talking about. Then you have emotional attachments, which is maybe you're too attached to an external thing. Maybe you're too attached to your phone. Maybe you're too attached to family. Maybe you're too attached to loved ones. Yes, I'm not saying don't love them, but what I'm saying is do not rely on anything in this world to make you happy, to fulfill your emotional needs. Everything is found within you. You must look within, and if you're looking without, if you're trying to find yourself in the outer world, you'll never find yourself. You'll constantly be looking around in loops because nothing, you cannot find yourself in the outer world. Nothing will long term give you long term validation. Seeking validation in the outer world will leave you soulless, leave you feeling empty inside and sad and depressed. You have to find yourself within. You have to detach from everything you are relying on to give you emotional stableness. You have to detach from all. Yes, love your children. Yes, love these people, but do not rely on them. Because everything in this world is temporary. Do not conform to this world. The Bible tells you this. Everything in modern society nurtures the body, but neglects the soul. They keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Smoking, you have to detach. Drugs, you have to detach. Alcohol, detach. You cannot rely on anything. This is why this path is very, very difficult to walk. But I'm showing you the way. These are the things you must do before death. You have to detach from absolutely everything. If you die and your mind and soul is still addicted to these worldly things, then you guess what? You're going to reincarnate. You're going to reincarnate because your mind is still thinking about these material earthly things. And if you are operating in that vibration, you're going to project that vibration and come back here. You have to detach. You have to master the soul and master the mind. Like I said, the matrix is designed to keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Your phone, food, smoking, drugs, alcohol, clubbing, all of these things. Everything in society is made to trap your soul and reincarnate in this world. That's why it's very, very, very difficult to walk this path. Very difficult. Matrix, matter tricks. John 2:15 to 17. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. For when you love the world, you will lose God. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Great quote. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed. Let this world transform you. Learn from this, expand from this, but do not be mentally and emotionally attached. Okay? What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Like I said, everything in the Bible is telling you the truth. You just got to read it correctly. This is spirituality. This is spirituality. The Bible is spiritual. It's a spiritual text. We must disconnect from everything outside of us and connect with the true soul. Here we have the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here we have the soul here. Here we have the Masons showing you the soul coming out. The soul is real. You are the soul. And when you leave this physical plane, you will go into the astral plane. That's where you came from. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. You incarnated into this physical body. Your consciousness fell into this material form to experience limitation, to experience a 3D world. So, in order to ascend properly before we die, we have to let go of all the attachments. Every addiction you have, write them down. And one by one, tackle them. Before you die, you have to, or else you will reincarnate. This is the teachings of Egyptians. This is the teachings of Masonry. All of these addictions contribute towards life after death. Everything must be controlled, and we must be attached to the soul. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, people. We're all not perfect. We're all under psychological operation by the government. We're all in a very difficult situation with this awakening. I'm simply pointing out what I know from my journey and what I've been learning through occultism and research and reading lots of books and many different things. I'm on this journey just as you are. Maybe I'm further. Maybe you're ahead of me. We don't know. But this is what I'm sharing with the world. This is what I'm sharing with my research. And this is what makes sense. It's common sense. Look at everything around you. Everything's made to feed the body, not the soul. So, my beautiful watchers and fans and supporters, I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope this video has supported your journey. If you're feeling lost in life, if you're searching for deeper answers, whether you're seeking clarity, looking to expand your studies, or ready for personalized mentoring, this is your chance to connect with me live and receive insights tailored just for you. Start your path to self-mastery and enlightenment inside the world's best esoteric school. Your journey starts now. Tap the link in the description if you want to join Ethereal University, or feel free to check out my books. I thank you all, and I really appreciate for 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I love every single one of you. Make sure to drop a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let me know some ideas for, lectures, anything that you want to know. I can make lectures on them. Just drop it in the comments. I appreciate every single one of you. Take care. Hello and welcome to another video, people. Before we start, please like, comment, and subscribe if you wish to see more content. Today we're going to be talking about the mental universe and how everything is mental. This is the number one law on the Kabbalion. If you've never read that book, it's called The Kabbalion. A very good book. It's the first law because this is the most important thing you need to understand, is how everything exists within the mind. Behind every single one of these eyes is the same consciousness expressed in different bodies. The mind is what gives perception to what you're experiencing. Behind every single one of these eyes is the exact same consciousness, but the brain that they inhabit is giving them a different perception, a different being, a different body. Now, this is the difference between humans and animals. Humans possess a advanced consciousness, an advanced mind that gives us the ability to be aware of ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. We can reflect on ourselves. When a dog looks in the mirror or an animal looks in the mirror, it doesn't know what it's looking at. It doesn't realize it has a consciousness. It can't reflect on itself. It can't say, I want to improve in this area. It doesn't have that consciousness. We have a divine consciousness. Take away the N for divine, and you get with a D, put it with a D, you get divide, because we have a divided two-way consciousness. An animal only has one. However, it's still the same mind. We're all mind. We're all mental. We all exist within the mental plane. Look at this person walking. The body, the brain is sending electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves, which the 12 disciples that spread the gospel of Jesus, right? You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There are 12 disciples which spread the gospel of Jesus. Jesus represents the mind, the intelligence, the invisible intelligence that we all are, the same intelligence, the same exact consciousness, which then sends a command into the brain. Then the brain sends these 12 electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves to control the rest of the body through the nervous system. This person walking is not, the body is not walking. The mind is telling it to walk. And the brain is it's a supercomputer which is decoding these demands given to it by the mind. Because the pineal gland will have something to do with the ether, because the ether is physical and non-physical. The mind is sending the commands through the ether to the pineal gland, which is then getting broken down into electrical codes within the brain and sent throughout the nervous system to control the body. And this is why in the Sims simulation, because the body's the simulation, it's a false reality. It's the fake reality. It's not the real you. You are formless. There is no form, but the third dimension is a dimension within your mind. Matter, mind, light is all a product of your mind. It's all in the mind. Now, this is why The Sims has this green little diamond on top of the head. Because this is you. This is your invisible intelligence controlling the character. Okay? It's controlling the character. And this character is in the world. Your consciousness isn't in the world. The world exists within you, but the body is a vehicle for that realm that you land in. When you have a dream, your mind transcends this body into another body, duplicates your body into another universe, unite. Unite is one. We're all one. It's all one universe, expressed in many different ways, infinitely. And the vehicle that you land in is the body to operate in that realm. This is the all-seeing eye, as you see here. The eye, this is all the intelligence. This is the ball of consciousness, God, expressed in different bodies. We're all this same one in different bodies, as you can see here. And this intelligence is expressing infinitely throughout the universe, an infinite universe. There's no beginning, no end. There was no beginning of the universe. There is no end. It's infinite, always has and always will. But the mind is what gives you the ability to explore the universe, to make perception of it. We are God in disguise. We are God in disguise. We are God in flesh. But the body can become attached to the mind, can become attached to the body if the mind is not aware of itself. When the mind is that blinded by matter, and we lack knowledge and understanding of what we truly are, a formless, infinite being, a traveler. This is why Freemasons are called Freemasons. Mason means traveler, free. You're a free traveler because your consciousness is a traveler of the universe. When we lack understanding, our mind bounds to the body because we don't separate the body with our different layers of consciousness. When we separate them and identify that we are mind, body, emotion, you then can apply this knowledge to when you want to astral travel and explore the different realms of your mind, because the mind is the universe. People, this is what we need to understand. The mind is the universe. I am you and you are me. This is the Egyptians showing you this. The Ankh is the symbol of life. This is the one ball of consciousness, mind, giving it the Ankh life to all the different life forms. The cows, the birds, the snakes, and the big Ankh given to the humans, because the humans are the most intelligent. We have the most advanced consciousness. We have the most advanced consciousness. This is why the one is giving a big Ankh to the humans here. Here you see again, this is not the sun. This is also showing Ankh giving out its life to all things infinitely. And this is the most high. We are the most high in disguise. When we strip off the body, we strip off the desires for the physical world, we strip off all of these fake identities that the mind gets attached to. That is God, the universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. I and I, the letter I and the number one is just one line. The letter I is the number one. Because your I am, when you refer to yourself as I, every single one of you who's watching this video refers to yourself as I, which is the one. We are all the one. We are all intelligence. We are all invisible. We are all the one. One is the only number. 1, 2, 3. Everything goes up in ones because there is only one. Doesn't matter how far you go down the line with numbers, all of their numbers are created by one because there is only one. It's me and you are the exact same consciousness expressed in different bodies. Mind, cause. There is only one cause. There is only one mind. There is only one being. But because we lack understanding of this, we think we are the bodies. And this causes division because the physical world is the most illusionary world. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Now you see with the two, you look with the two eyes, but you see with the inner eye, the mind. Okay, the mind is the mental plane is a shared plane, and it gives perception to what you're looking at. The mind. I'm affecting you when I speak because the mental plane is shared. We all share mind. We all express mind. When I'm speaking to you, I'm affecting you because we are mind. So the words that I'm saying, which are being manifested from my mind, are being manifested through my body into vibration, is affecting you. I'm affecting you with what I'm saying. And these words are having an effect on your mind because we're all mind. This is why you need to be careful what you're listening to, music and all sorts. Because music can also create thought loops within your mind. Because the chorus, we shouldn't be listening to choruses. Choruses are loops. And what they're saying in the chorus is being looped. And this can create thought loops within your mind. Go and listen to an old song that you used to listen to about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Go and listen to an old song and you guess what? You will get nostalgia. Why will you get nostalgia? Because that song will trigger the thoughts that you were thinking in that time of listening to that song. So songs with choruses create thought loops and they reprogram your subconscious mind. It's important why music is very powerful. Mind and mind, same word. See, language is the truth, people. This is why I use language in all of my presentations, especially the English language. It's riddled with occult truth. I is my me, I, you, and me, or I, one. We are not the name, we are I. Every single one of you is I, because we are all the one, all mind. Now, the only thing that is truly mine is my mind. When you say something is mine, it's an illusion. It's not yours. The only thing that is mine is mind, my mind. Okay? It's my mind. It's the only thing. It's the same word, mind and mind. Like I said before, everything's one. Hot and cold is different degrees of the same thing, of the one substance, of degrees. The 7 colors are different frequencies of the one white light. Everything is one. There is only one. We are all one. Everything is one. Hot, cold, day, night. It's the same degree of one, which is mind. The mind's perception is what's giving it, labeling it hot or cold. The mind's perception of colors is what is giving it red or purple, hot or cold. There is only mind. The mind gives things perception. There is only one, that is mind. The conscious and the subconscious mind. The male and the female, these are married. The subconscious mind is your hidden part of the mind. Okay, it's hidden. You can't really, you can access it through different meditations and Reiki teachings, and dreams are manifestations of your subconscious. This is how you know mind and matter are one, because your mind creates matter in dreams. Your subconscious manifests everything in a dream, in the astral realms. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're consciously thinking of. So me, I am conscious that I am speaking into this mic and creating this video. My subconscious mind is the hidden part of the mind, which is speaking to my heart, telling it to beat. It's telling my food to digest. It's regulating all my blood. It's doing everything in my body without me being conscious of it. Without me being conscious. The subconscious is the feminine. The conscious is the male. The Bible, of course. Proverbs 12:4. Helpful, not helpful, an excellent wife is the crown of her husband, but she who brings shame is like rottenness in his bones. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. You can take that physically, you can take that literally, or you can take it metaphysically. See, the Bible's written in such a way where you can take it as your level of realization. He who loves his wife loves himself. If you love your subconscious, if you love yourself, you speak good about yourself, because your subconscious takes everything literally. If you say, I hate you to someone, your subconscious does not know the difference between me and someone else. It only thinks me, me, me. Why? Because mind is the only thing that exists. You are mind, I am mind. If I say, I hate you, you're saying that to yourself. Your subconscious picks that up and says, I hate myself. And that's telling your subconscious that's what you want. because your subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. The programs within your subconscious. Tying your shoelace is a program. You don't need to be conscious of it. You can just do it because it's a program. It's deeply interwoven in the subconscious. Driving your car, texting on your phone. You don't have to think about what letter. You just do it because you know where the letters are. It's a program. Therefore, if you look after your subconscious, they are a married couple. It's your wife. Your subconscious is your wife. And it manifests 90% of your daily basis thought patterns, actions, behaviors, emotions, all the things that you all the trauma that you've experienced is stored within your subconscious, which is affecting you. So let's say you were in a car crash 10 years ago and you had a really traumatic event, you really hurt yourself, and you had a very, very, very strong emotion that you felt of pain. That will still affect you today. And why? Because it will manifest into your behavior. How? Well, you'll be cautious of what cars to go in and who. You'll be cautious because of that event that stored within your subconscious, because of that feeling you felt was so painful and so strong. It's still manifesting into your behavior today. For example, you won't go in certain cars, you won't go with certain drivers. Subconscious stores everything, all your memories, the programs, and everything. So if you trick your subconscious, that's how you manifest your life. If you trick the subconscious, you already have something. And therefore it will manifest into your life, into your behavior, thoughts, and actions. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you want to be treated. Because I am you and you are me. We are all subconscious. We all have subconscious. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Because my subconscious picks that up and thinks I'm speaking to me. Mind is very powerful. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Treat others like you want to be treated. The golden rule. That is the only rule we need in this realm, in the universe. If everyone understood this rule and how the subconscious works and how karma works, we'd live in heaven on earth, the Garden of Eden, the golden age. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Where your heart is, there will be your treasure. Your heart's the emotions. The storehouse of emotions is where you feel emotions. You have to let your emotions move through you, not become you. You can't let your emotions become you. But except be like the sky and let them pass through you. Be like the clouds and the stars passing over. Let them pass through you. Do not let them become you. And this is how emotions can take over your mind. We are driven by, when a man is driven by emotions, he has no self to control. You must control the mind because the mind can be corrupted. Because your thoughts are electrical in the brain. Your thoughts come from the mental plane. So how the mind works is that you place your attentions on something in the mind and infinite information just flows in. Think about it. When you think of a certain topic, as soon as you think of that topic, information comes flying into your mind. Different ideas, ping, ping, ping. It's all connected. It's why we call it a mindset, because your mind sets itself to frequencies. And when we think of something, we tap into that frequency, and just the universe, the mind, the mental plane just flows in information based on that frequency and that thought. The universe is just information. All of the information out there, nothing is new. It's all there. You just have to tap into it. You can tap into these different thoughts, and it's all there. Everything already exists within the mental plane. You don't think anything, you receive thoughts. We all share the mental plane. We affect each other. I'm affecting you. Speaking, listening to me is affecting your mental plane, your mind. The physical plane is the lowest plane. It's the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical plane is the effect of mind. Like I said, the person walking is the effect of their mind telling the body to walk. The physical plane is the lowest dimension of your mind. Mother Earth, we are in a mother. We're in the womb still. The Earth is feminine. It looks after you. It provides you with food for free. It grows on trees with water. It's Mother Earth. It's the womb. The dome above your head is your mother's belly. Okay, is your mother's belly. You're in the womb still. You're forever in the womb because your mind's constantly expanding. Because when the baby's mind figures out that there is a reality outside of its mother, starts to hear the people on outside of its mother, what does it do? It figures a way out of the mother, and it becomes born again in the water, in a hospital, into the other world. It's the same with our minds. When our minds figure out there is other worlds beyond this physical, we explore them. The astral plane, for example. You figure a way out of the body. Because when you're the firmament, look at the word firmament, meant at the end. Firm is firm, something strong, something like a rock is firm. If your mind is firm like a rock, you will be stuck under the firmament. So, for example, people who are very programmed and can't think outside the box, they have a firm mind and they'll be stuck under the firmament because your mind is the only thing that's keeping you under the firmament. It's the only thing. When you're doomed, doom is dome. This is the dome, which is your head. Your head is the dome. Above your head, above the earth is the dome, the ethereal barrier. But that's just an external manifestation of your head. You don't leave the earth, you leave your body to leave the earth, because your body is the earth. It's a dimension within your mind. So when you're doomed, you're domed. Your reality is your level of realization. You realize something, or when you have an idea, the mind, in the EYE or I. Same thing, mind. It's all mind. Reality is your level of realization. You realize there's other worlds. That's your reality. Your perception's your reality. Mind in Latin is mens. Jesus was known as the fisher of men, which is the fisher of minds. He was fishing minds worthy of knowing the higher truth, the deeper occult knowledge. Jesus figured out that we are all God. And he got killed for it because in that age they were trying to suppress this information. Jesus figured out he was God because we are all God, every single one of you, and they killed him because we're all mind. We are not the body. We're the invisible intelligence, which is God. But you are not God if your mind is attached to this physical world, to the worldly pleasures. If you master your mind and travel the depths of your mind, that is God. Mental and men. Look at the word mental. It has men in it. Men in the Bible means mind. Here you see Masonic, the Masonic symbol with the eye, the mind. Looking over everything is the one. Everything comes from the one. All the lines coming off it, giving its life to all of the life forms. Down here on the bottom, you have duality, black and white. Up here, you have singularity. One and the two. Unification and division. The lower self is divided into the left and the right. So the Bible even says, I forgot what verse it is, but it says, it's better to go through life with one eye than to have two and be cast into the fiery abyss of hell. I'm not sure what verse it is, but you can research it yourself. It's better to go through life with one eye, to be unified consciousness, dimension. No brainer. The language tells you the truth, people. Dimension. The dimensions are in your mind. Entertainment. Entertain the mind. Disappointment. It's all in the mind. Environment. The environment that you are in is a product of your mind. Within, rearranged spells high twin. Within is your mind, and your external world is mirrored from the decisions you make in your mind. Advertisement, commitment, it's all meant, it's all mind. Everything is mind. Everything. So, this is important. The collective thoughts and collective beliefs. The collective, because we all share the mental plane. And because of this is why we are in a weakened state of consciousness at the moment. Because the collective thoughts and the collective minds overall are asleep. And they don't believe in anything. You see, everything is true within the mind. You think of something, it is there instantly. You think of a chair, it's there in your mind. You think of anything, it's there instantly. So everything's true within the mind. Anything can happen in the mind. Anything can happen on the physical plane if the collective consciousness, the collective minds believe it to be true. This is why back in the days, in the ancient days, you look at all the old world stuff, you see all this crazy technology, and it's because as a collective, as humanity back then, they believed that they had much more open minds. Therefore, the things manifested in the physical world were a lot more out of the box, so to say, compared to today. For example, magic is not as powerful today because the masses don't believe in it. It's still powerful, don't get me wrong. But if the masses believed, or if everyone knew magic could be real, because it is, anything's real in the mind, it would be a lot more powerful. You see? So and what they're trying to do is create a hive mind worldwide. They're trying to make one religion, an external God. What happens when you worship something external? You give energy to it, because where attention goes, energy flows. Where your mind gives attention to, energy goes there. And when we all believe in external gods and give our worship and our power to these external things, we all give energy to it, which will manifest as a demon in the astral planes. It's a hive mind. They're trying to make a hive mind to summon our energy. Trying to summon our energy. And it through mind, through collective thoughts. The hive mind. They want one religion, one government, one currency. one belief system. And that will create a hive mind, which will limit our consciousness, which will limit what we can do in the physical world. Because if everyone doesn't believe in certain things, it cannot happen because it's all in mind. Mind is so powerful. I am you and you are me. I hope you all enjoyed this video, people. If you haven't already, join the Wisdom Academy. The Wisdom Academy, we have many occult lectures just like this one. Also, we have just launched Mindwave Hub. If you want genuine frequencies, genuine binaural beats, because the ones on YouTube, the ones on Spotify, Apple Music, they're all tuned to A440 hertz, which shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. If you want to gain access to your true consciousness, your mind, you need to balance the two hemispheres and balance the chakras. You can do that externally by listening to binaural beats. If you want true frequencies, true binaural beats to hemisync the chakras, hemisync the brain, to gain access to the different dimensions of your mind, well, you can gain access anyway, but it's going to help you if you're trying to learn this. Join Mindwave Hub. The link will be in the description. Listen to the binaural beats, meditate to them, listen to when you go to sleep. They'll massively benefit you. Thank you all, people. Hope you had an amazing, lesson. Hope you learned a lot. And please subscribe. God bless you all.
The Freemasonic square and compass is not just a symbol that represents Freemasonry, a lodge, or a secret society. It is a symbol of gaining your own personal power. Now, in this video, I'm going to be breaking down this symbol in the most detail I can possibly go into. Most people live in a state of illusion. They live their life impulsively, acting based on their five senses, tasting. They want to feel a certain thing like an orgasm, or they're basically just slaves to external things and their five senses, which leads to a very dark path where you'll never actually become a conscious creator and you'll never actually be internally happy. The Freemasonic square and compass reveals some deep wisdom about this. Now let me break this down. If you want to gain your personal power, listen up. The Freemasonic square and compass is a compass which is used to create circles. Now, if you notice something about the circle, they have no beginning, no end. You can't tell where it begins and ends. It's eternal, which means this represents consciousness. Now, if you don't know what consciousness is, if you close your eyes, you have an internal world. You have thoughts, emotion, visualization. This is all consciousness, spiritual. Then we have the square. The square creates squares or lines, which represents matter. It has a beginning and an end. You can quite see where the beginning of the end is, right? So we can even link this to Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man. We see the man in the square with the circle. The circle is the eternal consciousness, and the man is the square, limited to the physical world. But consciousness is not limited. That's why it's outside the square. This is eternal. The body is mortal. The body will die. Consciousness will never die. If we look even closer at the symbol, we notice in this particular symbol, we have the compass overlapping the square. This is very, very symbolic. This represents spirit over matter, also known as mind over matter, consciousness over matter, the circle over the square. Like I mentioned earlier, most people are slaves to their senses. They go through their day and all they do is chase validation and feelings. They eat all day to feel good, which means they're a slave to their taste. They're slaves to their feeling. They masturbate, which means they're a slave to orgasms and external things. They're literally being governed by the external world controlling their internal world. They're literally living life on autopilot. And don't get me wrong, I was guilty of this too. We're all guilty of this when we join this world because we're not taught this sacred knowledge. Until you actually stop and recognize this, you'll be living life on autopilot, literally not even living. You'll be running off subconscious programs, seeking external validation, and being ruled by these five senses. The square underneath the compass represents consciousness on top of matter, which means the internal world is controlling the external world. It is the mind controlling matter, and not matter manipulating the mind. In the occult and esoteric world, it's very important that you are conscious of every action that you are taking in your day-to-day life. Never act subconsciously. Always be conscious. What are you thinking? What are you acting? What are you giving your attention? All of this is contributing towards creating, because you are a creator. Consciousness is a creative force. You need to make sure that the compass is on top of the square, that your inner world is controlling the outer world and not the outer world controlling the inner. As I've mentioned in many videos before, the internal world of consciousness is what's producing the external world. Your life is just a result of every thought and emotion that you felt in the past. Everything you own, everything you possess, your friends, are all reflections of your consciousness. They're all reflections of what you are thinking about. When you change your thinking, your external world starts to rearrange itself. On a basic level, this symbol represents the combination of spirit and matter. You are a spiritual being and a material being. You are heaven, the sky, and earth, the ground. You are heaven and earth, spirit and matter infused into one. You are a bridge between the divine and the earthly worlds. And you can bring down these higher realms of consciousness, thought, imagination, and emotions into a physical, tangible reality. To do this consciously, we need to make sure the external world is not manipulating the inner world. Because if your internal world is being controlled by external circumstances, for example, you have a circumstance happen in your reality, an emotion triggers inside of you, and that emotion is a command to create more of that. And the thoughts that you think are creating more of that negativity. So it's a constant cycle of negative manifestation if you let the external world control your internal world of consciousness. So we need to make sure the compass is on top of the square, that the internal world are commands and not reactions to create your external reality. And not only just to create, but to actually enjoy life. If we let the external world bother our internal world, this means that we have some sort of mental or emotional attachment to the external world. We need to detach from the external world. Why do I say that? Because it's temporary. It's an illusion. We are going to die one day, and none of this will matter. You need to understand that everything in this world is temporary. You have to be okay with losing things, losing family, losing things in this world, because it's guaranteed to be temporary. We need to make sure the internal world is order and not chaos, commands and not reactions. Now, at the back of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, the book that I've wrote here, I go over the different meanings of the different arrangements of the square and compass. Sometimes we see the square overlapping the compass, which is the opposite of what we've just broken down. Or sometimes we see one leg of the compass on top of the square and one leg of the square on top of the compass. These are all highly symbolic. When we see the square overlapping the compass, this pretty much represents the beginning of the Freemasons' journey, when their internal world is being controlled by the external. They have a lot of spiritual growth and a lot of learning and inner work to do. Now, when we see half and half, one leg of the square on top and one leg of the compass on top, this represents the Masons' gradual emergence from the material realm into the spiritual. This interplay of symbols reflects the process of gaining greater light and knowledge as the Masons ascend from material concerns towards spiritual enlightenment. And of course, we've just broken down what this means. This represents spirit over matter. They're not chasing external physical things anymore. They're actually chasing and gaining validation and happiness from spiritual growth, more knowledge and deeper understanding of consciousness and themselves. Most people chase external material things, which actually don't make you happy in the long run. You could be given £1 million today. In a week's time, you would be back to the same original state of consciousness and actually chasing more and more millions of pounds. It's because nothing physical in this tangible world will ever satisfy your internal world of consciousness. So through spiritual growth, we can actually become happy and seek higher understanding, higher consciousness, which actually satisfies us eternally. So when we see the compass on top of the square, it symbolizes the triumph of spirit over matter. This arrangement not only signifies the mastery of spirit over the material realm, but also represents the resurrection, ascent, and dominion of spiritual principles over all earthly conditions. It's all about gaining personal power and spiritual growth. It's all about spiritual evolution, going from matter to spirit. The external world controlling the internal world, to the internal world ruling over the external world, where the mind becomes a powerful tool to actually create and command reality. The mind cannot create and command reality if it's being governed and tossed all over the place by external circumstances and thoughts. Here's a quick tip on how to know if your mind is controlling you. If your phone notification goes off and you're working on something, and you instantly go to reach and pick up the phone as soon as the notification goes off, that is an indication that your mind is controlling you and you are not controlling it. The mind is the direction of consciousness. It directs the flow of your attention, your energy, your consciousness. So to practice to gain mind over matter is simply just meditation, allowing the mind to sit still and focus on one thing for long periods of time. And over time, this will gain mastery over your attention and your mind. If you are on your spiritual path, this should be your goal, your internal world becoming the master. The mind becoming a vessel for you and not a vessel controlling you. It needs to become a command center and not a reaction. Please like, share this with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom Volume 2.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video, and this video is about Freemasonry and their connection to the Illuminati. Please, as always, to make sure to hit that like and the subscribe button and turn on the notifications to never miss a video. On May the 1st, 1776, the founder of the Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, founded this secret organization, and this date can be found in Roman numerals underneath the all-seeing eye pyramid on the $1 bill. This $1 bill also says Anut Coptus Novus Ordo Secularum. This is Latin for announcing the birth of the New World Order. This New World Order will be headed by Lucifer, the all-seeing eye, and followed by the 13 layers of bricks for the 13 elite bloodlines. So your Orsini's, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Soroses, and the other 9 elite families. So when Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati, he made it consisting of high-level degree Masons, French and Latin philosophers, and many more powerful people to all become one society. So this is why you see Masons using the same symbol of the all-seeing eye inside the pyramid. But not all Freemasons are part of this Illuminati secret society. As the 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall said in his book The Secret Teachings of All Ages, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. So what he's saying here is that Freemasons have to go up the degrees of Freemasonry, and once they hit the top, they either get elected or not into these secret societies like the Illuminati, Skull and Bones, and Knights Templar. So when you see celebrities doing this one-eye symbolism, either covering one eye, doing the triangle, or doing 666 over one eye, this is showing and reflecting the symbolism of Freemasonry. They have taken the oath to never speak on anything they learn about Freemasonry. Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry book states the oath they have to take. Quote, I ... of my own free will and accord, that I will ever conceal and never reveal any of the secrets, arts, points of Master Mason's degree to any person whomsoever. All this most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear. Now, this is what happens when they break the oath, stated in this book, quote, myself severed in two, my bowels taken from thence, and burnt to ashes. So this states that Freemasonry comes first, before any law of the land. It has the right to kill you if you break your oath. This is the hand gesture they have to do every time they enter the ritual room inside the Masonic lodge. This is the cutthroat symbol, showing you and reminding you of the oath and what will happen if you break it. Now in this book, Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, it states, if you break your oath, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. If they do not decide to kill you, this book states this by pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interest, by dearranging his business. In other words, they have the power to frame you and destroy your reputation to the world and destroy your business if you break this oath. So yes, they do kill to keep this truth hidden, because this truth of this reality is what keeps them in power. They have the ability to manipulate people because people do not know what manipulates them. This is why they call themselves the government. They govern the ment, which is the mentality, because the mind is the root cause of reality. They control what you perceive to control what you manifest. By knowing the truth, you are set free, and you no longer need no controller above you. So this is why they are willing to kill and do whatever it takes to keep the truth concealed within these high-level degrees of masonry and these secret societies. However, going back to Manly P. Hall's book, it states, part of the symbols are displayed here to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. So this is saying even Freemasons are intentionally misled and told lies to conceal the truth, to make sure the truth is hidden in the high degrees of masonry. So that's it for this video, guys. Thank you all for tapping in. Please leave a like and a subscribe. God bless.
What if I told you that the seasons don't just change the external world, they also change your internal world? They have a psychological and a spiritual effect on your consciousness. If you're new to esotericism, you may not really understand this. But if you have some deep understanding of as above, so below, you already know this. But today we're going to be explaining it in great detail. So tune in, take a pen and paper, maybe make some notes. So we have 4 seasons. The sun is the main source of life on the earth, and it changes the circumstances on the earth in 4 different ways. Of course, we have spring, summer, winter, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the earth due to the sun's cycle. Not only do they take place on the earth, they also take place on you, your body, your mind, your spirit, your consciousness. They change things internally and externally. The first thing we need to understand is that we have a dual nature. We have a mind, and in that mind, we have an internal self. That's what we call the spiritual self. It is the individual that exists within their own mind, within their own consciousness. It is the self that imagines, thinks, feels. That's the spiritual self. And internally, that self is the true self. when it's detached from the false identifications, of course, such as the ego. But the true self dwells within the mind, and that's the immortal self. That's the self that will never die, never perish, that will always be there and it always has been there, the internal self. But on the other side of the mind, the outside of the mind, we have this, what we call our physical human body. This is our external physical body. So outside of us is a physical reality, but inside of us is a spiritual non-physical reality. Inside of us cannot be measured, outside of us can be measured. So we have an internal world and an external world. I think this is the reason why the word individual has the word dual at the end. Dual meaning opposing or two. We have a dual nature, inner world, in the mind, and a self out the mind. And the mind acts as some sort of doorway. It is a doorway into ourself. So in esotericism, this is what it's all about. It's about we work with the internal world. We try and figure out who we are from the inside out, not who we are outside of us. Because we realize that the external world is nothing but a crystallization of what's happening inside of us. Our lives are a result of every single thought that we thought in the past. So let's not get off track here. Let's carry on. As I was discussing the seasons, we have an internal world in the mind and a self outside the mind. And this is reflected even in the cycles of the heavens. This is how you know the universe is intelligently designed, and the law of correspondence corresponds with everything. The law of correspondence is as above, so below. It's not a Hermetic principle. It's not a Freemasonic principle. The law of correspondence, as above, so below, is just the law of life of the universe. It is in everything. So the daytime, the sun, this is external impressions or expressions, should I say. We express ourselves outside the mind, in the outside world, in the material body, taking actions outside of us during this daytime. The sun represents outward expression, the daytime. This is when we wake up, we're conscious, we do things outside of our mind. But then the nighttime comes around and it becomes dark and the moon rules over the nighttime. And we return back to our internal world. We return back to the darkness. We return back to the internal self, the self in the mind. Really is fascinating. And this is as above, so below. This follows the correspondence. This follows the law. Although that the outside world has a cycle of day and night, so does our own mind have this cycle. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's happening outside of us is also happening inside of us. The mind is also going in a cycle. Because in the daytime, the mind wakes up and we express things externally. But when the sun goes away and the electromagnetic rays of the sun are not very strong, our brainwaves decreases, our body activity decreases. It slows down and we return to the internal self. The body switches off and we return to the internal self in the mind. We enter in the doorway of the mind and return to the internal, the spiritual self. And when the body is less active, this is when we are more connected to the internal world, our spiritual true self. So as above, so below corresponds with the day and night, the sun and the moon. The moon represents our internal world, the world inside our mind, the self inside the mind. And the sun represents the external self in the external world. So not only are these cycles happening in nature, the darkness outside of us when the sun goes away is the same darkness that we go within ourselves when we go to sleep. It's the same cycle. Our bodies are in the cycle of the external world also, as above, so below. But then we can even take this even further. This fractals down even further. If we look at the cycle of the yearly cycle of the sun, which is what we call the 12 zodiac signs, we notice that these 4 seasons also take place in every single cycle of the day. So a yearly cycle can be seen as a big version of a daily cycle, or a daily cycle can be seen as a smaller version of a yearly cycle. For example, if we look at Aries, which is spring, this is when the sun springs everything back to life in the spring. This is when the crops start to spring up and start to grow again. But we could see that at 6 a.m. in the morning, when the sun rises and just cracks over the horizon and starts to bring light into our day. Aries is associated with the morning time also as spring. Morning time is a smaller version of spring. Then we look at the summertime. The summertime is midday, when the sun is at the top of the middle of the sky. This is when the sun is most powerful, most radiant in our day. This could be seen as the summertime. Then when the sun starts to set, this is associated with autumn. Autumn time is the sunset. Then the winter time is associated with the nighttime, the midnight, when everything's very dark. So a daily cycle is basically a smaller version of a yearly cycle. And just how I explained how the cycle of the sun outside of us also happens inside of us with our consciousness falling asleep when the sun goes away, is also happening to us on a yearly cycle also. So the daytime is associated with the summer and the nighttime is associated with the winter. The winter is like the inhale. The summer is like the exhale. It's the breath of the universe, just like how we breathe in and out of our lungs. Everything takes this rhythm and polarity, okay? So winter is associated with the self and the world inside of ourselves, inside of our mind, the spiritual self, the internal. Because the winter is when the sun's rays, electromagnetic rays, are not very powerful. And this decreases brainwave activity, making us more connected to our internal world, inside the mind. But the summer's the complete opposite. The summer is when the sun is very, very powerful. And the sun's powerful electromagnetic rays increase brain activity, making us more actionable in the physical world outside of our mind, in the external world. So summer is the daytime and winter is a big version of the nighttime. Vice versa. Just like how in the winter, we're more in the house. We're inside buildings because it's very cold outside. Animals hibernate. They go inside. They go into little places. They collect all their food and prepare for the winter. They go inside. They go in darkness to hibernate. So does our consciousness, our spirit, the self inside of our mind. We can use these cycles to our advantage, to evolve spiritually, to connect and be more balanced. You know, I've mentioned a lot of this inside the university to my members, to the family inside of there. We discussed this. We had a great discussion about this. And, you know, the live calls we have are priceless. The conversations you can have with someone when they're awake, you never forget them. You always have deep, meaningful conversations. And we discussed this deeply, and we were going into some interesting things about how we can use these types of changes in the seasons for our spiritual growth. We even discussed about spring and autumn and how they're associated with the different spiritual bodies that we have. But anyways, let's not get off track. Lucid dreaming, dreaming itself, and astral projections, I find are more easily accessible during the winter and the night times. Like I said, because the brain activity is decreased due to the sun being not powerful, we are more reconnected with the self inside the mind, the spiritual self, the immortal self. Wintertime is a great time to work on yourself, to start to gaining discipline, to meditating, to really working on the subconscious. Because spiritual work is harder than any physical labor. You really got to dig deep within yourself and be honest and true with yourselves. I think this is the reason why, you know, a lot of people convert to spirituality from religion. They come into spirituality and then they go back to religion because they realize spirituality is it's difficult. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to really face the traumas, the negative aspects of yourself, the dark side of yourself, and bring it to light and transform it. And that sort of work is a lot more difficult to do than any physical labor. So the winter time is the time that we go inside ourselves. We reflect a lot more. We need to work on ourselves, on our mind, on our negative habits, on our dark traits, on our things that we have been pushing away and not controlling. The winter time is that time we can really start to connect with the internal self, work on our imagination, work on our mental willpower, work on all of these things like lucid dreaming, astral projections, and purifying ourselves, removing any mental barriers, any negative belief systems that may be subconsciously holding us back. It's easier to access the subconscious in the nighttime and in the winter, especially the winter. That's why I made this video, because we're in autumn now. We're transitioning into the winter. So I thought I'd share this with you all. And it's important to understand that you are a microcosm of God. Like I said, the law of correspondence associates with everything in the universe, people. Everything. And that's the best thing with the law of correspondence. And I've been using this for the past 3 to 4 years, right? The law of correspondence has determined and filtered out so many lies that was given to me, that's given to you, that's given to everyone in the world. The law of correspondence is like a filter. If someone gives you a piece of information, for example, gravity, and it does not apply with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie, because it's a universal thing. What happens inside of me also happens outside of me. What happens in my astral world happens in my material world, more than likely. As above, so below corresponds with everything. The same structure in my veins, in my nervous system. It's the same structure in the trees, in galaxies, in everything. As above, so below. The universe is a fractal universe. Therefore, the point that I was getting at is that you are a microcosm of God. The same mind that God manifested things through thinking. He thought the stars, the earth, nature, the human body, designed everything with the God mind. He thought everything into existence. And that mind, them powers that God used to manifest everything into physical existence through the power of thought, is the same mind that you possess, but on a smaller scale. God manifested the macrocosm through thought, as the universe is a mental universe. Everything you see around you was thought, then manifested into physical reality. God manifested the macrocosm, the world, through thought, and that same force of thought you use to create the microcosm, to create your own world. You think your life into reality, your world into reality. Your body is a microcosm, a miniature universe. Every thought you think commands 50 trillion cells in your body, and your cells religiously execute on every command that you give it. You're in charge of 50 trillion cells. You're literally commanding a whole civilization inside your body. And this is how you are a reflection of the divine. The God mind created the macrocosm, the world, and you create your own world inside that world using the same power as thought. Very powerful. So everything that happens outside of you is also happening inside of you. The law of correspondence is the most important, the law that you could possibly learn, because it makes everything so clear for you in the universe. Makes life so clear. You see the reality for what it truly is. It's a reflection of the higher dimensions. Just like how reality right now is a reflection of what's happening inside of people's minds and consciousness. We can't blame the elites for all the negative things that's happening in reality, because all the negative things that's happening in reality is the negative things that's happening in people's minds. We need to take control of ourselves. So with that being said, thank you all, everyone. If you wish to read more, 90% of you watching this video have already got this book. I want to say thank you for your support. It means the world to me. It makes me research more and write more books. And the book of symbolism is coming very soon. So thank you, everyone. I'll leave a link in the description for the university, for the live calls, and for the book if you wish to join. Have an amazing day.
So this is known as the bag of the gods. This symbolism is widely known, but no one knows what it truly symbolizes. We see this in ancient Sumerian artwork. We see this in the Mayans' artwork. We always see this bag with the gods. What does this actually represent? Okay, so the bag itself represents carrying. Carrying what? It represents information. It represents knowledge. Your mind is the carrier of the information. So this is why in his left hand, he carries the bag, and the right hand has the pine cone. This represents carrying of information. Why is it a bag? A bag can be passed on to someone else. The information can be taught to someone else. This is the information of activation of the pineal gland or higher consciousness of humans. Because as humans, we all possess an animal nature, the nature that tells us to eat, to steal, to gain material wealth, to survive, to hate. This is our animal self. This is our animal behavior. But we also have a divine nature of consciousness, which we have access to, the higher planes of consciousness, the planes that manipulate this material world and create all things in this material world. The human mind has access to. The animal does not. The animal has no idea he exists. The animal has no inner dialogue, but humans have the inner dialogue. Humans can create infinitely. We can expand our minds infinitely into new realms of thought. So we have this higher divine nature and a lower nature. This bag of the gods is basically just representing the knowledge they possess of higher consciousness, of the higher aspect of life. Okay? Which is the activation of the pineal. The pine cone. The pine cone is in his right hand. The right represents wisdom. The left represents intellect, knowledge. Knowledge and wisdom are two separate things. Wisdom is applied knowledge. It's a feminine aspect. Knowledge is just gained information that you know, which is masculine. So in his right hand, he holds the pine cone. The pine cone can be opened and shut. The shut pine cone represents the asleep human being, the human being that exists in his lower nature, that just basically survives, lives on eating, consumption, material lust, living in chaos with his emotions, living in a place of hell. This is the animal nature. Then we have the awakened human, the one who has consciousness of himself, the one who looks within himself, the one who knows there is more to him when he looks in the mirror. He is far more than just the physical body. He is a divine spiritual being, a divine being who has limitless potential of creation into the material plane. So this represents the awakened. This represents the asleep. This is why he carries the pine cone in his right hand. It represents applied knowledge. This is the information. This is the intellect he possesses. And this is the applied knowledge of the awakening, of activation of the pineal gland. Because remember, the pineal gland is not your consciousness. The pine, pin, pineals, the same root word. Pine cones were always symbolizing the state of consciousness one was living in, whether he was asleep or awake. We see this at the Vatican. We see the pine cone over the two pillars. This is the two pillars of Freemasonry, and the dome. This is the Royal Arch of Freemasonry. This represents your head. This is the two pillars, the two hemispheres, and the pine cone in the middle, which is the pineal gland. What is the pineal gland? The pineal gland is not your consciousness. It is not the third eye, and it is not the mind. It's not the mind's eye. The pineal gland is a radio receiver. This is your body. Your body is an antenna. Most people think they are this body. This body is nothing but a receiver and a downloader of consciousness. Your brain does not produce consciousness. You are not this brain in your head. This brain is a downloader of consciousness. Consciousness comes from a way higher divine plane, which is what this image is showing here with the clouds. The mind is light. Consciousness is light. And this light is coming down into the material plane, and your body is basically a crystal antenna which is receiving and downloading this consciousness. So you can experience a three-dimensional reality. So God can experience himself in a divided, separate state. This is what this represents. Now, the pineal gland can be activated, okay, and stimulated because the pineal gland has phytoluminescent crystallized jagged-shaped cells on it. And obviously, these are crystals. Crystals are on your pineal gland. And what do crystals do? Radios use crystals. Your phone uses crystals. They tell you that crystals are woo-woo and pseudoscience because they don't want you to know the power of crystals. Your body is basically a giant crystal. Your pineal gland is a radio receiver for your consciousness. So if they can ruin your pineal gland and damage it, this will damage your connection to the divine, to your true self, to consciousness, to God, whatever you want to call it, the source. There is all one source consciousness, and we're all collectively connected to it. And this is our connection. This is our antenna. So what a radio does, a radio has an antenna, and the frequencies are all around us because all the radios are playing in your ear right now. But what the antenna of a radio does is tune into a specific frequency to pick up that frequency and play that frequency. It's the same with your consciousness. You're all a fraction of God's consciousness. So that is essentially what we are looking at here. We're seeing knowledge, intellect in the left hand, and applied knowledge, activation of waking up to higher consciousness, to the higher human form. Because we can reach beyond our physical form. We can turn our animal self into a divine being, into one of these so-called gods. These gods are nothing but human beings. The Anunnaki were not gods. They didn't come from the sky. These are normal, regular human beings who activated their higher consciousness. This is what we have here. This represents spirit. Birds represent spirit. So, do we have any questions? I'll take some questions now. That was just a short lecture on what that symbol truly means. Okay. So, if we have any questions, feel free to go ahead and ask some questions. Anything that you don't understand, anything that you want to know. Okay. So base reality would be where source resides. Yes, the base reality is your consciousness. Are these lectures available in the university? There's a whole section, basically inside the university, there's a whole section with like over 30 long form lectures like this. So the base reality is where the source resides. Yes, the base reality is your inner world, your consciousness. That is the only thing that exists. Your outer world is just an effect of your consciousness. Your consciousness, everything that has gone on within the mind and emotion, is pushed outwards into your reality. You have thought and felt your way into your external circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, your inner world of consciousness is creating and molding your outer world. The best way to keep connection consistent, the best way to keep your connection to the divine or the higher planes of consciousness is through meditation and through imagination. Imagination is the fourth dimension. It is the astral plane. That screen that you have in your mind is not a physical screen. That is the divine plane of the astral. And this is essentially where all objects of this material world comes from. The phone that you are holding, the laptop you're watching this on, whatever you're doing, every single object you see in your room that you are in right now began inside of the plane of imagination. This is not a physical plane. This is a metaphysical plane that you have access to. And you have the ability to bring down this plane into physical form. That's what we call manifestation. That's what the ancients called magic. This is what we now call in science metaphysics. It's all the same thing. So yes, you all have access to the divine planes. Unlike animals, this is why humans are so advanced. Okay. Is the pineal able to constantly activated, or is it just a temporary experience? I don't fully understand that question, unfortunately. Maybe you could word it in a different way. The real meditations on the university, legit, y'all, yes. In order to connect to consciousness, you need to sit in meditation and turn off your feelings, and the feeling of unity will come. Do I understand correctly? Yes, that is correct. So when you sit in silence and in stillness, I highlight the word stillness because stillness, when you are still, no information from your nervous system is being decoded by the brain. So when your body is still and does not move, your nervous system starts to relax and comes to a balanced state. Your brain starts to relax, it comes to a balanced state. The left and the right brain stop working, the nervous system stops working. Then, once the body, the material body is shut down, you then have access to consciousness. You can't access consciousness if the body's in such a busy state. If electricity is being fired every 2 seconds, your whole body's electrical. When you move your foot, that's electricity being fired from the brain to the foot instantly through the nervous system. Your brain, your whole body is a technological machine. So you must shut down the technological machine to access the divine that exists beyond the technological machine. Do you understand that? Did we create ourselves from the higher plane? When you say yes, you created yourself, you manifested yourself in this material form for a reason in this specific time and place. Wisdom books, are these available inside the university? Yes, they are. So anyone who joins the university, they all gain 50% off the store. So you can get anything off, anything you want inside the store for 50% off. Plus, you get the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 PDF for free. You get the Human Health Guide. Plus, you get all of the library books. There's a loads of different books on occultism, symbolism, esotericism. Do you need to place your attention somewhere specific during meditation? You can do. Okay, you can do. So if you struggle, when you first start to meditate and you struggle to turn off the thoughts, think of the back of the brain, the back of your head. Don't think of it, place your attention on it. Okay. So when you place your attention on the back of the brain, this now shuts off thought because the back of the brain doesn't have any activation to do with thought. The front brain does, the neocortex. That's all to do with activation of thinking. So place your attention on either the back of the brain or your breath. What's more important, creating yourself or finding yourself? It's balance of both. So in order for you to create fully, you must have awareness of self and awareness of thought and control over the mental dialogue, the inner voice inside of you. Okay. When you control that inner voice, that is when you gain power. That inner voice is what brings commands into physical reality. Before you kick a football, there is a change in consciousness. There's a decision made in consciousness before the body takes the action. Therefore, every physical manifestation is a change of inner consciousness before it's a physical reality. You can have the reality you want through consciousness before physically having it. That's the secret to creating. But you must believe it like you know the sun is going to rise in the morning. That's how much you should know that you have that reality in consciousness through feeling and thought and imagination. And that's how you can truly create in your reality. Shrooms help with consciousness or ego. I can't really talk about that because I'm maybe uploading this to YouTube, unfortunately. But we need to clean our pineal gland first from calcification. Yes, definitely. You should go on a detox the body. Because you can't really connect with consciousness if your body is in such a dirty state. Because the brain is, your nervous system is in a state of fight or flight, trying to fight off all these toxins. So when you meditate, you're probably going to be having thoughts all the time because your brain's firing, your nervous system's being attacked through toxins. So you must detox to have a true connection with the divine. Your diet plays a big role in your spirituality and mentality. What is the most optimal food for pure consciousness? Fruits and vegetables. They possess consciousness. So when you place them inside of you, they're syncing with your consciousness. How to check the cleanliness of your body, your skin, your teeth, your tongue, your mouth. If your skin has spots, different colors on it, you're not clean because your skin is a reflection of your inner organs. Coffee's not the best for you. Coffee gives you fake energy. Okay. So what coffee does, that buzz you get off coffee is actually the toxic effect of the chemicals reacting with your body. If I'm inside the university and wanted to buy your book, you said it would be 50% off because we are your student. Is that automatic or we need to have a code? You will have a code. Yes, I'm going to releasing a code for all the students after this. Caffeine equals neurotoxin. Yes, it fries your Your brain, it fries your nervous system, it fries your dopamine receptors. Will the Q&A last week about money symbolism be posted? Oh, I didn't post that. That's my bad. I totally forgot. I will post that after this. Thank you for reminding me. How to detox the body. The best way to detox the body is going through a week cleanse of fruit. So only consume fruit, sea moss, and cayenne pepper, and lots of freshly pressed juice. Do that for a week or 2 weeks, depending on how you feel, and then start to fast. You will lose weight, but you're not losing weight. You're losing impurities. It's good to do this every couple months, to just go on a raw fruit diet, cleanse the body, push everything out, and then start to fast while consuming sea moss and having lots of freshly squeezed juices. What is an alternative for coffee? Something with high energy levels. Okay, we're not taught the most simplest thing about the human body. It is an electromagnetic machine. It's electrical. It runs off electricity. The only energy you need is electricity, and that is found in fruits, vegetables. If you want energy, drink pure, fresh, pressed juice. That will give you more energy, more electricity than coffee. Can we cleanse ourselves through oil pulling? Do you recommend it? I do oil pulling every day with coconut oil in my mouth. Celery juice is a good one, very good one. Yes, celery juice. Any more questions? What kind of music do you listen to when lifting? For me, rap, hip hop push me work harder, but I know it's terrible for my subconscious. Yes, very. At least you're aware of it. You should be definitely try and stay away from the hip hop music. Try and stay away from anything that's talking about anything negative, because it's all programming your subconscious. And your belief system is your reality, people. Your belief system is your reality. Okay. So look after your subconscious. That's what's controlling your actions. 90% of your actions on a daily basis are controlled through your subconscious beliefs. Okay. I listen to a lot of Pastel Ghost. I listen to a lot of let me get my playlist up. It's all like background music for TikTok. Do you know what I mean? Like Pastel Ghost. That's mainly what I listen to. That sort of music. I don't know what it's kind of called. I don't know what that genre is called. Does anyone know what that genre is actually called? Because there's not much words in it. The reason I listen to it is because there's not much words in it, and it helps the subconscious. And I just love that music. Like lofi, yeah, a bit of lofi. Uh, most people won't even know this type of music. Can you tell us how you use cayenne pepper? So I mix it with freshly squeezed orange juice every morning. So first thing I have, empty stomach, I have a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, mix it in and just down it every morning, and sometimes at night. The feeling you get in your stomach after putting cayenne pepper on an empty stomach is absolutely amazing. It tingles in your stomach. It kills parasites. It kills all horrible organisms. Mix it with hot water. Yes, hot water and key lime water. That I bet that's powerful. If you mixed warm water with key lime with cayenne pepper in first thing in the morning, I can imagine how powerful that is. I've never done that, but I'm going to try that. I'll try and stay away from it. I don't know whether it's good, don't know whether it's bad. I'm kind of mixed on it, mixed information. I've heard people have benefits. I've heard other people say stay away from it. So I don't know. I just stay away from it. I'm not too sure on it. I drink fresh pressed celery juice every morning. Yeah, definitely. Is there any chance we could move to esoteric occult questions? The only reason I say that is because I might be posting this to YouTube, so it's like I don't want them. I don't want them thinking I'm giving health advice because I'm not. This is what I do. I'm not giving anyone medical advice. This is what I would do to myself. Because I can probably get in trouble for that. So the subconscious is the all-knowing. It is the all-seeing eye. The subconscious knows everything. Your conscious mind does not. Your subconscious knows every single cell in your body. Your subconscious is making your heart beat. It's talking to your heart. It's talking to every organ, every cell in your body is being connected and spoken to by your subconscious mind. It is the all-knowing. The subconscious has access to the astral plane, imagination, the fourth dimension. It has access to the mental plane, thoughts. It has access to the ethereal plane, energy. And has access to your physical body. It's the door. It's the portal. The subconscious is the portal to the divine. You must go through the subconscious in order to access the divine. Any coupon codes for book 2? Yes, inside the university, there will be a 50% off coupon code. Speaking of ancient civilizations, why did they use symbols to give us true knowledge? This is a very, very good question. Very good question indeed. The reason they use symbols is because symbols are their keys. They hide meanings. They hide things. For example, if it was written down, if all of this sacred knowledge that I'm speaking now was written down, it can be easily taken. It can be easily misused. Someone can take it, read it, and steal it and misuse it and abuse the world and create horrible things. The reason they use symbols is because they're hidden. They hide the teachings. Only the ones who possess the key, that possess the knowledge, can read the symbol. So the symbols act as a guard towards this higher wisdom, this higher knowledge, which gives you power. All of the knowledge I teach you gives you power. And you can misuse it. You can misuse your imagination. You have no clue, unless you've put this into action, how powerful your inner consciousness is. You can become Okay, listen. If you hate your job, it's not the job that you hate. Think about it. It's not the job that you hate. The hate is coming from your inner consciousness. It's the state of consciousness that you hate. So what does that tell you? You can change that inner consciousness to another reality, the feeling of another reality. You can become that consciousness within before you actually externally have it. And by becoming and knowing that reality, that's what produces effect on shaping your outer world. When you really, truly know that reality inside of you, of being free, of being wealthy, of having abundance, your outer world has no other choice but to rearrange itself to your new inner state of consciousness. That's what magic is. It's manipulating your inner state of consciousness. It's convincing yourself that you already have it, not believing it, knowing it. Okay? Knowing is different than believing. Believing is a lie. You should know thyself. Okay? So we can say that human overpopulation is intentional. There is no human overpopulation. We're all cramped in these cities. We're all cramped into one little place. We're not supposed to live like that. We're not supposed to live so cramped. This is why there's so many weirdos out in public. So many weird people doing weird things. This is when things start to go weird, and we shouldn't be living in this state, in this condensed state. We should be spread out. Okay. There is no overpopulation. It's just an illusion because we all lived in such. Have you ever been on a plane? Have you seen how much land there is? It's crazy. There's no overpopulation. And how many people do they say there's in the world? There's not that many people in the world that they say. I think it's like 8 billion. I think they say there's 8 billion people. There's not 8 billion people. There's probably more like 2 billion. And the reason I say that is because I have a friend who only has like 300K followers. That's a lot of followers, okay? And he gets recognized everywhere he goes. And he's into all this stuff. And he says, listen, the population is definitely not 8 billion or whatever they say. I think it's like a couple billion. It's probably more like a billion. How to properly manifest intentions. Thought, emotion, and imagination are the key. You must know that you have that reality. Don't believe it. Become that reality within your consciousness. All day long, as much as possible. Feel it. Imagine it. Say it. And have zero doubt. How to have zero doubt. You can't, well, okay, so the doubt, that little voice that will seep into your mind saying, you can't do that. You can't do this. That's your old voice of your subconscious program. Listen, the reason why most people fail in life is because they have trained their subconscious that they will fail. They have told and believed that they will fail. The reason I will succeed for the rest of my life is because I have trained my subconscious to say, I will win, I will succeed, I will solve any problem. That's my belief system. And if my belief system is that, then my external reality, my conscious mind will seek a way to fulfill that belief. It will seek to control and create that belief in my external world. It will seek to solve any problem. I've trained my subconscious mind to know that I already have the reality, to know that I'm abundant, to know that I have everything that I already need. Therefore, if any problem comes, I can sort it straight away. But most people have a different belief. It's not your fault. We've been kind of manipulated and told this, that they will fail, that they can't do anything, that it's too hard. And that basically casts a spell on the conscious mind, where your conscious mind is just like, no, I can't do that, because of this subconscious belief that you hold. So you must reprogram your subconscious that you can do it, that you will solve any problem, and that you are abundant. That's the reason why successful people succeed. It's because they have a complete different mind state, a complete different belief system in their subconscious. Do you offer mentoring? Yes, I do offer mentoring, but it's mainly for people who want to grow their online presence, and for the amount of value and transformation that I can place into your life, and the time that, well, the price of my time, it will be a higher price tag. but your life will completely change if you join my mentoring. Because I will transmute your life. I will transmute your mind, and I will transmute your whole reality. Because I could tell you exactly what you need to do. How to have super genius power pulling information from the source. Okay, so you can do this. I talked about this in Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, if you've read it. This is a technique that Albert Einstein used. This is a technique that Thomas Edison used. This is a technique that all of the ancient geniuses have used. So you get on a chair, you place metal below you or plates, and you hold a metal ball in your hand, and you fall asleep. And every time you fall asleep on the chair, you're going to drop the ball because your body will become unconscious. And you will basically drop the ball and it will wake you up because it's going to hit and make a loud bang on the plate. And every time you go to sleep, basically what this is actually doing is shifting your consciousness from conscious into the subconscious. So from physical into the astral. Your consciousness is shifting between these two planes. And as you do this, you can bring down great ideas from these higher planes. So when you fall asleep, have an intention. And when you fall asleep, you'll drop the ball. And when you wake back up, you'll have an idea and you just got to write it down. How to balance chakras. Don't focus on balancing your chakras. Focus on the mind. The mind is the cause of the chakras being blocked. If you have a blocked throat chakra, this is a problem in your mind, not the chakra. You see, the chakras are a result of the mind. You transmute the mind, you can transmute the chakras and cleanse them. So was Jesus a real man that walked? Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. Like, some of the things that I say in my reels, they are to catch attention. So if I say the first thing on the reel, Jesus never existed, straight away, you see that, it's going to trigger you. It's going to trigger Christians. It's going to trigger people. So yes, I do say things to catch attention. The reason I do that is because I have to in order to catch attention. Maybe there was a Jesus who walked. So in the past, I have said Jesus never existed. Yes, this is to catch attention, to boost the reels, views, and comments and stuff like that. Maybe there was a man who was called Jesus and walked the earth. But listen, he was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. Jesus represents an archetype. He represents morals. He represents a way of living that you should embody in your life, not to worship. We shouldn't be worshiping this man. We should be embodying his qualities into our lives so we can become Christ consciousness, so we can live in harmony with our mind, emotions, body, and spirit. Okay? He was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. We are all God experiencing himself in a three-dimensional divided form. God is oneness, and he created a divided world so he can experience himself. Why do you quote from the Freemasons oft times? I don't recall me looking at Freemason quotes and quote them. I just simply, when I post a quote, I literally just, whatever comes to my head, I just whack it into Telegram or Twitter. Are dreams tied to your subconscious, and how do you understand them? Okay. Dreams and astral projection are two different things. Astral projection is your soul leaving this plane into the collective consciousness, into the collective mind, the collective astral plane. But dreams are basically the astral plane, but it's your personal astral plane in your personal subconscious. So when you dream, you're entering your own consciousness, you're entering your own subconscious. every character, every event that happens to you, everything that is said to you, everything that happens to you in your dream is yourself pushed outwards, and you're basically experiencing your own mind. If something scary comes up in your dream, this is your belief, this is something in the back of your mind materializing and coming to you and showing itself to you. So in order to understand your dreams, it's basically suppressed emotions, suppressed thoughts, all lingering in your subconscious materialized. Okay. A few months ago, I'd have concurrent dreams of getting in a car crash that lasted for months. Then one day, out of nowhere, I got into a really bad accident, and that low-key bugged me out. I didn't know if my mind was trying to warn me or what. You can explain that. Okay. If you are having dreams about having a car crash, this is a belief. Okay, so let me tell you something. Let's say you're a drug dealer, okay? And you live in fear every single day of the police coming to you. This dealer every day is worried, he's scared, and he lives in fear of the police getting him. He was believing it. This fear, this emotion he was feeling on a regular basis, repetition, and the emotion is basically impressing your subconscious. It's impressed his subconscious that deeply that he now believes it. It's now become a belief. So one day the dealer gets caught and he goes to prison. Let me tell you something. He placed himself there because he created a program, a belief in his subconscious of the police. And his external reality is now in a prison cell. But that prison cell is just an external manifestation of the prison cell of fear he installed in his subconscious mind. The four walls he's now trapped in is just basically an externalization of his own belief system that he created through consciousness, through the subconscious. If you embedded your belief that you will be in a car crash, you will be in a car crash. He placed himself there. He materialized that reality through the thought, through the emotion, through the belief. He put himself there. You see? So if you were having dreams, this was maybe, it could have been anything. You could have watched a program when you were a child about a car crash, and that maybe scared you. Or you saw a car crash when you were very young, and that scared you, and that impressed your subconscious. Then you had a dream about it. Then you started to believe it. And then one day, bang, it happens. That's the power of the subconscious mind. It holds control over you. It holds control over every aspect of your reality, of your being. So I hope you all enjoyed this live. I'll see you all inside Ethereal University. I'll be posting another lecture this week. And yeah, let me hold on. As above, so below. This is one of the most crucial teachings within esotericism, occultism, or what we like to call it today, spirituality. I don't like calling it spirituality because it's not spirituality. I teach human consciousness. I teach the science of you and your consciousness alone and your being. And in order to fully understand you and this world around you, you must understand this number one principle of as above, so below. There is many misconceptions of this, and there is many simple teachings of this. But I'm going to break it down today from the most simplest to the most complex, and you will see the connections between all things. This is the most important lesson you could ever learn, and I'm going to teach it you today. So what you must understand is with the term as above, so below, it applies with everything you see in this world and about yourself. We have something called the macro, which means the bigger scale. On the bigger scale, we have the whole earth. If we look down from the sky on top of rivers, this is what we see. We see this tree pattern. Then on a smaller scale, we see trees have this same pattern. Then we look even closer. We're going smaller and smaller into the leaves of the tree. We see the same pattern. Then we go even more micro into the human brain and look at the human brain cells, and we see the same pattern. This is proof this is a fractal universe, and everything is in the micro is reflected in the macro. As above, so below. As within, so without. On the macro is a reflection of the micro. So now that you understand this, we can go a bit further. A yearly cycle of spring, summer, fall, winter is a macro. A micro is a daily cycle. So a day is a mini year. The summer is the midday. Autumn is the evening. Night is the winter. And spring is the morning. This is a macro, a reflection. We have a miniature cycle of the zodiac every single day. And this cycle is also reflecting the cycle of life and death. We live, we are born, which is the spring. We live, which is the summer. We then age, which is the autumn. And then we die, which is the winter. And then we are reborn again. This is the cycle of life and death. And you do this every single day. You see, death is a macrocosm of sleep. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. Because you die every single night. You do this process of life and death every single day. As above, so below. What's in the micro is in the macro. So when you go to sleep, you are essentially dying. And then in the morning when you wake up, you are then born again. This is a fractal cycle that we live in. Everything in this whole world is fractal. Everything applies to as above, so below. We have the sun, we have the moon, we have the day, we have the night. We have the life, we have the death. We have the conscious, we have sleep. As above, so below. We have the conscious mind, because now we're diving into as within, so without. As above, so below more refers to the external world. As within, so without is referring to your inner world and the outer world. What you must understand is about yourself. You exist in two realms. You're an individual. The dual nature of you. You exist in two realms at once. You have an inner world of your thought, emotion. This is the inner world that no one else can see but yourself. And you have an outer world with a physical body which everyone can see. So you exist in two worlds. You have the inner voice, you have the outer physical voice, which I'm speaking to you with now. But I also have an inner voice, which no one can hear, only but me. So you exist in the light and you exist in the darkness. The sun represents your external self, your physical, conscious mind. The moon represents your shadow self, the inner self, the psyche self, the spirit self. There is an as above, so below. The sun is within you. The moon is within you. Everything is within you. Now that you understand as above, so below, what is your body? Your body is a miniature earth. Let me repeat, your body is an earth. Your body is the earth. Okay? Because like I say many times in all of my videos, you are not in the world. The world is you. You are the universe. Your brain is a computer creating this reality. What you see with your eyes is produced in the back of the brain called the visual cortex. You don't look into the world, the brain produces the world, the body produces the world. When you touch something, you're not actually touching something. This is the electrical nervous system. When you touch something, what you feel is actually electrical signals on your nervous system reporting back to your brain. Therefore, when this body dies, you leave the earth because this body is the earth. Okay? As above, so below. You have the mental plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane, and the physical plane. This is essential for understanding reality and the teaching of as above, so below. Everything in this material plane began in the thinking mind. For example, the microphone I'm speaking into, the phone you're watching this video off, or the laptop or iPad. Where did this begin? It didn't begin in the factory. The first ever place this item begun was in the mind of an individual. The invisible realms of mind is where all physical things and physical items begun. Essentially, this physical plane is the effect of the thinking mind. This world is the world of effect. It's the world of outcomes. When you see something, it is already manifest. It is already being manifested. It is an effect. And in the effect of the cause, which is the thinking mind. Therefore, the mind creates thoughts, which is the mental plane. Then after thoughts creates imagination, which is the astral plane. These two are spiritual. They are non-physical. So spirit kind of means non-physical. Then you have the physical planes, the etheric and the physical plane. As above, so below. What happens in the mind is manifest on the physical plane. Like I said, the phone that you are holding, it was a thought, and then it brought down into a physical reality. As above, so below. You change the mind, you change your reality. Your environment, the word environment has ment in it because your environment is mental. So now that you understand this, so what is the world around you? The world around you was created by the mind of God. It was manifested through God's thought. So you are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. God thought you into existence. But like I said, we are all fractals. Everything is fractal. If God exists, this means that you are God, as above, so below. God created you through the thinking mind, and he gave you a thinking mind. So God created the macrocosm. God created the macro, the whole world. He designed the whole world, the sun, the stars, the moving. He designed this. But then he gave you the thinking mind to design your own life and create your own life in his world. You are a microcosm of God's macrocosm. Just like God thought you into existence and the whole world into existence, you are a microcosm thinking your world, your reality into existence. You see this now? Everything is a reflection. Everything is a mirror. Everything is fractal. So in order for you to change your reality, you must change these higher planes. Your thought and imagination are the two key aspects of creating physical reality. Every object you see around you was begun in these higher planes of the non-physical, and they were brought out of spirit into physical matter through the thinking mind and physical action. So now we're going to get a bit deeper. The brain is not the mind. Now that you understand, we have spirit and matter. As above, so below. You have a non-physical side of reality and a physical side of reality. The mind is the spiritual brain. The brain is a physical manifestation, a physical effect of the mind. The mind uses the brain to operate in the physical world, and it's the same with the heart. The soul manifests itself physically through the heart. The heart is a physical manifestation of the soul, of the emotion, thought and emotion, the mind and the soul, the brain and the heart, heaven and earth. So you have the inner world and the outer world, the spiritual, non-physical, and the physical. So we are all on this process of awakening and expansion of our minds into new fields of thought, into new fields of awakening ourselves. Because essentially we are born into this world. But you are born many, many times. You can be born physically and you can be born spiritually. Like I said, everything is fractal. So just like when the baby finds out that there is a world outside of its mother, what does the baby do? The baby seeks a way out of its mother, and then the baby is now born into a new world, a world outside of its mother's womb. It's the same with you and your spiritual process. As your mind becomes aware that there are other realities beyond your physical body, it then seeks a way out. And this is why you are probably watching my YouTube, because you are now on the path. Something within you has guided you to this path of knowledge, truth, enlightenment, and expanding your consciousness. And it is your soul who brought you here. Your soul speaks through emotion, like guidance. Emotion is the language of the soul. When you feel very bad, this is your soul telling you you're not in the right place. You're doing the wrong things. Because the soul is always unfolding its purpose, which is expansion and learning. That is it. The mastery of the self and the learning of the mind is the only thing that counts in the end after this life. So you are on a journey of expansion, of learning, creating, and spiritual rebirth. As above, so below. What does this body tell you? When I see someone overweight, I don't see the overweight. I don't see the body. I see the mind. I see an undisciplined mind. I see a mind that lacks self-control. I see a mind that seeks external validation. That's what I see when I see an overweight person. I don't see his body. I see the result of his mind. Because what does the Bible tell you? You shall know them by their fruits. It's the same saying as above, so below. You shall know them by their fruit. The fruit is their manifestation. Your body is a direct correlation and manifestation of your mind. Your inner world projects your outer world. As within, so without. As above, so below. Now, what do you see when you see this man's body? I see discipline. I see strength, mental strength, not physical strength. I see mental resilience of pain. Because all of this man's mental energy has been manifested physically within his muscle. This body is a direct manifestation of this man's mind's pain and suffering. And it shows discipline. This is why people instantly respect you if you are in shape. You walk into a room and you are in shape, people will instantly give you respect because they know that you are mentally disciplined. The body is a reflection of your inner world, and it's the same with your friends, your family, your connections with people. If you think about yourself very negatively all the time, and you don't have a good connection with yourself, you don't have a connection with your true self, this will manifest into every single relationship you have in your life. If you don't have a good relationship with your inner self, you don't have a good relationship with the people and the friends around you. Because as within, so without. If you think negative about yourself, you will see you will only pick up the negative in other people. If I think very highly of myself and I think very happy and good things about myself, I will then see the good things in other people, because it's as above, so below. As the inner world is, so is the outer world. It's the same with your life circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. If you possess millions of pounds, millions of dollars, this is because you have thought this into physical reality. You live the life you are deserved. You live the life that you manifest through your thoughts. If you live a very poor life, this is a reflection of your mind. This is a reflection of what you have thought into physical existence. Because like I said, everything begins in the mind, as above, so below. And this is even present within the body. So where is the head? The head is at the very top of the body. And where does all manifestation begin? In the mind. That's where the mind is. Heart, which is the emotion. Every thought we think is in the emotion. Every thought we think creates an emotion. This emotion then drives the action. Where does the action come from? The feet, because the feet move our body. We move with our feet to take action. Our hands. You see, so the body is even a micro reflection. I can't even say it. Reflection of the order of manifestation. This blew my mind when I figured this out. You see, the head, the thoughts begin here. This is the beginning of all manifestation. Then it comes down to the heart. This is the emotion. Then you take the action. The thought and emotion then sparks the action, which is taken with the hands and the feet. And where's the lowest point on the body? The feet, and that's touching the physical earth. So the head is where the thought is, the non-physical, and the lowest point on the body, which is touching the physical earth. So the head represents spirit, the feet represent matter, spirit and matter. Your room, if I walk into your room and I see a messy room, I don't see the room, I see a messy mind. The room is a reflection of the mind. If you have a messy room, this is your mind. It's an externalization of your unsorted mind, undisciplined mind. So like I said, we are all God, and we must find the God self within us. And I teach all of this inside the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is not just a book, this is a revolution. This is the beginning of a new age with this book. If you have read it, I congratulate you. You should feel very proud of yourself if you have an open mind. You should feel proud of yourself for watching these videos, because not many people have an open mind. Remember this, people. You are special if you're watching these videos. You have the mind. You have the ability to see through the illusion. And I take my hat off to you. You want to take this to the next step? Read the book. Or if you want to take it to the serious levels, join the university. The university, you gain access to every piece of my material that I've ever done, all of my books, all of my lectures that are hidden from YouTube, that are hidden from everywhere else, the lectures that give you real power. And if you feel alone on this journey, we have a conscious community where you can connect with like-minded individuals, because I've been there. I've been there when you feel lonely, because you feel like no one else is thinking the way you are feeling. You can't talk to people about these things because people just think you're crazy. That's why I put together this, so we can connect, so we can unite, so you can connect with people, so you don't feel crazy about thinking about this stuff, learning about this stuff. And if you truly want to level up your life, people, and take your studies serious, this is for you. We do live calls, we do lectures. There's a whole library filled with books you can read. It's the perfect place for the truth seeker. I thank you all for joining. Please leave a like, a comment, a subscribe. Let me know any future videos you want me to make in the comments. Thank you all. Have an amazing day. Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, helping you discover yourself and expand your consciousness into new realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom. In this video, we're going to be breaking down the occult and esoteric meaning of the tarot card, the Magician. This contains many layers of symbolism. Let's get straight into this. So if we look at the card of the Magician, the first thing we notice is this gesture, his hands. We have one hand up, one hand down. This corresponds to the teaching and the principle of the universe called the law of correspondence, also known as above, so below. As above, so below pretty much corresponds with everything in the whole world and life. Everything functions underneath this law. It teaches that everything below in the material plane does not exist on its own. Physical life does not create itself. It is not independent. It cannot sustain itself. Everything below in the material plane has its spiritual counterpart within the heavenly realms of higher consciousness dimensions. Everything above manifests that which is below. It's simply representing how reality is dual and you are dual. You have a self outside the mind, which is the physical body, and a self inside the mind, the spiritual self. While most people are fixated on the external self, the physical body, they never give attention to their internal self, the self inside the mind. The self inside the mind is limitless, has infinite potential, and is not bound to any true form or identity. The internal self is the immortal self, the higher self. It is the self that can turn anything, any thought, into a form within the realm of imagination. This is what we call the astral plane. The astral plane being a plane or a dimension that sits just above the physical plane, and it's the realm of imagination, emotion, and desire. Because in order for us to imagine something, we have some sort of emotion or desire to create it. Therefore, it is the astral energy, the desire and the imagination of something above in the higher realms and dimensions of consciousness that make it possible and physically created within the material realm. It is the astral forces of desire manifesting the actions of the physical body, because the physical body only moves to what we care about or we have a passion or desire. These forces, what we call passion and desire, are not just chemical reactions in your body. They are astral forces directly coming from your astral body. We think with thought. This is the beginning of all creation. We think, we imagine, we desire, then we act. It is the higher realms first, then the external realm, the material. Higher dimensions over the lower dimensions. This fits in perfect with the magician, because a magician is not someone, like Harry Potter shows you with wands casting spells. This is fantasy. The real magic is about changing consciousness at will, because consciousness above creates that which is below, the material, as within, so without. Reality is created from the inside out. So the magician understands that by changing consciousness, we change our external circumstances. You see this reflected in your life, and I've seen this reflected in my life. When you change your consciousness, for example, you start to spiritually awaken. You start to think differently, see the world differently. What happens to your external reality? Notice your friends start to say you've changed. You may not fit in with your current friendship circle. Your friends will change and you will outgrow them, and you'll have to seek to find new friends that fit with your new internal state of consciousness. This is teaching that the internal world rearranges the external world. While most people stay in a cycle of trying to change the external world, not realizing that they must first change the internal. This is what magic is about. Magic is about changing consciousness at will. Because when a magician holds the ability to direct all forces of their consciousness to a specific reality within them, to create that form and reality within the internal self, they can actually start to produce change in the external reality. We have masculine forces of consciousness, feminine forces of consciousness. The feminine forces of consciousness are imagination, intuition, emotion. The active masculine forces of consciousness are willpower, actions, and intellect, thinking. When we combine the imagination, seeing the reality within our mind, forming the reality within our spiritual vision, the internal vision of the soul, because imagination is the expression of the soul. It is creating with astral light, astral vision. Freemasons, occultists call imagination spirit vision. When we see that reality with our spiritual vision, this is why we have to increase our ability to vividly see within our imagination or the astral plane. If we do not develop these faculties of consciousness, we will struggle. This is what the esoteric is about. We have to increase and develop every part of our consciousness to develop spiritually, to try and reconnect with the internal world, while our whole past life we've been focusing on the external. When we combine the soul's vision of imagination with a feeling and a desire of creating that reality, that's then the internal world pretty much sorted. Then we have to combine that with willpower and actions. The masculine and feminine come together to give birth to a child. The masculine and feminine come together in your consciousness to give birth to a reality. It's about changing what's inside the self to produce change below. This is what true magic is. Look at the word magic, magi, and the word imagination, imagination. Imagination is about working with the forces of the soul and the forces of consciousness, producing change in consciousness at will to produce change in the external. This is what this represents. Changing above so we can change below. No point trying to change the external world, because the external world is already formed. It is a form, it is an effect. So to produce true change in the external world that lasts long term, we must first gain control over ourselves and produce change internally. This is why the magician is called to gain mastery in every element of their being. They have to gain control over every aspect of consciousness and develop every faculty of the soul. This includes developing strong imagination, developing a very strong willpower. We can do this through exercises such as imagination exercises, holding one specific vision for a long period of time, meditation, thinking on one specific thing for a very long period of time. This will increase the willpower. It's also about gaining control over the subconscious impulses, the subconscious thinking patterns that seek to control us. It's about gaining control over every aspect of our consciousness. This is what a true magician is. And this is what the true spiritual path is. Developing every faculty of consciousness. It's a never-ending journey of self-mastery. If we look at the magician, we see this infinity symbol rising just above his head, symbolizing the mind being filled with higher knowledge, the mind aware of higher dimensions. You see, the mind is the cause, physical reality is the effect. We need to raise our consciousness from effect consciousness to causal consciousness to truly become a magician and a master of our reality. What do I mean by effect consciousness? Most people live in the realm of effect and reaction. Their consciousness, their mind, emotions, and imaginations are constantly thinking, feeling, and imagining the things that have happened to them. Instead of doing this, we need to change this state. Instead of reacting, we need to become the cause. Instead of thinking and imagining and feeling the realities that's already gone past and things that have happened to us, we need to change this so we use the powers of the soul, the powers of consciousness as imagination, emotion, the intellect, as causes and not reactions. This is how we truly become a magician and apply this principle of as above, so below. We need to think, feel, act, imagine, and use all the faculties of consciousness and the creative powers of the soul to cause things, to create a better future, to imagine a better outcome, instead of dwelling in reactivity, because reactivity will create a constant cycle of negative manifestations. If we sit around and moan, complain, think, imagine, feel the things that have happened to us in the past, the mind is the cause. And if the mind is in that state of reactivity, it's just going to constantly create more negativity in your external reality. This is what it's all about, as above, so below. You can see the sword here. The sword cuts through the air. The air is one of the 4 physical elements. Fire represents the spiritual body of consciousness. Water represents the emotional body of consciousness. Earth represents the physical body of consciousness. Air corresponds to the mental body of consciousness. So this sword is a symbol of a sharp mind. The mind needs to become very sharp and very disciplined and very controlled, both consciously and subconsciously. What does this mean? We have to gain control over the mind. We have to become more conscious of the thoughts that are happening inside our mental field, because the mental field of consciousness is pretty much the birth of all creation. We think, imagine, feel, then act. So we must gain a sharp intellect, a sharp mind, a sharp, powerful mind. The sword is also a symbol of power. So this is a symbol of a powerful mind, a mastered mind. This is your sword. This is your tool to create, because you are a co-creator. As above, so below literally tells you that you are God itself. The same powers God used to think everything into existence, such as nature, the stars, the human body, the macrocosm, the world. God thought the world into existence. We live in a mental universe. All creation is first thought, then manifested physically. The same powers of thought God used to create the world is the same power that you use to create your world. You are cut of the same fabric of God. You are a microcosm, as above, so below. God is the macro, you are the micro. What is the wand? The wand is not real. This is not a real wand you cast spells with, but a symbol. The symbol of the wand represents direction of consciousness, willpower, and attention. We have 2 spiritual currencies which pretty much create our experience and reality: time and attention. That's why we say we spend time and I pay attention. These are your currencies. These are how you create and generate reality. Moving on to Jesus and Satan, we see there's an exact same symbolism within the ancient paintings. Jesus pointing up, Satan pointing down. Satan is the egoic force within one's consciousness. He is a symbol. Satan is not a real identity or being or entity. He is a symbol of a personality and a force within one's consciousness. Satan represents the negative forces of the ego that tells you to do things that is wrong. In your heart, you know what is morally right and wrong. Let's say you're thinking, you get a random thought of stealing an old lady's purse. You, in your heart, know that is wrong. But Satan is the force inside of you that says, do it anyway. Don't listen to the heart. Get the personal gain. I want the money. That's Satan. Jesus is the higher mind, the aspect of our consciousness that dwells above the ego. It's the part of our heart that desires the spiritual. Our heart is the generator of our reality. And whatever we desire is what we generate. You only take action and generate your life on what you care about or what you feel. If someone's talking about something you don't care about, you say, oh, I don't care about that. But if you care, you will listen. If you care about something, you take action towards it. If your heart desires the material, you have been taken over by the egoic force of Satan. Not a real entity, a part of your consciousness, a part of your nature, the dark side of yourself. Jesus represents a heart that desires the spiritual wisdom, the things that cannot be seen. The heart must desire the things that can't be seen, because this is what gives true satisfaction to ourselves. We feel void when we chase material things, because nothing material can satisfy our hearts. So this is as above, so below. Jesus is the higher mind. Satan is the lower mind. We must place our hearts on the higher things and give our hearts and desires to knowledge, the things that we cannot see, because this is what gives us true fulfillment. We also see this symbolism in the Baphomet. As above, so below. The material realm below And the fire up here, the fire symbolizes spirit, the spiritual made manifest in the physical. This is all the same symbolism. It corresponds to everything. You can use as above, so below to determine truth. If someone tells you something, tries to make you believe it, and it does not correspond with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie. You can use as above, so below to manifest things. You can use as above, so below to see the world as a reflection of God. We are in God's kingdom. This is God's world, and you are creating in the world through the same powers of God, thought. You are a small version of God, co-creating a world and reality in earth. You yourself are an earth. Your body's the earth. Your consciousness is God and heaven. So I hope this video helps. The occult goes deeper than you could possibly imagine. If you wish to go even deeper, join our community, Ethereal University. Please leave a like, share, comment on this video for more. The earth has become a realm in order to trap souls within so that they can harness our electricity, our energy. Even the Bible is talking about how this realm is controlled by the wicked one in John 5:19. We know that we are the children of God and that the whole world is under the control of the evil one. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So the Bible is telling us that this is not the only world. There are other worlds, there are other realms that we can go to, considered as heaven. Heaven being a higher realm where there is no evil, no darkness. This is a midpoint realm where there is good and evil. Now, we're going to explain how the soul trap is how it's working and how your soul is being harnessed for its energy and how you are tricked to come back to this realm after death. What you need to understand is first is that you are the invisible intelligence behind the physical body. You are the mind and soul. The soul is the true you, the good you. It is pure love, pure bliss, eternal, never dies. The mind can be corrupted, though. The mind is the intelligence of the soul. It is invisible. Has no true form. The intelligence inhabits the brain. The brain is the computer to control the electrical machine called the nervous system, which is choice, program, and action. You are the invisible intelligence behind the body, and this will prove it even more. You do not even see into the external world. You are seeing an image produced by the brain because the light is being sucked through the retinas of the eyes. The image is produced in the visual cortex at the back of the brain. What does this mean? This means that we are the consciousness in the center of the brain, in the pineal gland, that is experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer in Latin is Lucy. Lucy is light in Latin. Lucifer is known as the light bearer. This is how the eyes work, people. It's not a demon or a devil. The sigil for Lucifer is how the eyes work and how the left eye is controlled by the right brain. The right eye is controlled by the left brain. There is a crossover. It's the same with the body. The left side of the body is controlled by the right brain. The right side of the body is controlled by the left brain. There's a crossover with our hemispheres in the brain. Now, this empty chamber in the center of the brain is where this universal cosmic intelligence is held. known as the most holy place in the Bible, the throne of God. Okay? This is above the 33 vertebrae on the spine. As you can see here, you are the being in the center of this point. All of the nerves are being sent back to this one particular point, which is which is the seat of our invisible intelligence. You can see it's an empty chamber. Our consciousness, our intelligence is not a physical thing. This intelligence is the true voice inside of your head. This is why your head is heaven, your heart is earth, your heel is hell. Your head is heaven because this is the seat, the throne of God. God is in heaven because the consciousness, this divine intelligence that's controlling the body, is sat in the center of the brain. The brain is taking commands of this invisible intelligence. When you close your eyes, you can feel your awareness, your consciousness, your intelligence is all in the brain. Your awareness is not in the feet, the heart, the legs, the arms. It's all in the center of the brain. Now, if you meditate deeply, you will find that you are beyond the mind. You are the being observing the thoughts. You are the soul observing the thoughts. Now, with this being said, you are the consciousness experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain, because you're not seeing into the external world. It's an image, it's a simulated image produced by the brain and the central nervous system. You do not experience the external world. You do not feel the external world. You feel electrical impulses on your nervous system. Your nervous system is decoding what you are feeling. So the only thing that you truly feel is the electrical impulses on your nervous system. This is why the nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because it gives your invisible intelligence, your mind, the knowledge of good and evil. It can detect good things, it can detect bad things. If it's hot, if it's warm, if I need to go, the nervous system is doing this. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? Now this universal intelligence is symbolized as the single eye. Okay? Matthew 18:9. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the fire of hell. What does this mean? It's symbolic, it's metaphorical, people. It is metaphoric. Your universal intelligence is the single eye, the one eye. It's the balance between the two poles, between the left and the right, the good and the evil. It knows the right thing to do all the time. This is our inner guide. The inner self is the inner guide. And when you are operating your life off duality, using your two eyes, you'll be thrown into the fire of hell, lower states of consciousness, because you're split. You need to live in oneness, even, balance. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. The light of the whole body is the eye. You are a light being. Human. Hue means an attribute of a color. Man is the word manifested. We are light manifested into physical form. Depending on your vibration is depending on what color that you are vibrating on, which is a hue, a human. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Again, it's talking about the single eye, oneness, completeness. When you balance the hemispheres of the brain, we'll go over that later. But anyways, the body is the earth. This is what we need to understand, people. The body is running the simulation, the program that our consciousness is experiencing. So when we leave the body during death and astral projection, we leave the earth. This is how it works. The body is the vehicle for the earth, for this realm. Everything exists within our mind. You have the soul, mind, and body. The soul is the observer, the watcher, the true being. This is why she has many different heads, because the soul inhabits different bodies. This is the serpent, which means knowledge, which is the mind, wisdom. And this is the body, soul, mind, and body, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So what do I mean? When you astral project, you are using your mind to project your awareness, your observing consciousness outside of the physical body. The mind is the projector, projecting consciousness. By using your mind, you can project your consciousness outside of the body, which is known as the astral realms, which is known as walking on water. Jesus was never walking on physical water, people. It's metaphorical. Believing the physical body. The water is the ether, which is the veil between the physical and the astral realm. It's a fluid substance. It's on either side. It's physical and astral. The ether is the fifth element that they hide from us. Why? Because they're trapping you in the physical. They are hiding all of these realms. Etheric, astral, and mental. People think their mind is their brain. It's two separate dimensions. These are completely different dimensions. The mind is way more intelligent. The mind is formless. There is no form to the mind. You can think anything you want. You can manifest anything you want within your mind. It is not a physical object. The physical realm is being controlled by the mind. Everything's being controlled by the mind. Everything exists within the mind. This is why the Egyptian says the universe is mental. So when we project our consciousness outside of the physical, we go to the astral. The ether is the water that Jesus is walking on. This is the veil between the physical and the astral world. The word together has ether within it because it joins the two worlds together, together, the astral and the physical. The word either is ether because the ether is on either side, physical and astral, physical and spiritual, physical and non-physical. In the astral realm, the mind can manifest anything we want. We incarnate to restrict our minds. This is why Saturn, if you go and watch my video on Saturn, how Saturn is this simulation, okay? Our minds can manifest anything we want in the astral plane in the click of a finger. However, when we incarnate in matter, we now have to labor for our manifestations. This is why Saturn's known as the great teacher in astrology, because he teaches you a lesson. When your mind incarnates into matter, it's teaching your mind a lesson, the knowledge of good and evil. This is why the Bible says, you shall be gods and know the knowledge of good and evil. When you incarnate here, you have to know the knowledge, you need to know the knowledge of good and evil to become a god. Okay? Now, the square is the physical plane, the triangle's the ethereal plane, the circle's the eternal plane. The circle has no beginning, no end, it's eternal. The physical plane is the square, it's limited. The square is limited. The cube is the geometric shape which gives rise to matter. Now, the term think outside the box has truth in plain sight. You have to think outside the box to project your consciousness, use your mind to project your consciousness outside of the box, the physical plane, into the astrals. The astral realm is the realm of the stars. Above us is the stars. Through the stars is the astral plane. This is why astral has the word star within it. The devil is the deveil. When you sell your soul to the devil, quote unquote, it's metaphorical. The devil exists in the physical plane. It's the lowest state of consciousness. The deveil, you deveil yourself into the physical. when you are the devil, the devil, the ethereal plane. Now, we all know what the famous symbol of the all-seeing eye, right? The all-seeing eye with the eye in the triangle. Look at the Masonic artwork showing you the triangle above in the sky. This is symbolizing the ethereal planes. The eye in the triangle symbolizes your invisible intelligence, your mind, which has the ability to see on either side. Because the triangle's the ethereal plane. The eye is your consciousness, your intelligence, and this intelligence has the ability to see in the physical plane and to see in the ethereal planes, in the astral planes. This is why it's above the earth, it's above the ground, because it can see here, it can see in the heavenly realms. Now, the stars are, well, this is known as heaven, the realms of the astral planes. This is some quotes from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Out of the darkness ye must rise upwards, one with the light and one with the stars. Man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. So there's other worlds. The Bible's telling you there's other worlds, there's other realms. Know ye must become formless before ye are one with the light, the astral light above, which shining through the stars. Not of the earth are ye, earthy, but a child of the infinite cosmic light. You are the invisible intelligence controlling the physical body. The body's not you. It's the vehicle that your soul lands in when your mind projects your consciousness into that realm. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Wow, that's powerful. The star space, the astral planes. This is what it's talking about. We are all a star. We descended from the astrals, which is the star. We are all a star. Look at the ancient paintings of Jesus' birth. It's the star beaming his consciousness down into the physical plane. Here's another one. Here's some Freemasonic artwork showing you, again, the ether, that invisible intelligence, the eye, manifesting itself inside of here, in the physical realm, where the people are. You see? It's the same here. This is Jesus. Here's the bird symbolizes the Holy Spirit, your invisible intelligence, descending into the waters, the ether, the ethereal, everything. The ether is the base of all physical matter. Here's Truth in Plain Sight. Mr. Bean, the famous TV program in England, in the UK. He begins the program like we all begin the program from falling from the stars. He falls down with a beam of light. And this is truth in plain sight. This is false. The aliens don't exist. They're a lie, alien. But this symbolizes the star beaming our consciousness. And when we die, this star will suck us back up. Just like this UFO is doing. It's truth in plain sight. So, this is some more Freemasonic artwork going from duality to singularity. Sun, moon, masculine, feminine. Right hemisphere, feminine, left hemisphere, masculine. The consciousness in the center, the balance point. Here's another more Freemasonic artwork. The two pillars, left and right hemispheres, and the invisible intelligence between the left and right hemispheres, the light of the body. This is why light's coming off it. Because it's light, it's pure light. The blazing star. The stairs go from the checkered board, the duality, up to oneness, in between the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine. This is symbolizing going into oneness. What did the Emerald Tablets say? You've got to become one with the stars, one with the one with the self. Balancing the two hemispheres. so that you can gain, because when the two hemispheres are balanced, you can gain a more deeper connection with your invisible intelligence. Same with the chakras. When the chakras, the seven seals in the Bible, these are seven seals because when you conquer the seven chakras, when you balance the seven chakras, you then gain a more deeper connection with your internal self because your mind is not filled, it's not being ran, it's not being dominated by these seven deadly sins, the seven seals, the seven chakras. These are seven energy centers which are concealing our true form. Balance makes us have a stronger connection with our true cosmic intelligence. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart. The even point is the heart. You got to balance the chakras and live from the heart because the heart is the earth. You're in good and evil. The body manifests the lower and the higher self. The higher self is in the higher parts of the body, wisdom, intuition, expression. The lower self is in the lower parts of the body, sex, food, and power. This is how they are trapping your soul, people. Like I said, the mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So by tricking the mind, not giving it the right knowledge, and keeping the mind stuck in the lower three centers, thinking about power, food, and sex, this is low vibrating energy. It's going to keep your mind addicted to the physical realms. Okay, this is why you need to go even, balance, heaven. Okay, I will explain the soul trap in a second, how it fully works. But I'm telling you all the science behind it so you can understand. When you are doomed, you are domed. This is the dome, the firmament, the firmament, the mind. Ment is mind, firm is firm. A firmament is doomed under the firmament. You must have a loose mind, an open mind to expand your consciousness beyond the stars, beyond the ethereal barrier. You have to vibrate higher than this world. Your consciousness must be expanded more than the physical plane. You need to learn how to astral project. You need to learn how to leave the body, how to operate outside of the body, so that you, when you do leave the body, you will have recognition. You'll have knowledge. You'll have practice. But this is as above, so below. The woman's belly is the earth. It's as above, so below. It's a microcosm of the macrocosm. We are the children in the womb. We are the people in the earth being ready to be born into the heavenly realms. As above, so below. It's a microcosm, macrocosm. Everything is in everything on a bigger and a smaller and a larger scale. Now, when the baby figures out that there is a world beyond its mother, what happens? The baby starts to move around and tries to get out of the mother. Because once it starts to hear the external world, starts to hear people, it's going to wonder, what's outside of why am I in here? What's outside? So the baby will force its way out of the mother. It's the same with our minds, as above, so below. When our minds figure out that there are other realms beyond this world, we will seek a way out. This is the womb, the mother earth, mother nature. It's the mother. We're in the womb. We can be born out of this world, which is being born again in the Bible. When you are doomed, you are domed under the dome, under the firmament, the firm mind. The firm mind will keep you under the firmament. Due to the law of polarity, there has to be other realms. There has to be. Because the law of polarity works in this world and it will work on every scale possible. It's universal laws. These are universal laws. The law of polarity means that there are other realms polarizing this realm. There is a hell, there is a heaven. There is a midpoint, which is Midgard, which is the one we are in now. Earth, heart. Earth is the heart. Heart is the center, good and bad. The balance between good and bad. Your reality is your level of realization. Your mind realizes other worlds, you will seek a way to them worlds. It's that simple. The soul trap is to keep you stuck in this physical body, which is the earth. This body is the earth. It's running the program, like I said at the beginning. It's running the simulation that your consciousness is experiencing. You are an electromagnetic being, and you're hidden in a cage, your rib cage, and you're stuck in cells, the prison cells. Look, you're in cells. We produce electromagnetic energy. Your soul produces this energy. And by trapping your consciousness inside of this physical realm, they harness this energy within the astral realms. They're using you to manifest demons because your mind creates demons through emotions and mental thought energy, which is a whole nother video. I can make a video on that. You're manifesting everything for them because they're trying to create a hive mind. This is why they want everyone to believe in one belief system, one government, one belief system, one religion, because they're creating a hive mind. This hive mind will manifest and be summoned within the astral planes because the mind manifests the astral plane. The astral plane is the realm of imagination. The mental plane is the realm of just thought alone. The etheric plane is the energy. The physical plane is the matter. So all of our minds together are manifesting these demons within these subconscious realms, the astral. Now, how are they keeping you stuck to this realm? Well, when you die and you're stuck in your lower three chakras, okay, when your mind and soul detaches from the body, which is the earth, when you leave the earth, you're still going to have these mental addictions to the food, the sex, the materialism, the phone, the cigarettes, everything. This is why they get you addicted to everything possible. The TikTok, the YouTube, they get you addicted to as many things possible. Because when your mind is addicted to these things, and when this mind leaves the physical body, you're still gonna have these addictions. Okay? You're still gonna have these thoughts. And you will be manifested into the lower astral realms because you're thinking materialistic, you're thinking negative, because your level of realization was your reality. You were manifesting hell on the earth. When you leave the body, you're going to manifest hell in the astral planes, which means you'll be vibrating on the very low, which will put you in the lower astral realms. So guess what? You're going to come back. You're going to come back into materialism. You're going to reincarnate because you haven't prepared for life after death. You must detach from the external world. Okay? Moon is mind. The sun is the soul. The earth is the body. The moon is the mind. This is why we say lunatic. In your mind, you have a specific mood. Moon. Money, MON, is the moon. Money exists in the mind. They get you addicted to the money. The Bible's telling you this. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's telling you. Of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Who knew that the Bible was this deep? Matthew 16:26, what good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? James 4:4, don't you know that friendship with this world means enmity against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend of this world, of the world, becomes an enemy of God. John 4:4. Dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. It's talking about the invisible intelligence. It's greater than the physical world. John 2:15. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you, because this world will create you to, if your mind has attachments to what this world offers, sex, money, and power, pretty much, you will reincarnate here. You will come back here, because when you leave the body, your mind will still have these addictions. Do not love the world, nor the things it has to offer you. All of this is in my newly published book. The paperback versions are now available. Finally, for all the people who have been waiting, the Book of Wisdom. All of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom. The paperbacks are available. There's worldwide shipping. You can get it anywhere, pretty much, any country. My new website, it's amazing. There's going to be some amazing products coming on the new website. But I thank you all for the support. Before I leave, I need to explain what is going on with the soul trap. Like I said at the beginning, the mind's the bridge between the soul and the body. The body's the realm. By tricking your mind with false knowledge, they are keeping your soul stuck to this realm. They get you addicted to all the physical things, and that is it. As soon as you're addicted and you die, you're going to come back. So by tricking your mind, which is the bridge between the realms, they keep your mind stuck within this body. They keep you in physicality. They deveil you, the devil, the deveil. Thank you all for the support, people. If you do want to join the Academy, all the links will be posted below this video for the book, The Academy. Thank you all for the support and have an amazing day. Matthew 21:1, Jesus went into the temple of God. Corinthians 3:16, do you not know that you are the temple of God? Now what is this telling you? That God is within you. Hence why in Luke 21:12 it tells you the kingdom of God is within you. And the side of your head region is called a temple for a reason. Because the brain encapsulates the mind. The brain is a physical manifestation of the mind. The heart is a physical manifestation of emotion. So we have these different layers of our consciousness. We have an intellectual, communicative aspect of our consciousness, which we would call the mind. We have an emotional aspect of our consciousness, which is the heart. And to communicate with the divine, it's all to do with the mind. Hence why the ancients always symbolize the mind being God. This is why Michelangelo always placed God inside of the brain on top of Sistine Chapel in the middle of the Vatican. He understood that God is in the brain. God is within you, not outside of you. The church tells you that God is in the sky because they are creating a externalization of the truth to create a business and a distraction so that you don't find the divinity within you, so that you don't find your power. Now you have Adam, the physical man, the physical body, the ego, the lower self. And he is resting. He's not trying to reach to God, but God is reaching because the higher consciousness within you is always trying to communicate with you. It's always trying to wake you up to your divinity. But the lower mind, the lower self, Adam, the physical self, is always in ignorance of truth, always in ignorance, and stays in a materialistic way of thinking, which is the lower animal self. And this is what we call a sleep or an NPC. This is the lower mind of man. But all you have to do is to move your finger to touch God. You have to look within within yourself, within the brain. Meditate, and you can find God. This is why in the Bible we see many references to the human body and anatomy to truly connect with God. Kings 6:8, the door to the middle chamber was in the right side of the house, which is the right hemisphere of the brain. The middle chamber is the pineal gland, where the seat of your consciousness is, where the seat of your higher consciousness is, the mind. And they went up the winding stairs, which is your spinal column, into the middle chamber, and out of the middle chamber into the third. So they went up the winding stairs. This represents raising your consciousness up the winding stairs. Your spinal column acts as a stairway of consciousness. Depending on what sort of consciousness you are operating in, depends on what part of the spinal column you are using. Because the spinal column ascends and descends consciousness. What do I mean? If you are in a reproductive way of thinking and you're always thinking about sex, you're jerking off all the time and you're always eating, all of your brain's power and your mind's power is being descended into the lower aspects of the spinal column, which represents hell, the physical state of man, Adam, the ignorant state. We're basically living off low-level pleasures like an animal. And the stairway to heaven is your spinal column. They went up the winding stairs into the middle chamber, which is your mind, your pineal gland, and out of the middle into the third stage of consciousness, physical, etheric, astral. When you meditate and you start to raise your consciousness during meditation, you enter the astral plane when you turn off thought. But this is the middle chamber inside of the brain. Here we see another painting inside of Sistine's chapel of God inside of the brain. This is the brainstem. This is the brain. This is the frontal lobe. This is the back lobe. This is the back lobe. This is the cerebellum. Here's the reptilian brainstem. Here's the claustrum. This is what we are seeing here. Anatomy. Here is another one in Sistine's chapel in the middle of the Vatican. This is depicting the brainstem. God's neck looks exactly like the brainstem. Here we see a real brain compared to God's neck, because the neck is just below the brainstem. And this is what they are symbolizing, because they knew that God is within you. God is a part of the human body. God is inside of the body, because the body is a vessel for consciousness, for universal consciousness. Inside of you, inside of me, is the same spark of consciousness. And this same consciousness is spread out into every living essence, because everything comes from the one source, the one God, the one consciousness. Matthew 6:22-23. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Practicing the single eye. What is this? This is meditation. This is entering within yourself. So the Bible's telling you to practice the single eye. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. What does this mean? If your consciousness is in an evil way of thinking, if your mind is filled with an evil, negative mind space, then your body shall be filled with darkness, with evil, with negativity. Because negative thoughts destruct the body. Positive thoughts heal and regenerate the body. So he tells you to be, the light of the body is the eye, your consciousness, the inner eye of consciousness, the eye that lets you see. And what do I mean? You look with your two physical eyes, but you see with the inner eye. What you see is perception. You look with the two eyes, and what you see is perception. You are seeing, you are understanding, and that's what consciousness, the mind, gives you. Consciousness, or the mind, is the force that allows you to be a human being, that allows you to understand things and interact with things and make decisions. It's an infinite intelligence. See, the mind is not the brain. This is a big confusion with people. Hence why the eye on top of the pyramid is separate from the bottom half of the pyramid, because the consciousness is separate from the body, the eye, the all-seeing eye. It represents the observer, the eye that sees into this body, into this world, into this. You are the perceiver. You are the invisible spirit within the body. Theologians 4:17. After that, we are still alive, and will be our left will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. You don't meet the Lord in the physical air. Okay? This symbolism of the ancient Christian artwork is showing you this is symbolic. These things never happened. There's no man in the sky. Moses didn't go on a mountain to meet with God. The air represents the mind. This is why you say you're an airhead when someone's very stupid. Earth is your body. Water is your emotions. Fire is your spirit. Air is your mind, the invisible mind. So Anton Mengs, an ancient Christian art worker, is showing you anatomy of God in the clouds. But this is the anatomy of the human body, raising yourself to the mind and turning the mind inwards on itself during meditation. And that's how you meet the Lord in the air. You meet the Lord in an elevated state of consciousness. The air represents an elevated state of consciousness because the air is up. You have to raise your consciousness to meet the Lord in the air. This is why Moses went on a mountain to meet with God. The mountain represents elevation of consciousness, raising the mind up the spinal column, taking all of the mind's attention away from the reproduction and the physical aspects of self and raising it to the brain and turning off the brain and going inward into the air. It's talking about raising consciousness. It's allegorical. It's a spiritual, metaphorical text. The side of your head's called a temple because inside that where that temple is, right in the middle of where you call the temple, is the inner chamber, the open room, the holies of holies in the Bible, or the land flowing with milk and honey, or Mount Zion. There's so many different names for the brain, or the upper room where Jesus meets his 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. This is the temple of God. Your body is a temple of consciousness. It encapsulates the consciousness. It encapsulates the mind and soul. John 10:30, Jesus states, I and the Father are one. Psalms 46:10, be still and know that I am God. He's talking about the I am within you, not within Jesus. Everyone refers to ourselves as I. I am God. When you say I, you're referring to the highest aspect of yourself, the aspect that is above all thought, above all emotion, and above all things. When you say I, you're referring to your pure awareness, your pure consciousness, the highest aspect of yourself. And anything after I is egotistical. I is God. The letter I is the Roman numerals for one, because there is one God, one consciousness. The letter I is one line, just like the number one. Matthew 6:3-4, take no thought. Therefore, take no thought. Take no thought. He says this 5 times because you must turn off the 5 senses and take no thought to connect with God. Be still. This is telling you to meditate and know that I am God. The I am within you. I and the Father are one. I and God are one. You, who you think you are, is a completely wrong. The body is matter. Your name isn't you. Your job isn't you. Your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your friends, family, worries, bills, interests, dislikes, goals, passions, anything to do with the thinking mind is not you. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking aspect of consciousness. But once you remove thought, you are no longer your name, you are no longer your body, you're no longer your reputation. You are the I. You are pure awareness, pure consciousness, pure consciousness. And this pure consciousness has latched on to this name, this job, the body, and your traumas. Your pure consciousness has attached itself to this character who you're playing in the physical world. And this is essentially who you think you are, but you are not. You are the I, you are the self, you are pure awareness. So, in order for you to detach from these things, you must learn how to detach from your name, your job, your reputation. And you do this through meditation by turning off the thinking mind. Turning off the thinking mind allows other aspects of your consciousness to open up. What do I mean? Your whole life you've been thinking, and all of these thoughts has attached you to this physical body. You haven't allowed your consciousness to open up. And you can only do this by taking no thought. That's why Jesus tells you, take no thought. When you turn off the thinking mind, other aspects of your consciousness starts to open up. Other aspects of your being can open up. And this is how you astral project. This is how you do all these mystical things and things to do with consciousness. It's taking no thought. Imagination, emotions, thought, and memory are all to do with consciousness. These things are not physical. You can't touch thought. You can't touch emotions. You can't touch these things because they are not a physical thing. So you must turn off these things for other aspects of your consciousness to open up. Okay. So essentially, the Bible is a metaphorical, astrological, numerological, metaphysical, spiritual, encoded text that talks about human anatomy, spirituality, and the true nature of the human experience. Everything they teach you in school is to make you think that you are this body. Everything they teach you in church is the externalization of the true teachings of Jesus. Jesus was telling you to meditate. Jesus was telling you to practice the single eye. Jesus was telling you to look within yourself and find God. He wasn't telling you to pray to him. Mark 16:19, he was taken up to heaven and sat at the right hand of God, the right hemisphere of your brain. John 21:6, cast the net onto the right hand side of the boat and you shall find fish. Fish is understanding. The boat is your body, your brain. Cast your awareness into the right side of your brain and you will find understanding, because the right side of your brain is all to do with the creative aspect and the intuition and the spiritual sides of your consciousness. This is why God is here. This is why Michelangelo depicted God in the right hemisphere of your brain, because this is all human anatomy. And I speak about all of this in the brand new Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, which is now available. The start of the revolution has begun. This book is truly going to change the way people see the world. It's got so many new more topics than the last one. It's truly a revolution. It's written in so much detail. It's very practical. I cannot wait to share this one with you. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for me to create this book, because without you, I couldn't have created this. And I just love sharing my work with you. And I thank every single one of you for the support, the watch, like the views and the likes, everything, especially the people who have joined the university and stuff like that. And for people who have joined the university, you do get a free Book of Wisdom paperback if you just go to the general chat and follow the description, follow what the instructions that I gave you in the chat, and you'll be able to order a free Book of Wisdom if you are inside of the university. Plus, you get all of my other books, 2 books, and over 45 occult books on occult and esoteric things.
You get lectures, live calls, a community, a manifestation mastery course, and a whole library and reoccurring updates every month, every week. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this video. Thank you all. Please leave a comment to help the algorithm and leave a comment on what videos I should make. And yeah, I'll get to uploading on the YouTube a lot more now the second book is now released. I have a lot more time on my hands. No longer using my energy to create the book. I'm now going to redirect this mental energy into the YouTube. So there will be a lot more content coming. So I need some content ideas. So feel free to comment some ideas, some YouTube videos that I can create. Thank you all, people. Have an amazing day. There's an ancient symbol hidden in plain sight, one that holds the key to transformation, power, and unlocking your true potential. It's been used for centuries by mystics, rulers, and even modern science, but almost no one understands its true meaning. Once you do, it will change the way you see yourself and the world forever. Stay with me, because this could be the key to your own awakening. The symbol of the snake, or the serpent, is a very powerful symbol that refers to something within you, that we all are on this journey. So first of all, we see this symbol in ancient Egypt on the top of the pharaoh's head. We also see this with Buddha, with the snake on top of the Buddha's head and below. We also see this in Rome, with the Roman god Mercury holding the staff with the snake. We see this in Adam and Eve's story with the snake tempting Eve. We even see this today on the medical facility. But what does this mean? Why is this symbol being used for thousands and thousands and thousands of years? It has a very deep esoteric meaning. We see this in the Caduceus staff, and we even see the snake representing the Kundalini. What does the snake actually mean? A lot of people think it represents the Kundalini, which it does. However, there's a deeper interpretation of this symbol, and it goes very far beneath the surface of what the snake actually represents. Okay? So first of all, when looking at symbols, we need to observe what the snake does in nature. The serpent sheds its skin. The serpent shedding its skin is a sacred symbol of an inner transformation. It transforms from its old self to a new self. It sheds layers of itself. As the snake discards its old exterior, it mirrors our own journey of realizing outdated beliefs and patterns, paving the way for a renewed, authentic self on the esoteric path of awakening. Essentially, it represents transformation, but not transformation of our physical bodies, transformation of our inner world. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky and you may become a little bit confused, but I'm going to make this very clear for you. The snake symbol, or any symbol, can be used for different contexts. For example, the Kundalini. We see the snake representing the Kundalini. We all know that energy can't be destroyed, only transferred. Like I said, this is a transferring of energy. It's a changing, a transforming, shedding its skin. It represents transformation. Sexual energy is energy, and we can transform the sexual energy into a Kundalini awakening to activate dormant brain cells in our brain, and to activate the human light body, which is the spirit. We can cultivate, save, and retain our sexual energy, transmute it up the spine to activate the brain. This is a symbol of transformation, of energy in this context. However, when we go to the emergency services, this does not mean the same thing as the Kundalini. The snake in this context represents transformation of health. When we are picked up by the emergency services, we are looking for a transformation. We are unwell, and now we need to transform to well-being. This is why they use this symbol. It represents transformation, especially with the pole and the snake climbing. It's climbing, it's transforming from the bottom to the top, shedding its skin, shedding old layers. Transformation. We see this in the Bible with the snake tempting Eve to eat the apple of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, what does this mean? Where's the transformation in this? Well, this is a very hidden one. The transformation takes place in Adam and Eve's consciousness and their mind. They go from a pure, whole state of consciousness, from being tempted by the snake, and they eat it and they transform into knowing the good and evil, into the dualistic ways of thinking and the dualistic meaning of this world. Let me rephrase that. They understand the dualism of this world, and they now understand the two good and bad ways of thinking. They know the knowledge of good and evil, of duality. They shifted from a whole state of consciousness into their consciousness being split into good and evil. This represents the journey of every single soul that incarnates into this world, including yourself. When you were a child, you were whole. You had no understanding of good and evil. But as you grew older, you eaten the fruit. You grew to understand the knowledge of good and evil. Your consciousness split from a whole into a separate and divided way of thinking and divided understanding of the world. We suppressed aspects of ourselves to fit in with society norms. And we just limited ourselves with limiting belief systems. We knew the knowledge of good and evil. Our consciousness split from a whole state. This is what Adam and Eve is symbolic of. We see this with the Roman god Mercury, with the snake. Mercury represents intellect, communication. He's always flying in the air, which represents the air, the mind, the intellect. He's holding the snake to represent transformation of the mind. This is what we call mental alchemy, turning base metals into gold, turning the unenlightened aspects of our mind into enlightened ones, turning our negativity into power and control. We see this with Buddha, and Buddha is all to do with transformation of the inner world, transformation of the mind and the soul and the emotions. And it also represents the Kundalini. We see this in ancient Egypt. We always see the snake on the head, representing the place where the third eye is, representing the intellect or the mind, the mind's eye, the third eye, whatever you want to call it. This is the place of the invisible intelligence within us. This is our mind or intellect. And this is the transmutation of the mind. This is why the snake is on the head, representing the transformation of the mind, going from the unenlightened into the enlightened, going from the uncontrolled to the controlled mind, so that we can control the very fabric of reality. I've kind of just given that away. Why is this important? Humans are creators. We're the architects of creation, endowed with the divine power to channel the fourth dimension, which is the imagination, into reality. Each thought and intention is a seed. When nurtured with focus and clarity, transforms the unseen into the tangible experience. This creative process bridges the gap between the ethereal and the material. Humans are creators. It's impossible for you not to create. Whether you're doing this consciously or subconsciously, you've been creating your whole life, turning non-physical thought into physical reality. We are creators. However, the mind cannot create in a state of chaos. The mind cannot create with limiting beliefs. The mind cannot create with thoughts that come and destruct our minds. The mind cannot create consciously and effectively if there are impulses within our mind and we have no control over the mind. So this is where self-transformation comes from within. This is where the snake comes in. The snake represents the transmutation of our mind from the uncontrolled to the controlled. In this context of the Egyptians with the snake on their head, it's all to do with mental alchemy. In the occult tradition, the mind is seen as a delicate instrument that demands constant vigilance. Left unchecked, it reverts to archaic and destructive thinking patterns. Like a finely honed blade. It must be continually sharpened through discipline and self-refinement. In this unending process of unveiling and mastery, we learn to shape reality, harnessing the power of our thoughts to manifest the highest potential. It's all to do with mental alchemy, and this is how the snake is connected to you. And what the snake represents to you, it represents the transmutation, the changing of ourselves, of our consciousness, so we can gain control in this 3D world. If we lack control, then we'll constantly be manifesting chaos. Now, there are 3 ways that we can transform our world, and we can slowly transform our mind. Now, this is not an overnight process. It takes periods of time of purification. And number 1 is affirmation. Let's say we have this dirty cup of water and we have a tap of water. And in this tap, it's pouring in more water, clear water. Over time, if I keep pouring clear water into this cup, it's going to slowly purify this cup. And then in the end, it will look like the cup on the right. It's the same with your mind. The cup represents the limiting beliefs, the negative thoughts, the negative mind, the uncontrolled mind. But if we keep repeating affirmations over and over and over again, such as I am disciplined, I am powerful, I am limitless, over time this can purify our subconscious and we can gain control over the mind, and we will become conscious of the thoughts that we are giving attention to. The second way is meditation. Meditation allows one to develop an off switch for the mind, providing a sense of control over it. Over time, we gain the ability to filter our thoughts and become more conscious of the ones we choose to engage with. Meditation, over a period of time, will give you this button that allows you to filter out negative thoughts. If you have a negative thought in your mind, you'll be able to become conscious of this and redirect your mind's attention. This is all about self-control, because remember, we become what we think about. The snake represents the transmutation of the self. And another way is visualization. Visualization allows your subconscious mind to experience the reality you desire, accepting it as truth. As the subconscious becomes more immersed in this imagined reality, it works to manifest it into your conscious experience. Your visual eye, visual eye. You're using the mind's eye to see and mold your future. That's what imagination is for, to create in your future. You can become your future now in your imagination. And this can slowly purify your consciousness, slowly purify your mind, which will then, if you do all 3 of these over periods of time, you will see great transformation from the inside out. And your outer world will start to mirror your inner transformation, because it's as within, so without. You change your inner world of consciousness, of thought and emotion, you'll change your external reality and your circumstances. So I hope this lesson has gave you a great understanding of what the snake actually represents. And now that you see it, you will see this everywhere. Every time you see a snake, you know it represents the transformation. So please, if you can, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the alerts to make sure you never miss a video. And if you have any video suggestions, feel free to make a comment and I can make a lecture on it. I appreciate you all watching this video today, and I'll see you all inside my university if you're inside, and I'll see you all in my Telegram if you join, and I'll see you in the next video, of course. Thank you and take care. What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about Saturn. I've done this video in the past. However, this video is going to contain a lot more in-depth explanation of Saturn.
So the 33rd degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, said, Saturn is the key to crystallization, physical matter. Light is matter, matter is light. They are interchangeable. Low vibrating light turns into matter, high vibrating matter turns into light. And Saturn is the god of this world, this physical world. He crystallizes light into matter. This is symbolized as the Masonic checkerboard, matter and spirit, matter and light, light and matter. He's also the god of time, destruction, justice. He creates and destroys because all things in time die. He creates and destroys you. So, because we live in this physical world, which is the electric world, this is why we say electricity, because it comes from the root word of El, Saturn. They used to call Saturn El, E-L. This is why we used to say Elohim is God. The real God of this world is Saturn, but it's being hid. This is being hid. Jesus is Saturn. All of this is Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. It's the real God of this world, So, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia, because everything is created out of electromagnetic toroidal fields. And these two poles equalize on the plane of inertia, which gives you planet Earth, plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is what Saturn is. It's the ring around the center of the plane of inertia. Thank you to Walter Russell saying, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces on the plane of inertia. This is what Walter Russell says, so please check out his work. He's got many books, many books on light and electromagnetism and stuff like that. So I advise you to check him out. So the torus field gives you the binary code 0 and 1, the female vagina and the male phallus. This is the code for this world. Saturn crystallizes physical matter. Now Saturn is the most outermost layer of the 7 layers of heaven, where it says in the Quran, it says, Allah, it is He who created the 7 layers of heaven. Saturn is the outermost layer. He's the top. He's the most high. So when we say the most high, we're referring to Saturn. He's the most high before the firmament, before the stars. So Saturn is the god of this world. He's the Lord of the Rings. He wears the crown. The crown is the rings. Crown, Kronos. So the planets are luminaries, they are lights, they are beings, they are energy, conscious energy. And we're in the heart of the solar system. Saturn is the outermost layer. He is the one of this world. He's the god of this world. Now, on the North Pole of Saturn, you have the hexagon. Add up all the sides, it creates the 6-pointed star. Or it can be created as a cube. The cube is very important. The 6-pointed star is very important. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 side, 6, 6, 6. Black cube adds up to 6 in gematria. Now, what did I say in the beginning? Saturn crystallizes the physical world. He creates physical things out of light. You are a light being. This is why we say human. Hue means the light spectrum. Hue, man, we are light manifested into physical forms, human. And we are incarnated through Saturn. Satan, same thing. The number of the beast is 666, and the 666 comes from the 6.6 triangle, 6 sides of Saturn, 666. We are all known as carbon-based life forms. Carbon, the atomic structure of carbon, is 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. We are materialized into our physical bodies through Saturn, through the number of the beast. These bodies are the beast, it's the animal. The divine, the Christ, is the consciousness within, because you are a physical, spiritual being combined into one, hexed into one, hexagram. This is a hexagram. You're hexed into physical matter, spirit and matter, light and dark, combined into one. Now you contain of the mark of the beast, the mark of your body's the beast. It says in the Bible, Satan, who is the God of this world. This world. There are many different worlds, but this world is run by Satan, and it says that in the Bible. Saturn is Satan. It's the same thing. And look at the crown of thorns are wrapped around the heart. The soul is in the heart. The mind is in the brain. The soul is wrapped around the rings of Saturn. You're wrapped in physical matter. This is what it's showing you. This is symbolizing the rings of Saturn wrapping you. And the cross on top is the cross of the cube. The cube, the black cube of Saturn, unfolds into a cross. So Satan, who is the God of this world, Corinthians 4:4 in the Bible, Satan, who is the God of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. Satan blinds your mind because the God of this world materializes you and he blinds your mind when you incarnate into physical matter. When you enter this soul system, not the solar system, you hit Saturn first. He materializes you. And look at the symbol for Saturn. This is the symbol for Saturn. All of the planet symbols are created out of the Holy Trinity. The Earth, Moon, and Sun. Body, mind, and soul. The Sun is your soul, the Moon is your mind, the Earth is your body. Your body's made out of the 5 elements. The Sun is your soul because the Sun is life force. Gives life to everything. Your Sun is a soul. Your soul is the sun of your body. The Moon is the mind. The Moon is the moon of your body, the mind of your body. Intelligence. So all of the symbols of the planets are created out of these. The Saturn symbol is created out of the Earth cross, matter, and the Moon crescent, moon, mind, matter over mind. This is why Satan, who is the God of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. He blinds your mind. Look at the symbol, it's showing you. The Saturn symbol is matter over mind when it should be mind over matter. So we descend into a soul system, into our 666 Saturn carbon suit bodies, and we are matter over mind. Then we have to move up the spine to go back up to spirit, to mind over matter, where you manipulate your own reality. Now look at this. It creates the number 5. 5 is the number of change. You're moving from this side of the number sequence over to the right side. You're moving from the spiritual into the physical world. You're incarnating into the 5 elements, the 5 senses. So the cube, the black cube of Saturn, is another major symbol. Very important symbol. Here you see the cube, and the color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn's associated with death. He creates and destroys. Light and dark. Death is associated with black, spirit, because you can't see spirit, which is blackness. So the black cube is black because Saturn rules the nighttime, which is dark, blackness, and he rules the winter, which is death, blackness. So Saturn is the black cube. Cubes have 6 sides. Up, down, right, left, back, and forward. Cubes are 6-sided. Everything is 6-sided inside of this creation because you're incarnating, you're materializing, crystallizing into the cube, the world of the cube. Everything's a cube. Everything's got 6 sides. Here's Leonardo da Vinci showing you that you're in the cube. Leonardo da Vinci did this famous painting. You're in the cube, you're hexed into physical matter, where you're incarnated into the 3rd dimension, the 3-dimensional world, which is a cube, 3D. And black cube adds up to 6 sides of the black cube. The Kabbalah. The Kabbalah means cube god in Arabic. And look at what they do. They worship the cube, the black cube, and they stand in rings like the rings of Saturn. Australia, Denmark, Manhattan, Santana all have these black cubes. You go to New York, you will see the black cube there as well. These black cubes are everywhere because it is the real God of this world, So look at the cross. The cross unfolds into the cube. Xbox, Nintendo GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with a simulated gaming reality, they put Saturn in it because we're in the simulation of Saturn. This is a simulation. And this is why they reflect this through the Xbox, GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with gaming, simulations, is all Saturn. Because we're in the cube of Saturn, the black cube. We're in the GameCube, the Xbox, the Sega Saturn. As above, so below. So they reflect it through the simulations that they create inside of this simulation. Cubes have 8 points for the 8 points of time and space. 8 is the number of time. Everything's cycling, infinity. So look at the cube. The cube is symbolized as in Judaism. The Judays have the black cube. They wrap themselves in a black band and they cover their eyes into blackness. The black cube for the black cube of Saturn. They use the star of Saturn and they worship their god on Saturn Day because it's all Saturn worship. Look how the Saturn god is wrapped around with these thorns or leaves, just like Jesus is wrapped around his heart. And Jesus on the cross is us on the cross. We are in the cross. We are in the cube. The cross is the cube. And the cross is even in the Saturn symbol. This is another symbol for Saturn. There's two symbols. You got this one, the one I've just broke down. And there's this one. This is the cross of Saturn, the cube god, the simulation, the game cube. Now, Chronos is another word for Saturn. Chronos means time. When you clock into work, you go to the Chronos machine. Well, I did anyway. And I tap my card on the Chronos because Chronos is time. Anything to do with time is Saturn. He creates and destroys. Look at the artwork of Saturn with the sand, the time. Look at this, how he's cutting off the baby's wings. He's crystallizing the spirit into matter. He's cutting off your wings. Satan, in the Bible, he falls from heaven into earth and he loses his wings. He becomes a serpent. You see, it's all symbolic for us. We are the fallen angels, fallen angles of light. We're fallen angles of light. We are light beings. Now we're fallen into physical matter. Saturn's chopped off our wings. He's chopped off our spirit wings because when you astral project, you can fly. You will fly around. He's got the Reaper staff here, always depicted with the Reaper staff. Now look at the clock. Saturn Day is the 6th day, the number of the beast 666. Look at the clock. 6 take away 12. 12 take away 6 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 8 take away 2 equals 6. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Everything's 666 because it's time. Saturn. All goes to Saturn. He's the god of time. We're in time now. We're in time. We're in the time, which is God, the god of this world, the god of time. Now look at this. The Reaper is also depicted as the Reaper with the staff, the black cloak, black symbolizing death, spirit. Judges wear black because Saturn is the law. He's the god of this world. He's the law. This is why they wear black cloaks. When you graduate from university, you wear a black cloak and a black cube on your head. you've been hexed. Funerals, you wear black because it's all to do with Saturn, Father Time, Father Crystallization. Now, Saturn, here's another one of him cutting off the wings of a child because he cuts off the wings. He creates and destroys your body. We're in the electrical world. Everything that is electrical vibrates. All vibrations have to come back to a standstill point, which is death. This is why your body dies. Your atoms stop vibrating. Corona. Look at the crown. The crown is the corona. Corona means crown. And look at this is an alcohol brand for beer. You can see the staff of Saturn in the symbol with the moon crescent. Corona, which is the crown, Saturn, the crown on Saturn, the rings. And then you've got the staff. It's all Saturn worship. Is the black cubes of 9/11. Two black cubes. This was a ritual for Saturn. It's all ritualistic. And look at the Star of David, the Star of Saturn. It's not the Star of David. Creates IXXI, the sigil of Saturn. IXXI means 9/11 in Roman numerals. 9/11. It's all a ritual for Saturn, and they have the two black cubes of Saturn. Now look, XX. There's more symbolism of Saturn now. We're going deeper. XX is more symbolism for Saturn. The sigil of Saturn is XX, as above, so below. Same with the Star of David. You split it in the middle, as above, so below, as above, so below. XX, this is a Knights Templar cross of Lorraine. XX, Knights Templar, high order of Masonry. They all worship Saturn. Well, Saturn's the real god of this world. X Eon with the XX. XXL magazines, which is all to do with famous rappers and stuff like that. When you die, you put XX on the eyes because it's Saturn. He's the Reaper. Is Jesus with the XX crown with the thorns around his heart, around his soul, with the cube on the top, the cross cube. Lil Uzi Vert with the XX cross of Lorraine. Jay-Z with his alcohol brand, XX Cross of Lorraine, the X Factor with the rings of Saturn, all Saturn worship. The seal of Melchizedek is also Saturn. This is the cube. This symbolizes the cube with the 8 points for the 8 points of space and time. And this is the cube. It's another ancient symbol for Saturn. Here you see the star of Saturn with the Melchizedek symbol around it, which is all to do with Saturn. Here you see an altar, the Holy Grail, the Melchizedek symbol on it, and they're worshipping it. This is why we wear rings, wedding rings for the rings of Saturn. It all goes back to Saturn. Earrings. The 8-pointed star of the ancient Sumerians is all Saturn. It's all Saturn. So the ancients, the symbols of Saturn goes on forever. It's in all of the major corporations. You can see it everywhere, the rings of Saturn. Toyota is an obvious one. Internet, Nike, Target, Sega, Saturn. All Saturn worship. All Saturn worship. Because he is the real god of this world. Here's Kanye West's album with a Saturn here. Here's Michael Jackson's album saying X escape. There's the X again. The X escape. You have to escape this reality. Maybe that's what he's pointing at. Here you see it on the dollar bill. The star of Saturn. Here you see it again on the dollar bill. So that is it for today's people. I hope you all gain some insight on Saturn. Please like, comment,
Share if you can. Subscribe if you like the channel. Please have an amazing day. God bless.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
This video is going to be about the flat earth and the breakdown of the whole cosmology. We're going to be digging very deep. I've got a lot of pictures and images to show you, and a lot of dots to connect. So let's start with the Freemasonry art. So this artwork we have here is the Freemasonic cosmology as they know and believe. So what is it symbolizing? We obviously have to start off with the 4 pillars representing the 4 corners of the earth. The 4 corners with duality. You see, there's everything on earth. There's good and evil. Good, evil, positive, negative. Good, bad. This is the checkerboard. This is what it symbolizes. Okay. Obviously, we have the sun, the moon. The sun gives you energy. It's the anode. The moon is the cathode. It's the opposite. It takes your energy. So therefore, you become sleepy when the moon comes out. You see, everything on Earth, everything in the universe is balanced. There's complete balance symbolized by duality. There's always 2 opposites. We have the all-seeing eye, and obviously 7 stars representing the 7 planets, but not planets as in we know planets. They're not physical spinning balls of gas. They are energies. They are lights emitting from the realm above this realm. They are lights through the firmament, through the electromagnetic field. So let's go through that again. The 4 corners, duality, positive and negative, cold, dry. Everyone on Earth has an opposite. Everyone, there's 2. Okay, and then we have the sun, the moon, the 7 planets with a 5-pointed star. What's the 5-pointed star? Of course, it's the 5 elements: spirit, water, earth, fire, and air. Okay, that's what the 5-pointed stars symbolizing, the 5 elements of earth. And then most importantly, we have the compass. The compass is very, very important, hence why it's in the center. The compass is symbolizing many, many things. And one of the most important things, but we'll get into that after. We have a boat with water outside of the earth. So we have a boat on water, symbolizing the waters separated by the firmament, the waters above, separated by the firmament from the waters within the firmament, the earth. So this is what it's symbolizing. So the compass, what's the compass? This is where the compass comes from. The Polaris, the most important star there is, because it's in the center of Earth, the sun, the moon, and the black hole, black sun. Because all creation comes from center, the seed center. Okay, but we'll get into this after. But also, this is a very important Masonic symbol because they use this symbol a lot. This is one of their main symbols, hence why Neil Armstrong has the Masonic ring with the compass on it. The people who supposedly went to the moon, which obviously they faked to push this globe model, because the globe model is based upon fear. Because the globe model, if they can sell you the globe model, they can sell you anything then. You don't know where you actually are. The globe model is to push fear upon the masses. because the globe model means there's not enough resources. There's also risks of asteroids hitting the planet. There's also risks of space extraterrestrial invasions, global warming, asteroids. You see, this is all the fear that they can gain of selling you the globe model. Okay, because they don't want you to know that this is an intelligent design. And also, they're hiding God, the creator, the source. This is why they are satanic. They are opposites. They are lefty, Lucifer, right, righteous, godly. Hence why they do the symbolism on their eyes. 666. This is another famous, what's it called? Sorry, famous astrologer, astronaut. This is another famous astronaut doing 666, showing that he's in the alliance of the occult. But even look at their 10th anniversary stamps. They have a Masonic compass on there. Also, the Order Out of Chaos. Order Out of Chaos, double-headed eagle. Okay, the Order Out of Chaos ring, which they wear. So all of these astronauts are in the occult. They are lying to you. They are in with this order, this Masonic New World Order, whatever you want to call it. So let's break this compass down a lot more. Because as I showed you here, the center, okay, this is what the compass is symbolizing. Let's go into the North Pole map. This is from 1595. This is a rough estimate of where this map came from. It's from around the 1500s to the 1600s, maybe 1400s. There's not an actual set date on this map because obviously our history has been tampered with. But let's break down this map and the symbolism that they use towards this map, because this map is the map of the North Pole. Okay, so in the center, we have the black rock symbolizing the tower, the pole, North Pole. And what's on top of the North Pole? Obviously, it's Polaris. North Pole and Polaris. Okay, with the 4 islands around the center. Okay, 4 islands around the center. And this is what blew my mind, right? They say that Santa sounds similar. And if you look at this pole that's pointing to the North Pole, you see this line here. So this is obviously from the 1600s. What color is Santa? He's red and white. Just like this map pointing to the center is red and white, and Santa comes from the North Pole. So it's not a coincidence that they used red and white. They're mocking this map because obviously they took over after the 1500s, 1600s. They took over around the 17, 1800s. So they're mocking this map with Santa coming from the North Pole with this red and white line to the North Pole. Notice the 4 islands. Okay. Like windows, their symbol, they obviously in the occult, they're part of the New World Order, is symbolizing these 4 islands with the blue behind it for the water. Okay, so this is another occult logo. They're symbolizing this center because the center is so important. Okay, we'll get into that. Also, we have the Mayan cosmology. This is the Mayan cosmology. This is what they created. This is their artwork, with also 4 major lands around the center. You see this 4 with green in between them all. 4 major lands with the underworld. You see this underworld is also symbolized by the Masons with the coffin of the skull and bones, the deceased, the dead. Okay, So this is also mentioned in the book of Enoch. Okay, and it's called Sheol. Sheol, the underworld. Okay, and in the book of Enoch, it says all spirits of the dead go to these hollow places, that they all wait until their appointed time of judgment. And it also says in the book of Enoch, there are 4 hollow places underneath. 4, as above, so below, representing the 4 islands. As above, so below. That's where that could link in. Okay. The book of Enoch is very important because it was found in a cave thousands of years ago, and has a lot of truths about this realm and about this world we live in. So let's go back to the Mayan cosmology. So the ancient cosmology, they all must have had some sort of communication. They must all be at peace with each other, because all of their cosmologies link together. See, the Greek, Babylonian, Indian, the Celtic. Okay, they're all linked in together. They all knew that they were in an enclosed system with an underworld and obviously a firmament. Okay, so this is what they all knew. They all must have had some sort of communication. They were a lot more advanced than us. They knew the center of the realm. Okay, and obviously the United Nations flag also symbolizes their center. You see how it has like a grid with a circle around the center. It's symbolizing that center of the realm, because that center of Earth is so important. The United Nations flag, all have it. See, some different ones all have that circle around the center. Because the center is the seed. All things come from a center. So the torus field is so important because it is the spark of life. It's the building blocks of the universe, this creation. Because all things have a torus field. Just like an apple with what's in the center of an apple, a seed. Because the center is where the energies hold, is where the energies meet, and it creates that spark of life. Just like your heart is the center of your body, and it has an electromagnetic field. Because the center, all things come from the center. So this is why the North Pole is so important, because this is why it's so important, because this is where the creation sparked from, the center. This is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. So this is why the northern lights come from the center. It's electromagnetic energy. This is what the northern lights are. It's being emitted from this black hole in the center. Okay, and obviously what else is on the center? Polaris. Polaris is the center star. Okay, so the center star is what sits on top of this North Pole, Polaris, because it's a pole of electromagnetic energy, symbolized as a black rock, a black hole, pole. You see, because all creation comes from void. Light is born from darkness. Without light, darkness can't be born from light. You see, but light can be born from darkness. This is why darkness is so important. And this is why there's a black hole in the center of our realm, like the black sun. The black sun, the Polaris star, the North Star. You see, so this is this North Pole, Polaris. This is what they're talking about. And this is why compasses are an 8-pointed star, because Polaris is symbolized as an 8-pointed star. This is where a compass will point you to. It will point you to that center. So notice how a compass has this black hole in the middle, you see, and it will point you to this meeting point, the north, because in the center is the center of the torus field of the Earth. This is where the most electromagnetic energy is. You see, everything gets sucked into the black hole. Okay, this whole reality is being projected from that center point, just like your eyes suck in light. It's a black hole. Your eyes suck in the light of this light being emitted from this center place, this electromagnetic energy at the center, which is the seed of everything, of everyone. You see, just like an apple has the seed in the center in darkness, because in the center of the apple, it's dark. It's black. It's pitch black. But that's where the seeds are. That's where the life is. But Polaris is so important because it's that center star which lines up. It is the pole, it's the top of the pole of the torus field. So Polaris would be here at the very, very top. And this is where the compasses point you to. And this is why the Star of Ishtar, the 8-pointed star of the Sumerians, also talked about this 8-pointed star, and it's called the Star of Ishtar. Okay, and who is Ishtar? Ishtar is the goddess. Okay, so she's not a male, she's a female, because every creation is brought through a female, a womb. Every single human on earth is brought through the womb, the sacred feminine energy, and the womb is pure darkness. There's no light in a womb, just like the center of our realm. It's a black hole. Okay, and guess what? She's the god of fertility and sexuality. She is responsible for all life. Okay, so the Star of Ishtar is the Star of Polaris, which is symbolizing the responsibility for all life, the center of our realm, the black sun, the black hole. Okay, so this is what that god of Ishtar of the Sumerians is talking about, the goddess, the womb, the seed of creation. So this would be the portal, more than likely, the portal in and out of our realm, because it's the top of the torus field. And what's above this realm is the heavens. So this is where you get sucked in from the heavens. Your soul gets sucked in and brought onto this plane of existence called Earth. These are some space NASA symbols. Look how much Polaris symbolism there is. And notice how it's at the center. You see this circle? This is like a half circle. And at the center is an 8-pointed star of Ishtar. It's the same thing. It's Polaris. It's at the center. And notice on some of these, look, this one is a bear holding the key and an arrow pointing to the Polaris star, so that they hold the key to Polaris. And another one with like a demon holding a key to the what? Polaris on top of him. Also an eagle, which is a Masonic symbol, the eagle holding a key on top of the center, you see. And notice how there's an arrow going up to the Polaris and an arrow down.
as above, so below, to Earth. So you can go out of Earth, and into Earth through Polaris. And the eagle holds the key. You see? The eagle holds the key, just like this. This demon dragon holds the key to Polaris. And look at this one, Earth, with an arrow up to Polaris, the 8-pointed star. So Polaris is more than likely that portal which the Anunnaki used, the Sumerian gods used, because the Anunnaki symbol is also an 8-pointed star. Okay. And like I said, that center is the seed of creation. The center is the black hole. Okay, just like your pineal gland is at the center of your brain. The pineal gland is at the center of your brain. And that's what connects you to that spirit realm, to the source. That's it for this video, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you all learned something today. Please leave a like, a comment, and please subscribe to the channel for more content. God bless you all.
Hello and welcome to another video and another lecture from Ethereal University. Today we're going to be breaking down in detail the Freemasonic 33rd degree symbol. Now, of course, this is a complex symbol, and it's composed of many symbols put together to create a greater meaning. So, as you should know from my previous videos, a bit of context behind Freemasonry, what it particularly is, and I will give you a brief overview before we go into this. It's definitely important to know what Freemasonry is before we break down this symbol, okay? Because without the knowledge of Masonry and what it is, it's difficult to understand what the symbol truly means. So Freemasonry is all about building. The word Mason means to build. And we're either building with light or we're building with darkness. So that we have good Freemasonry, we have good Masons, people who want to spread the truth, people who want to help people awaken their mind and liberate them and bring them up to higher consciousness. Or we have Masons who want to divide, keep the knowledge to themselves, create walls, build walls in people's minds, construct illusions in people's minds for their own personal gain. Okay, so we're either building with light or you're building with darkness. You're either building with light or bricks, spirit or matter. God and the devil, same thing. You're either uplifting people or dividing people. Each and every single one of you is a Freemason. Well, a Mason. Not a Freemason, but a Mason. You are a builder. And you're either constructing division in you and other people, or you're either creating oneness. Everyone is doing this. Everyone is building. Everyone is contributing towards the world and building our reality. So Masonry is a craft, and that craft is to craft a better mind and heart, a higher consciousness, a higher understanding of the self, building a higher perception of yourself, getting to know who you actually are, why you are here. Every action, behind every single action, behind every single cause is choice. You chose to be here. Whether you know why you are here or whether you do not know. You chose to be here in this time, in this period of life on the earth, on this physical dimension. You chose, the mind of yours chose to be here in this body at this specific time. You are playing a role, you are building in this world at this specific time. So Masonry is all about getting to know the self, to know what you actually are through gnosis. Gnosis is direct knowledge obtained and extracted from direct experience. Knowledge extracted from direct experience. Knowingness. You know you have hands. You don't believe you have hands. You know you have hands. That's what knowing thyself truly means. To go within the self. To dwell in meditation for long periods of time. Not even meditation. To dwell, closing your eyes and thinking internally. Not thinking externally about anything outside you, but thinking and questioning internally, and you shall find answers. Seek and you shall find. If your heart is truly set on knowing, on getting to know true knowledge and knowing yourself, then you will find it. Okay, so because that's what the heart is. The heart is where we find our treasure. That's why it's inside of our chest. Our chest holds the treasure. What is your treasure? Your treasure is your physical manifestation. And whatever you act, whatever your heart cares about, your body follows. Your body takes action towards what you care about in life. This is why we say follow your heart, because your body follows the heart, what you care about. If you do not care about something, you do not take actions towards it. Whatever your heart loves and has that love energy for, the body follows. If you truly want to become enlightened and truly want to reach higher consciousness, then you will. You truly care for that, then you will find it. You have to go within. Okay, so this is what Masonry is about. It's about going within and finding out your true nature and constructing a higher consciousness by dissolving walls and blockages inside your mind and heart, purifying the self. Because you can care about sick and twisted things. Okay? We can see that in society. People like killing people. It's psychotic, but I know. So we can be corrupted. Okay, so going into this symbol, what does the symbol mean? What is it trying to portray? Okay. Uh, Before we go into this symbol, particularly, uh, we're looking at the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So we have the first degree all the way up to the third degree is Blue Lodge Masonry. Then from the fourth degree of Freemasonry to the 32nd degree is what we call Red Lodge Freemasonry, the Red Lodge degrees. So again, that is that symbolism of that red and blue, the left and right, masculine, feminine, water, fire. It's that symbolism again of the two polar opposites of reality, of masculine and feminine qualities, solar and lunar, the left and right hemispheres of the brain, the inner and inner and outer world, the brain and the heart. These are all polarities, okay? Spirit and matter. We have to unify these. But we're looking at the 33rd degree. This is the end of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and it's considered the illuminated degrees. Illuminated. This is when one gets to know the true self, the true knowledge, when one has gone within, mastered the self, got rid of mental blockages, uh, blockages in the heart, purified the self, and they know who they are. They have higher consciousness. And in this breakdown today, I'm going to show you how they have higher consciousness through this symbolism. Okay, so I was going to say something, but I totally forgot what it was. But anyways, we'll move forward with this symbol. Oh, that's what it was. water melts, well, ice melts at 33 degrees, symbolizing ice represents solid matter, ego, the physical body, left brain thinking, physical reality identification, identifying self with the ego, the name, the job, the reputation. That's the ice, that's solid, that's ego thinking, left brain thinking. When we identify ourselves with the body, our ego, our name, our job, our reputation, our family, that is ego. That is pure earthly survival base level consciousness. This is the degree, this is the level of state of mind that we need to rise out from and figure out what we are, what you actually are inside you. When you turn off your thoughts, what are you then? If you do not think, you are not your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your beliefs. Because when the mind is turned off, there is still something left. That is you. And that is the substance that we have to get to know through gnosis, through going within and thinking internally and dwelling within. Okay. So Freemasonry is all about learning about the psyche, the true nature of consciousness, how it functions, the mechanics of consciousness, how we can integrate universal law with consciousness. We're going to be going into that. Natural law, how we can become one with God's law. We can become one with the universe and integrate universal consciousness into yourself. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say about this symbol, straight away, the first thing you probably notice about the symbol is the eagle. The eagle is a bird. Okay, what do birds do? They are high in the air. They are above the earth, which represents rising, rising consciousness, rising the mind out of the lower mind, earth-based survival, impulsive, reactive, egotistical mind. And we're pulling us out, we're rising from that. The earth represents that lower base survival consciousness, ego-driven thoughts. And we're rising up. The bird is free. It's free from the earth. Okay? It's free. It's elevated. It looks down upon the earth. So the eagle is a bird which represents higher view of self, a higher understanding of the self. It's elevated. We have a higher view of myself when I reach the 33rd degree. That is what it's showing you. That is what it's symbolizing. Okay? It's above the earth. It is free. It looks down. When you have higher consciousness, you become enlightened. It's impossible not to look down. You do look down on people, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. That sounds bad. I understand if that sounds bad, but that's not a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way or a bad-hearted way. I mean that as when you have higher consciousness, you can see people who are living and dwelling in zombie mode, low level earth based consciousness. They think they're the body, they think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their family. So it represents looking down because I have higher awareness of myself. I know what I truly am. The water is flowing at the 33rd degree. The water melts at the 33rd degree, representing the flowing of consciousness, the flowing of the mind, flowing of light energy entering the body. Because when we reach higher consciousness, when you raise your consciousness, which is just an easier way of saying mastering thoughts, mastering yourself, we no longer give attention to negative thoughts because we understand what thoughts are. and why would you let your own mind take away your own power? So again, Freemasonry is about gaining personal power, not in a bad way. Well, it can be used for bad. Gaining mental power, a strong mind. Most people have very, very, very weak minds in this world. Very weak minds. This world is a mental world. We have to gain strength in the mind. It's a mental universe. The stronger the mind, the better your reality. The less affected you are by external things. Nothing external should ever bother you. Okay? uh, so it's about gaining mental strength, mental clarity. So again, the bird is elevated, it looks down, it has a higher awareness, it sees things from above, it sees the world for what it truly is. That's the eagle. Okay? It's the higher view. This is the illuminated degrees. So we're looking at now the sword. The bird, the eagle, the double-headed eagle is standing on the sword. Very symbolic. The sword is not above the eagle. The sword is below the eagle. The sword moves through the air. On a basic breakdown of the sword, it represents power. Power. Because if I have a sword, I hold the power over you. That's what it symbolizes. In war, you have a weapon bigger than someone else and more destructive than someone else, you hold the power. So it's a power symbol. To go even deeper on this, on its true meaning, the sword, I've already broke this down plenty of times. It moves through the air. It cuts the air. It's the mind. Air represents the mind. Water is emotion. Fire is the spirit. Earth is the body. So we're looking at the mind, the power of the mind. And the eagle is standing on top of this, representing, I am conquering my own mind. I am conquering my mind. My mind does not conquer me. My mind is truly mine. I hold the power over it. I stand on top of my mind. The mind does not rule me. Thoughts do not enter my mind that take away my power. I think it, I feel it, I act towards it. It's unity. My mind is the monarch. It is the command center. It is mine. I'm above the mind. That's what it's showing here. I hold full control over this mind. I hold the power. Okay? And I have an elevated view of the mind. The eagle is elevated. It looks at the earth from above. It's the higher perception of the mind. The mind has a higher view of the self. It is conscious. Most people are not conscious. Okay? Most people walk around, they act unknowingly, they don't even know they exist. They don't realize they have consciousness. They think they grew from a monkey. They're born on a spinning ball in the middle of space, and they think they're the body. That is the level of earth-based consciousness. And it's saying, I hold the power. I hold my mind to what I want to direct the mind's forces to. I create with my mind. I carve reality. I shape my reality with my mind and thoughts and my intellect, my communication. Okay? That is what we're looking at here with the sword. It's on top, meaning I control it. When you stand on top of something, you are the top. You are on top of it. You hold the power. You rule over it. When you are the boss of your business, you rule the business. That's what we're looking at here. The sword needs sharpening. It always needs sharpening. You can't use a sword forever. You need to sharpen it. The mind will not stay powerful and strong and and aligned with what you actually want unless you continuously refine the sword. The mind needs to be refined or reminded. If you stop doing affirmations, the mind will fall back to old ways of thinking. If you constantly meditate, you constantly implant the messages into your subconscious mind, you constantly visualize, you are keeping the mind sharpened with what you want in life, what you are trying to create. And the mind will continue to think with that power, with them words, with them visualizations. If you fall off, if you stop meditating, you will lose control of your own mind. Okay? This is symbolizing you have to keep on top of the mind. You have to keep control. This is what the world is. The world is like Minecraft. You ever played Minecraft? You're a builder. Okay? What do? You control the man in the world. That's what you are. You need to control this body in the world. It's all about control. You are in a game. It's like Grand Theft Auto. You don't know how to use the buttons. You're going to create chaos, and you're not going to have that much fun in the world in GTA if you don't know how to work the buttons. Same with this world. You are in a world, and you need to learn the buttons of the body, the mind, the soul, the heart. How will these things function so you can actually live a better life and create what you want in the world? Aligned with natural law, of course, unless you want to walk down the path of Satanism. So this is what we're looking at with the sword. Now, moving on, we're looking at this little banner here. This says "God and my right" in Latin. God and my right. What is your right? Natural law is your right. What is natural law? You already know the natural laws. We all intuitively know the natural law. What is natural law? Do good. We all subconsciously, on a soul level, we know to do good. We know to do right. It is wrong to hurt people. It is wrong to control people. What is your natural law? What are the forces that you hold power over, that you have full control over? You have full control over what you think, what you feel, what you act. Thought, emotion, action. If you start to try and control things outside of them three forces, that is now you breaking natural law. If I try to control and manipulate someone else, that is now breaking natural law. I'm going against my inner law. My soul tells me what is right and wrong through emotion. So it's about aligning the self, my actions, my thoughts with my emotion, my intuition, my natural law. These are your rights. Your rights is to think, feel, and act with the law, with good, with God, with love, with care for one another. Am I building with light to bring good things to the collective? You see, most people are stuck in their left brain, and the left brain only sees me, me. Ego-driven thinking. That's why they trap us in our left brain. They train us to be left brain. They tell us to write with our right hand to strengthen the left brain. They call it writing. Everything in this matrix is to activate your your left brain. Why? They need you in ego consciousness so you can be controlled and manipulated. So you do not recognize patterns. That's the right brain. The right brain recognizes patterns, symbolism, metaphors. They don't want you reading between the lines. They want you logical. They want you divided because the right brain sees the whole. The right brain sees the woods. The left brain sees the trees. And that tree is your ego. And the woods is the collective consciousness. They want you only thinking about you. Because that way you are divided from the collective consciousness. And we're all one consciousness family. We're all God. We're all God experiencing himself. And we are all building this world. So it's about aligning the self with my right, with God, with natural law. It's what Freemasonry is about. True Freemasonry, light Freemasonry, not dark Masonry or evil Freemasonry, whatever you want to call it. The crown, royalty. Royalty wear crowns. And what do the royalty have? Again, this is another power symbol. They hold control. Yes, royalty hold control. And that's why this crown is at the top of the image, not at the bottom of the image. It's at the top, representing I control the left, I control the right. I control my left brain and my right brain, the two eagle heads, the two views. The eagle has one eye on each side. It's looking, it's seeing. And that's symbolic of the left and right brain. We see, not physically see, but I mean perceive. We perceive reality with the left brain and we perceive reality with the right brain. And it's about unifying these two brains so we can see and perceive reality from a true lens. Because if we see reality only from the left brain, and a left brain dominated brain, we see everything as divided. But if we see everything from a right brain perspective, we see everything as whole. When everything is in the middle, you need to see reality from the middle. Yes, I have my own personal consciousness, and yes, there is a collective consciousness. So I need to balance between that. I need to see reality between the line, between the left and right brain, and align this worldview, and align my thoughts, align my actions with this. Because if you're left-brained dominated, you're only going to take action on ego. You're only going to take action on me. You're only going to think about me, me, me. But if you're right hemisphere brained, you're only going to take action for the collective, which is, yes, that's good, but you also need to think about yourself. Why did you come here? Your life has a meaning as well. It's not just about the collective, it's about you as well. But we need to balance this. You see? This is what we're looking at. The crown is in the middle, representing the balance, the power over the two. Okay? It's the balance, it's mastery, it's control. Royalty hold control over society, royal families. So it's about controlling the self. It's control over the eagle, control over the sword, over the mind. It's about personal power we're looking at here, self-control. Now we're looking at a upright triangle, which represents the element of fire, which is masculine. Masculine is all to do with action, action, the physical body. We're looking at fire, which represents spirit or transformation. Fire is a very transformative element. It transforms things. Okay, so we're looking at self-transformation through action. This is what we're looking at here. Fire is a very, very masculine force, a very penetrating and transformative force. So we're looking at transforming the self, not through knowledge, but through action. We have transformed the self. 33rd degree. I've reached the 33rd degree and I have now fully transformed. Now, there are higher degrees than 33rd degree, but we're just breaking down the symbol. That's a whole of a lecture. But this represents full transformation. 3, another, if you watch my video on numerology, you know 3 is all about what? Transformation. Thoughts, emotions, actions. These are the transformative forces that turn and create reality. Jesus dies and dies and resurrects after 3 days. Transformation from dead to the awakened. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. God is threefold. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Electricity, magnetism, dielectricity. The 3 forces that pretty much create physical matter. Transformation is 3. So we're looking at transformation through action. Action is a very transformative force. There's no point learning this knowledge if you're not going to act upon the knowledge. A lot of people join the university, they learn a lot, but they leave because they don't want to take the action. They don't want to do the hard part. They don't want to act towards higher consciousness. They want to dwell in their lower mind. That's fine. That's your path. That's their path. But if you truly want to raise your consciousness, you have to act upon it. You have to actively not take the action. It's about what you do and do not do, because not doing something is also an action. If you are not participating in the low-level pleasures like sex, casual sex, masturbation, going out and getting blind drunk. These are low-level pleasures. It's going to keep you on a low-level frequency and a low-level consciousness. That is also an action, not doing that. It's about what you not do as well, which is very important. You have to act upon it to reach this degree. You will not reach this degree if you have not taken a lot of action towards reaching higher consciousness, reaching self-mastery over the mind, controlling the mind. This is what, again, it's about taking action on actually controlling the mind, controlling the self, gaining your power. Okay? Okay. This is another fascinating part about the eagle head and wings. It also represents the past, present, and future. The crown is, again, symbolic of the crown chakra. This is all to do with knowledge. So we're looking at knowledge of the past, the eagle on the left looking behind, and the eagle on the right looking forward. So we're looking at the crown, knowledge of the past and the future. Looking at your past is very powerful. What has led you to this very point in your life? What actions have taken you to this point? And not only you, remember, there is a collective. Remember, you always have to keep that in mind. Every action you take, you have to always align it with the collective consciousness. It's not just you in the world. We have a collective. So how did you and how did the collective get to this point in life, in this present? How did we get here? How did we get into this mess? Humanity is in a mess. A straight up chaotic mess. And if you think everything is perfect and everything's divine and everything's just, there's some people out there in the spiritual community saying, everything's divine, everything's meant for this purpose. No, there are people actively manipulating and using mind control methods to control this reality. How have we got into this mess? So we have to look into the past to analyze patterns so we can take action now in the present to change the future of the collective and your personal life. That's what we're looking at here. So the eagle looking left is looking in the past, representing analyzing the past, analyzing the actions in my life and the collective life. The actions that led to this mess now, to this state now. And what can I do now with my knowledge to change the future to a better future aligned with, again, natural law, aligned with goodness, aligned with God, aligned with care and love for one another and the self. So it's all about knowledge of the past and knowledge of the future. And what I can do now to take action, the triangle pointing at the middle, which is the present, what can I do now to change the future? To create a better future, to transform the world. 33, transformation. To transform the future. Okay, this is what we're looking at here with the two double-headed eagles as well. Again, this is more art. This is a lot more complex symbolism here. But again, we have the Earth hemisphere here. And what? The eagle above. It is raised above the earth, above material pleasures, above the material thinking self, above the ego. Not to say we get rid of the ego. We need the ego, but balancing, control, power over the ego, power over the two hemispheres of the brain, power over my past and my future, power over time. What am I using my time towards? Time is your spiritual currency. Okay? It's elevated. It sees things from a higher perspective. It is higher consciousness. We're also looking at the astral body. Birds on a deeper level represent the astral body. So symbols have layers of meaning. The deeper you get into the occult, so when you join the first degree, you get, a good interpretation, and the higher degree you go, the more deeper the symbol reveals, as the more deeper you know yourself. So we're looking also at the astral body, the light. What is the light? Light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. It's knowledge, gnosis. When you're very intelligent, you call someone, they're a bright child. They have enlightenment, light in the mind. Looking at light, a lot of knowledge, a lot of self-knowledge of the self, of the psyche, how I function, what I am, knowledge of the astral body, rising above the earth, astral projection, exploring your true nature, exploring consciousness. This is what we're looking at here. And in order to explore your astral body and explore the astral realm, you have to control the sword, the mind. And you can then explore. You are free like a bird to fly. This is all symbolic of rising consciousness. All symbolic. So I hope this video has gained a bit more clarity on this symbol and given you some insights. And I will see you in the next one. Thank you for tuning in today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
What is good, people? Is Revival of Wisdom. We're back with another video. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of Saturn and the occult. Let's jump straight into this. So Saturn is the god of the earth, right? It's the time of God, change, destruction, physical matter. He creates and destroys because the energy of Saturn is the key to crystallization. It wraps things in physical matter, right? He creates everything, all life forms, and he takes things back because the day that you're born, that's the day that your expiry date is coming. The time is ticking until Saturn takes your life. This is why he's known as the Reaper. Okay? As he's personified as eating his child here in this ancient Roman painting. As you can see, he's eating the child. We are all children of Saturn, right? He creates physical matter, our physical bodies, right? He's the god of time because he's the slowest moving celestial body. He's the Lord of the Rings, as you can see here. He's the last one on the ring. He's the slowest one moving, okay? So he is the Lord of time, destruction and creation, okay? This is why his name is Saturn, Satan. He's the devil, okay? But I'm not saying Saturn's evil, guys. It's a part of life. Everything lives and dies, right? He's the key to crystallization. Now, as we have the clock here, our god Saturn, or Chronos in Greek, just means time. He's also the god of time, as I've already said. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. Add 2 plus 4 equals 6. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Okay? And as you see on the clock, 6 take away 12 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 9 take away 3 equals 6. 6 is the number of Saturn. It's associated with Saturn, right? He's the god of time, of justice. Everything goes back to the Reaper in the end. Everything lives and dies. Now, the artwork of him, he's always got the Reaper staff. You see, it's personifying death. Now, when you see this, the Romans were not saying Saturn was a real person, a real god in human form. No, this is personification. This is what the ancients always did. They personified, just like the Bible. It's all personification. So the personifying Saturn eating its children because it eats, it's the Reaper. No one can escape the Reaper. No one can escape death. Now, Saturn is 666, which is in the Bible, the number of the beast, right? The number of the beast, Satan, 666, right? So on the North Pole of Saturn, you have a hexagon, which makes a cube, right? Now this hexagon, when you join up all the corners, creates the 6-pointed star known as the Star of David, right? In the Jewish religion. Now, as you can see, the 6-pointed star has 6 points, 6 mini triangles, and a 6-sided hexagon. That makes 666. And also, your Saturday is named after Saturn, the 6th planet, the 6th day of the week, and has a 6-sided polygon in its north pole. That's also 666. Now, this Star of David, this symbol goes back thousands of years, and it originates from Saturn. It's not the Star of David, right? It originates from Saturn. It symbolizes the physical and spiritual aspect combined into one, which makes us humans, right? Also,
symbolizes the male and female combined into one. These two sacred energies create the human. We consist of both male and female energy, also known as the seal of Solomon. And we all know if Solomon was a real person, he talks about communicating with 72 demons. He could apparently, in the text, he could communicate with 72 demons, and this is sorcery. This is black magic. Now, this symbol is associated with hexing people. When you place a hex on someone, that is a form of witchcraft, which a hex is just a curse. When you're cursing someone, this is black magic. Now, the black magician would stand in the middle of the symbol and cast his spells onto other people. Now, this symbol is obviously on the $1 bill, twice on the $1 bill. And it's very, very ancient symbol. And it originates from Saturn. And let's keep going. So the cube. So I've just said how you see the cube on the North Pole of Saturn, right? The cube is limited. It's a 3D shape. It symbolizes limitations to the physical 3D dimension, the third dimension, the physical realm which we are in. Now, as you can see, the color associated with Saturn is black, right? Black is infinite potential. Black is the creation of all things before there was light. Light is born out of blackness, darkness, okay? Now, black is physical matter. And as you can see, the black cube, black symbolizing physical matter, the cube being limited, as the physical realm that we are in is limited. It's not like the fourth dimension where everything can exist in a thought. The third dimension is limited, right? And this is what Saturn is. It limits you to the 3D 666. Your body limits you to your physical body. Now, these black cubes are placed everywhere. As you can see, Australia, Denmark, Manhattan. There's one in New York. As you can see, the Apple have a cube. The Nintendo GameCube. Trump Tower is a black cube. This is worshipping the energy of Saturn, the god Saturn. Okay, it's not a god, it's a celestial energy. However, it rules over Earth because it pretty much created the physical realm. Now, as you see, when you go to a funeral, you wear black, a black suit symbolizing Saturn, which is the color associated, black. And as you see in Mecca, they walk around the black cube in rings. As you can see here, they're stood around in rings, like the Saturn, the rings of Saturn. The Mercedes symbol. You probably wouldn't notice that, but yes, it's Saturn. And when you graduate from university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is all symbolizing Saturn. Okay. Now, as you can see, the Jews here have a black cube on their third eye whilst they pray. Notice how he's shutting his eyes into blackness, darkness, and he's wrapped around a black strap around his arm. This is symbolizing the wrapping of physical matter, of how physical matter wraps things into existence. And as we all know, the Star of David is a Jewish symbol. So he has the black cube and the Star of David, right? So all of these religions are secretly worshipping Saturn. Okay, this is all Saturn worship, Kronos, the god of time and destruction, the physical reality. Now, as you can see, it's symbolized everywhere in all major corporations. Pepsi, Internet, that's obvious. NASA, of course, NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. Universal, Walkers, that one's so obvious. Nike, Toyota. So many different ways they symbolize it. You either see the rings of Saturn or the black cube, as I just showed you here, the Nintendo and the Mercedes, right? It's absolutely everywhere. Now, they also use 666 to symbolize it, as I've just broken it down to you. 666, the World Economic Forum. We all know how they're trying to enslave us into this new world agenda. Google Chrome, CERN, Disney, Coca-Cola, Cadbury's, all of these have 666. Now, every UPS barcode has 666. And even www. Is Hebrew for 666, as you can see here. Monster. It's the same Hebrew letter that means 666. Drake, 6 God. That's his God, Saturn. Why? Because they love physical realm. They love the physical dimension, the third dimension. Because they can rule here through riches. They can build an empire here. It's not like the fourth dimension. They don't want to ascend. They want to stay down here in the physical realm. Okay? Now, this is why they're cloning. They can move their consciousness into other clones to live forever. This technology exists. This is why they love the third dimension. As you can see, all of these sellouts here, Drake, Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, all of these people doing 666 because this is their God. This is their God. They love the physical realm. They sold their souls for wealth and fame in this physical realm. So why would they leave? You see? Now, this isn't all just evil, okay? So you have 7 chakras, right? You have 7 days of the week, 7 solfeggio scale notes. These are frequencies, the solfeggio scale. Now, it's called the Saturn moon matrix because the moon symbolizes your mind, because you're created out of the Holy Trinity, which is body, mind, and spirit, right? That's the triangle, the equal triangle, body, mind, and spirit. Now, the 3 main celestial bodies are Earth, Moon, and Sun. The Earth being your physical body, the Moon being your mind, and the Sun is your soul, hence why it's called solar. It's a solar soul. Now, these symbols are alchemical symbols. So when you're doing alchemy, you use these symbols to obviously symbolize what we're talking about. Now, as you can see, these are all the symbols of the planets. Of Saturn is created out of the moon on top, the moon on the bottom and the earth on top, as you can see here. You see? And this creates the number 5. Now, with the moon being your mind and the earth being your physical body, this is mind over matter, because the earth is your body's matter. This is a matter over mind. You don't want to be matter over mind. This is low states of consciousness. You won't be mind over matter. You see, to manipulate matter, to create your own reality. Now, obviously, we all know Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra, which is the root chakra. This is to deal with your animal instincts. When you're down here, you identify as the physical body. You don't know anything spiritual. You're you have a pure physical mind. You don't believe in anything spiritual. This is survival mode, consumption. They want you trapped down here, which is matter over mind. They don't want you to create your own reality, which is mind over matter. You see? Now, that's what Jupiter is. Saturn is the moon on the bottom and the earth on top. But Jupiter the moon on top with the earth on the bottom. That's mind over matter, you see? So these chakras are an ascension process from spiritual, from matter, physical matter to spiritual. This is the ascension. This is the stairway to heaven. This is Jacob's ladder. You see? Now, the number 5, which is obviously associated with Saturn as well, which create the symbol for Saturn, created the number 5. You have 5 senses, 5 elements, 5 physical elements. As we all know, Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter out of the 4 elements. 5 fingers and toes, 5 points of man. Okay, the number 5 is the number of justice. Saturn holds things back. He restrains things from you, makes you learn the lesson. Now, 666 is not all evil. 666 is the atomic structure of the carbon atom. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, right? We are carbon-based life forms. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Because Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter. Now, the Masons symbolize this with the checkered boards. They have the black square, which is obviously matter, as I just said, the black cube, and spirit is the white square, because white is eternal light, white and light, you see. Black is physical matter. Now, this is what we are. The point of our soul is to transmute from matter to spirit, but these are interchangeable. This is the constant cycle between spirit and matter, spirit and matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Low vibrational spirit turns into physical matter. You see? Now, we are carbon-based life forms. This is what 666 is, the number of the beast. When I say we, the physical body is the beast. It's the animal. It's the carbon suit to operate in this physical dimension, in this physical realm. See? It's the vehicle used to operate in this physical realm. But your mind isn't from this physical realm, you see? The brain is the physical manifestation of the soul. Okay? So, as you can see here, the spine is an extension of the brain. Everything goes back to the brain. This is literally what your physical body is. You see, this is the nervous system, and everything reports back to the brain, and everything's controlled from this control center. And this spinal column, at the top of the spinal column, is your third eye, which is known as the pineal gland. And this is the seat of consciousness. It's the center of consciousness. That is your true self, pure consciousness. This body is just a physical body. This body is mortal. This body runs out, but your consciousness lives forever. They don't want you knowing this. This is why they keep you down here in your lower chakra. They want you to believe everything is just physical. They don't want you to believe in the spiritual side of reality. Because this way they can manipulate you, right? They want you matter over mind because they know your mind creates reality. They know your mind is the root cause of reality. You manifest your own reality from the inside out. So this is why they control your perception of reality. They control your information in order to manifest their new world order. You, who are ignorant to knowledge and wisdom, you who are ignorant are manifesting their agenda. because you accept their information and their perception of this reality. Now, this is why they tell you the globe model, the heliocentric model, to trap you into physical matter. Now, if you understood about this true form of this realm, you'd understand that there's a spiritual side behind everything. The spiritual side, something has to exist. The root cause of reality is higher planes of existence. It happens in the mind before it happens on the physical plane. You see? They don't want you knowing this. They want you matter over mind, which is the symbol for Saturn. Moon over Earth. The Holy Trinity. Now, as you can see, the cube also makes IXXI. This is Roman numerals. This is Roman numerals, and when it's translated from 9/11. Yes, 9/11. This is the secret code of the one world order. The two twin towers, when the two become one. Okay, when the two become one, this is how you reach the higher states of consciousness, the physical and spiritual. Now, as you can see, the 9/11 memorial are two black cubes. It's two black cubes. This is all Saturn worship. Now, I'm not saying that Saturn is an evil celestial body, right? No, everything has a good side and a bad side, right? It's duality. The spirits of Saturn on the dark side are the most evil demonic spirits. Now, these are the spirits that these are invoking through these rituals, right? Yes, 9/11 was a massive ritual. It's a satanic ritual, okay? Now, we all know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is coming with the mark of the beast. And English gematria, this equals 666, right? 666, as I said, is the number of the beast. You are the beast, your physical body. You see how the Bible twisted things up to make things more confusing, right? But it's there. You just have to have the knowledge to be able to read the Bible properly. As we all know, we had this virus. I'm not going to say the name because I'll get flagged. This virus adds up to 666 because this is all part of the New World Order. It's all part of keeping you in this physical dimension. Okay? Now, as you can see here, Novus Ordo Seclorum on the back of his shirt, on Elon Musk's shirt. This is also on the $1 bill, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This means New World Order. Yes, New World Order. This is on the back of Elon Musk's shirt. And as you can see here, he owns Neuralink, which is the brain chip which they're going to be putting into implanting this onto your brain. This is the New World Order to connect you and merge your consciousness with AI. Neuralink and Meta, he owns Meta as well, which is the metaverse. These are going to be linked in, hence why they have the same symbol, but just in a different format. It's the infinity symbol. And the infinity symbol comes from the torus field, as you can see here, your electromagnetic field from around your body. Now, the end goal is for this New World Order is to trap your consciousness inside of an alternative reality being projected from the metaverse. Because the metaverse will be the reality. Neuralink will be the brain chip inside of your brain, projecting your consciousness into an alternative reality while they harness your energy of your physical 666 body. Now, this stuff gets real deep, people. Now, this is the end goal of the New World Order, is to connect you with AI. This is why they're trapping you and keeping you in these lower states of consciousness in the Saturn associated root chakra. So you don't find out about the spiritual side of reality, because if you knew the truth of this reality, you wouldn't connect to AI. You see, you have the power within you to travel to other worlds, the astral plane, for example. You travel to different worlds when you are sleeping. Okay? They want you to know it's just a dream. However, their end goal is to trap your consciousness and feed off your energy, spiritually and physically. Okay? I don't know why these people are just pure evil. As I said, evil love bondage. They love the physical dimension. They don't want to ascend to other realms. These evil love the third dimension. This is why evil spirits will inhabit bodies, exorcisms, because they miss being in the physical realm. They miss it. Evil love bondage. So this is why they're cloning and putting their consciousness in clones to stay in this third dimension, to stay as further away from the source as possible. Okay? This is why they're doing it. And this is how it's all linked in. So I hope you all enjoyed this video. Hope you gained some wisdom. Please feel free to join the Telegram. And please leave a like and a subscribe. Thank you all, people. God bless. Welcome back, people. We're back with another video. Let's jump straight into this. Make sure to tune in till the end, because this has got so much information in this video. So sit back and enjoy. So everything's Taurus fields. The Earth's a Taurus field. Everything's Taurus, which is electromagnetic field, electric and magnetic. The center of the Taurus field is where the two opposing forces meet in the center. And this is what creates the plane of inertia, the dielectric plane of inertia. Okay? You got red shift, blue shift, positive, negative, south and north pole, right? This is what the ancients were showing with the tree of life. As you can see here, this is the plane of inertia, and this is the Taurus field. Everything consists of this. Everything is a Taurus field. A atom is a Taurus field. Okay, now the inertia is the 0 point. So this plane is a 0 point. It's the balance between two poles. Okay, now this creates matter, because matter is two opposing forces in motion equalized. So these two forces coming together is what creates matter on this physical plane. And this is why we can't see the electromagnetic field, because it consists of one of the elements, which is either electric or magnetic. But when they combine together, it's what creates this physical plane, which is physical matter, which is light in motion. Now, everything is one. Don't get confused by duality. Duality is two opposing forces, but them two opposing forces are created by the same substance. It's two aspects of the same substance. So, for example, water and ice are the same thing. You know what I'm trying to say? But it's two aspects of the same substance, because all is one. The whole universe is one. All goes back to the one, which is God, the creator, or magnetism, whatever you want to call it. because magnetism pulsates. Electricity has two poles, redshift, blue shift. Okay, so redshift, blue shift is electricity, and electricity vibrates, and all vibration always comes back to a standstill point. But magnetism is what pulsates. This is why your heart pulses. You breathe, which is a pulse. This is the breath of the universe, magnetism. Now, this is why the earth is green, okay? Earth can be spelt heart. If you just move the H to the beginning, it spells heart, okay? Because the heart is the center of the torus field, which is the heart chakra for us humans, okay? We consist of the same field, as you already know. Heart being the center, which is green, which is the center of the seven colors. The center of the seven colors. This is the most powerful chakra in your body. People think it's the crown chakra, but it's the heart chakra because it's the center of the torus field. You must align them all and combine them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, earth is green. Nature's green. Okay, this is because we live on heart chakra, the plane of inertia. It's the center of the torus field. Okay, and this is what the Egyptians called Isis, which is nature. Nature is balanced, and nature is female, Mother Nature, because it looks after us with the fruit it grows with abundance and the water. It's a female energy, Mother Nature, and this is the symbolism of an equal, balanced arms. This is the scales, it's balanced. Mother Nature is balanced. This is why the sky is blue, because what comes after the heart chakra? Blue. Sky is blue. We live in Midgard. This is what the ancients called Midgard. You don't have to take this tree literally. It's a metaphor. We live in Midgard, where both positive and negative duality here. Now, Mount Meru. Mount Meru was known as the center of the earth, okay, or known as Hyperborea. And this is the North Pole, the electromagnetic North Pole. But when I say Mount Meru, it's not an actual mountain. They weren't saying there was a real mountain in the center of the earth, a magnetic rock. No. The plane of inertia, okay, there's something called a hyperboloid. That's what it's called, a hyperboloid. And this is the center of the torus field. And this hyperboloid is what is in the shape of a mountain, you see? So if I go to this next one, they say Hyperborea on this map. Why do they call it Hyperborea? Because this is the hyperboloid in the center of the torus field. And this is the electromagnetic mountain, a metaphor. Mountain, what they're metaphorically saying, this is the electromagnetic mountain at the center, the double vortex, the center of the torus field, which is the North Pole. Pole of electromagnetic energy. So this is why they call it Hyperborea. It comes from the word hyperboloid. And the center of the earth is so sacred. And they symbolize this with, obviously, the North Star, which is Polaris. And this is where the swastika comes from, because it's the four seasons moving around the North Star. This is the Big Dipper constellation moving around the North Star, which is Polaris. There's that pole again. Pole. Magnetic pole of the torus field. And this is where the green, emerald green, aurora borealis comes from. It comes from this center hyperboloid at the center of the earth, where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. The center of the plane of inertia. The center of the plane of inertia. This is the all-seeing eye as well. As you can see, they got the sun, the moon. This is the Masonic cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the all-seeing eye, because the eye is Polaris, the eye of the stars. It's all a big eye. Now, the eye means a lot more as well. It's not just that. There's different ways you can interpret symbols. Now, this is the emerald tablets. Deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. Okay? The flower of life is thine own place of thine spirit, and stream through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form unto form. This is the North Pole. This is what he's talking about. He's talking about the aura borealis. Aura borealis. It's the Earth's aura. Emerald green. Heart chakra. Plane of inertia. Green. Earth. Heart. You see? All related. Now, there's many, many symbolism of this. So much symbolism of the ancients. The 7 layers of heaven. 7 layers of heaven, which are the 7 planets. Okay? These planets are the solar system. It's the solar system because we are the soul. We are the sun, the soul. And we're inside of a solar system, which is the 7 planets. That's why there's 7 layers of heaven. Okay? The rings of Saturn, the rings of the planets are moving around us. Okay? So this is what the ancients were depicting in their cosmology. Now this is the Hebrew cosmology of the earth. This is the Mayan cosmology of the earth. You see, it's all an enclosed system. We live inside of a giant torus field. All is atum. It's what the ancients said, ancient Egyptians said. All is atum. Atoms are torus fields. Don't be tricked by the modern science today with the current model of an atom. It's completely wrong. They're hiding the torus field. They're hiding the electromagnetic field, which is in everything. Absolutely everything is in motion, and motion comes from this field. And you see, this is upside down, but this is the I think it's pretty sure it's candles, but the 7 candles, the 7 planets, the 7 Elohim. You see, it all goes back to the stars and the heavens. Now, this is how the Earth really works, with the stars on the outside of the cosmic egg, and then the torus field spinning around the sun and the moon, the positive and the negative charge. The sun gives you energy, the moon takes your energy. The moon controls monthly cycles. Moon is mon. This is etymology. Mon, month, money, demon, monster. Stir is star, moon star. We are all stars. Youngster, minister, superstar, Hollywood star. We're all stars. We come from the stars, which is heaven. Our soul comes from the stars. You see? We are the universe, the image of man made in the universe. We are a microcosm of the universe. The universe is a macro. We are micro. We consist of everything. The body, mind, and spirit. The sun, the soul. Moon, the mind. Earth, the body. Body, mind, and spirit. We have 12 systems in the body, which are governed by the 12 zodiac signs. Starting at the Aries, which is the ram of God, all the way down to Pisces. And Capricorn, kneecap. It all goes back to the stars. We are the stars. We are the universe. Everything is inside of us. Everything. Like I say, the Temple of Solomon, the Temple of the Soul, and man. The soul, the temple is the body. The soul is the soul, and the man is the mind. The temple of the soul and the mind. Body, mind, and spirit. We consist of the 5 elements. Air, spirit, water, earth, and fire. We consist of everything. We are the universe. We're made in God's image, which is the universe. You see? Now, everything goes back to the stars. The ancients worship the stars because the stars govern everything. They govern the systems in the body. They govern your life. This is why your zodiac is so important, your sign. Each zodiac has a specific element associated with it as well. Aries, which is the first sign, the Ram of God, the Lamb of God, which is a fire sign. Fire, first. Fire, first. F-I-R, this is etymology. The cerebrum, ram, which is in the brain. Aries, the ram, control the head, the face, and the nose upwards. So it controls the cerebrum. The Torah, which is, I'm pretty sure it's a Hebrew Bible, which is the Taurus. Tornado comes from the Taurus field. You see? Everything's inside of you. It all goes back to the Taurus field, and the Taurus field is everything. Now, like I said, 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems, 12 cranial nerves in the brain, the 12 disciples of the Bible. All symbolic. Have to read the Bible properly. Now, this center at the center of the earth, right? This is what's stirring the ether. And the ether consists of the four elements. Because there's five elements. Spirit can be called ether. People call it spirit or ether. Ether is pure potential, pure energy. It's what connects the astral to the physical. It's the dimension between the physical realm, which we're on, and the astral. So it has pure potential. It's pure energy. This is why we say either. I either want to go there or there. It's connecting two scenarios. That's what the ether is. It's connecting the two worlds, the astral and the physical. The center is like the cosmic womb. There's a black hole in the center. This is the center of the torus field. This is the womb of creation. This is the womb of creation. And inside of this black womb are the five elements, and everything's being stirred around. Everything's in motion. Light is motion. Everything's motion. Now, like I said earlier, light crystallizes into physical matter. They are the same substance. Spirit and matter are the same substance, but different variations, different aspects of the same substance. Low vibrational spirit turns into matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Or light, whatever you want to call it. Matter is light crystallized. This is where we get the 7 metals from. The planets. The planets are light. Specific frequencies and vibration of light. When these lights, or the planets, materialize, material metals, materialize, they turn into the 7 metals. Saturn turns into lead. That's why lead is red. Saturn is red. The sun turns into gold. That's why the gold is yellow and the sun is yellow. You see, Saturn is the time god. What happens in autumn? The leaves turn red and they die. This is why Satan, time god, the reaper, everything is crystallized till it's dead and then reborn again. You see, rust, when things rust, it turns to red because it's Saturn. Saturn crystallizes everything. He's the reaper who comes around in winter. You see, he's Satan. Jesus and Satan, the sun and Saturn. They say we live in a solar system. The solar system. I think I've already just broke this down. The 7 planets are the 7 chakras. Everyone already knows this. But I'm going through it anyway. But this is where we get the 7 planets from. And the 7 metals. You see, all the ancients knew it was an enclosed electromagnetic system. It's not a spinning ball in the middle of space, people. They want you to believe this so you get stuck in this material world. Because if you believe everything's material, you can never affect this plane effectively. You can never create your life effectively. You don't understand the planes of existence. Because the mental plane is a higher plane. And it breaks down and it controls the planes below it. The mental plane, hold on, I've got it here for you. The mental, the astral, etheric, then physical. Etheric connects the physical to the astral, but the mental is what's above them all. You see? Now, it's important to understand this. It's important. However, the ancients always talked about the enclosed system. Only NASA, which is introduced around the Roman times, not NASA, but the globe Earth was introduced around the Roman times. Okay? By these Masons. These Masons introduced this because they wanted to take over the minds of the masses and control them. These people worship the physical realm. They know how it works. They know the ins and outs of it. They know how to do the magic. They know how to do it all. They understand it all. That's why Masonry have to take the oath. The oath of not speaking. You're not allowed to speak about anything you learn about in Masonry because they're discovering the truth about your mind and how it creates reality and stuff like that. So this is the Masonic cosmology, the five-pointed star, the five elements, the checkerboard for duality, positive and negative, the two aspects of every substance. This is another ancient painting depicting the firmament, the stars inside the firmament, the sun. You see, the ancients worshipped the sun because it's so important for sustaining our life. It's the only reason we're alive is because of the sun. But then people think it gives you cancer today. They brainwash you to think the sun gives you cancer when it's the number one source of all life. They want you to believe it's a big, spinning, dangerous ball in space. It's not. It's here to give us life. It's God's son. That's why Jesus is known as God's son. It is the son of God. God created that to sustain us. You see? So it's important you understand the true cosmology of where you are, because if you don't know where you are depleted of all of your morals. You're depleted. You're demoralized. You're lost. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you exist. Okay? Once you accept the globe model, the heliocentric model, you will subconsciously think that you come from nothing. This is why they implemented the evolution theory just after the globe model was introduced by Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin came in after the globe model. He's a Mason. He was another Freemason, and implemented evolution where we came from monkeys because they want you thinking less of yourself so they can manipulate your mind. You see? They want to manipulate your mind, and they have done since you got here. Since you came through that portal, you were manipulated from that day to believe this, believe that. The true cosmology, the truth will set you free. You will understand things better. You will feel better in yourself when you know the sun is here for you. You'll feel better in yourself that you know that you didn't come from a monkey. You were created as a human, a manifester, a creator. You're so intelligent. Your mind is amazing. It can manipulate matter, mind over matter. See? Thank you all people for tuning in. Tap in with yourself. Love yourself. Find the truth. Spread the truth. Nothing dies. Nothing in this creation dies. Everything's energy. Everything's light. Light can never die. You're a light being. That's why it says Q. Q man. Q is light in Hebrew or Latin. Either one of the two. You are light. You're a light being. You never die. Ever, ever, ever die. Ever. Stop thinking you're going to die. This body will die because it contains electricity. And electricity always goes back to a standstill point because of vibration. Electricity vibrates. You are pure light. You will never ever die. Thank you all people. God bless. Make sure to like, subscribe and share.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Today, we're going to be talking about portal symbolism, what portals are, okay, and how they show them to us, because they have to tell you the truth, guys. This is the thing with the universal law. They have to tell you the truth. And they tell you through symbols, they tell you through movies, and different things like that. But let's jump straight into this. So first, I want to talk about the Freemasonry symbols. Okay, so first we got, obviously this is some Freemasonry art, but notice how you've got the ladder with a key. Okay, so this is ladder symbolism with a key. So maybe this is talking about ascending. Okay, because look, because this is ascending into the heavens, because it's a ladder with humans going up it with a key. In order to ascend, you must have the key. Okay, so what else do we have with a key? Well, the Netflix show Lock and Key, which is all about portals and keys. Because what the keys do, they open doors, gateways. Okay. So what's interesting about this is that they've got this key here, which represents the Kundalini energy rising up the spine. Okay, but we'll come back to this. But it's that same portal key symbolism. We've also got the Vatican. The Vatican is in the shape of a key. Okay, so you can see the start of it here and the end. So this is key symbolisms. Keys open doors. And notice how it's got the 8-pointed star. Okay, what is the 8-pointed star? Okay, we'll come back to this. This all ties in, guys. I'll break it all down for you. But then you've also got the god Janus. Janus, okay, is known as the god of the doorways. He's an ancient god of Rome, and they worshipped him. However, he's not a god, he's more like a high level ranked demon. Because he is the god of the doorways. And notice how he's got two faces. Because doorways always have two sides. You're going into somewhere, there's always two sides of a door. And he's always depicted with two sides of a face and a key, because he holds the key to the doorways, to the portals, to other worlds and realms. Okay, as you can see, he's always got two faces and a key. Okay, so now we have the Sumerians, the Anunnaki, and they are always depicted with the two faces. Why do they have the two faces? Because they're symbolizing doorways, and the Anunnaki come to Earth through doorways and portals. So these are what these gods are symbolizing in their artwork. But they always have the 8-pointed star. Okay, what is the 8-pointed star? You see how they always have. Look, let me try to find another one. It's the 8-pointed star. This 8-pointed star is Polaris. Okay, Polaris, just like the Vatican has the 8-pointed star with a key. Polaris is the center star. Polaris is a fixed star, it doesn't move. Okay, so the Anunnaki symbol is also the 8-pointed star. So this is symbolizing the portals and doorways that they come through in order to get to the earth. But Polaris is that center star which does not move. It's always symbolized with the 8-pointed star, just like a compass. Why is a compass the 8-pointed star? Because at the center of our realm is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. As you can see, we have an aura field, an electromagnetic aura field. So does the earth. And in the center, so like our heart, for example, is where the most energy is stored. And like the center of the earth, this is why all compasses point to the center, because this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. It's at the center of our realm. Okay. So like I was saying with the lock and key series, see this here? The Kundalini energy rising up the spine, just like your Kundalini energy rising up the spine. Let me try. I can't zoom in. But you know what I'm trying to say here. Let's go back to Polaris. Because at the center is where pole. Can you see the pole of electromagnetic energy? Polaris, the North Pole. It's symbolized. The truth is in the words. It's like a pole of electromagnetic energy. And this is where the aurora borealis comes from. Notice how it's got the word aura in it because it's the Earth's aura, electromagnetic field, just like you have an aura, also known as the northern lights, because it's coming out of this center hole in the center of our realm where the black sun is. And this is where the electromagnetic energy is coming up from. And this is what the aurora borealis is, or the northern lights. It's just electromagnetic energy. And it's symbolized through our symbols, the original O, okay? Because it's like a pole through the middle, Polaris. So this Polaris is the sky vault. It's the portal into this realm because this is what the Anunnaki are always talking about, always symbolize it with the 8-pointed star. And just like a compass, it's the 8-pointed star pointed to the center, to Polaris. Okay. See here on the Sumerian tablets with the 8-pointed star again. And how we know it's talking about portals with this 8-pointed star is because CERN 666 are opening up portals to the underworld, letting in demonic entities into this realm. How do we know it's a portal? Because their Hydro Collider has 8 points, just like the 8-pointed star. So they are creating synthetic portals to the underworld to let these demonic entities into our realm. But what is the key? Because if we're talking about ascending through Polaris, notice how here on the masonry art, this luminary here, so this is the sun, that's the moon. This is Polaris because it's a luminary with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 beams coming off the luminary, just like the 8-pointed star. So you see the ladder with the key going up to Polaris. It's symbolizing ascending out of Earth. So what is this key that they're keeping from us? Because it's a human holding a key going up the ladder to Polaris. Well, chakras. We have 7 chakras. Okay, so this is what they are telling us in the lock and key symbolism. The Kundalini energy rising up the spine. Okay, just like they have 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. Okay, this represents the Kundalini energy going up your 33 vertebrae, just like in masonry has 33rd degrees. Okay, so what is the key? Your chakras. Your chakras have to be unlocked. Okay, you have to unlock your chakras, and you can't unlock this one without going through this one. You have to go through them all. It's like a ladder, just like Jacob's ladder. You can't go from the bottom to the top. You have to unlock each one. Okay, just like you have 7 chakras, you have 7 layers of your aura. Okay, you have to unlock your chakras to the highest point in order to reach Christ consciousness. And this is the key that they're talking about. They're symbolizing the organic portal within each and every one of us to ascend out of this realm. Okay, so this is the key that they're talking about, and they're holding back this knowledge to keep us trapped in this 3D realm. Okay, so like I was saying with the 33 vertebrae and the Kundalini energy coming up the spine, 33 vertebrae, you can see this sort of symbolism going up to the light, because it's the light you see here. Your crown chakra turns on and becomes enlightened, just like the Illuminati symbol. Can you see it? But also, Jesus also died at 33. So this is symbolizing, okay? They're symbolizing the death of the ego, the body. So once you open up your chakras and reach Christ consciousness, which is your 33rd vertebrae, once your Kundalini energy goes up your 33rd vertebrae, your body technically, not physically, but spiritually dies, because you then become formless. You reach Christ consciousness. So then you can travel other worlds. Okay. This is what they're talking about with Vatican, 8-pointed star, and the key. Janus with the key. The Sumerians with the 8-pointed star. Anunnaki, the 8-pointed star. Polaris, 8-pointed star. So Polaris is the way out of this realm, which is at the center. Pole, North Pole. Okay, so the key is that they're hiding from us is the knowledge to unlock our chakras. Okay, and without this knowledge that they keep from us is trapping our souls in this reality to keep reincarnating. Okay, well, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to leave you all there. Make sure to leave a like and a comment in the comment section. Let me know some topics to talk about so I can break it down for you. God bless you all.
If your ultimate goal is to be famous, then you're gonna do a lot to get there, like sign your name in blood in a contract with the devil.
That's how I got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil. Well, needless to say, sold my soul.
Alright, y'all. I'm finna sell my soul. I'ma hit y'all when I'm through. I'm gonna be rich as hell, alright?
I sold the bro, man. You trying to sell your soul, man. Look.
So what exactly is selling your soul? In order to understand this to its full potential, you have to understand the spirit world and the occult world which our eyes cannot visibly see. The physical world we see is nothing but an illusion and a product of the higher planes of existence. For example, you can see someone's physical body, but you can't see the complex structure of the consciousness and the thinking behind that being. With that being said, there are forces and entities not attached to physical bodies, which they exist on the astral and etheric plane behind the physical plane. Now there are numerous videos and music with artists talking about this. For example,
I sold my soul to the devil and the price was cheap. Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And on this earth, and then in a world we can't see. And then in a world we can't see.
So selling your soul is cutting a deal with an astral plane entity in exchange for wealth and fame on this physical plane. This is classed as black magic because you are bending reality against your intuition. Now, making deals with entities beyond the physical plane, you always have to give something in exchange. When it comes with demonic entities, it always involves some sort of sacrifice, bloodshed, or humiliation. Now, there are countless of rappers who someone close to them have died just before their career takes off to the next level.
My mama was sacrificed.
Me too.
You understand?
Yeah. I'm Christian.
Michael Jordan, what about him? His daddy, right? Bill Cosby, his son, right? Dr. Dre, his son. You're out in Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing.
So these rappers and celebrities do have to do sacrifice rituals in order to take their career to the next level.
Top flight, I've been growing up, it's a ritual.
So the occult side of this reality is heavily connected with the music industry and the elites. This is why they are all connected to Freemasonry. Now, this is why the music industry is one of the most important industries for the elites to stay in control and keeping the masses on low states of consciousness. Frequency is one of the most powerful things in reality because it's the only thing which can enter your soul and body without consent. The frequency on Spotify and all major platforms are all tuned to 440 Hz, which was set by the Rockefellers. 440 Hz turns off the whole right side of your brain, and the right side of your brain is to do with critical thinking, imagination, and your intuition. Music has the ability to influence your intent, your emotions, your thoughts, and your actions just by frequency itself. By controlling the music the celebrities put out and the things they talk about, they're actually molding society because of the celebrities' huge amount of influence over the younger generation and cultures within society. This is why the music industry is mainly talking about sex, guns, violence, and hating other people. These are all very low vibrational acts and things to do which destroys humanity and societies, keeping us all conquered and divided in order for them to stay in power. Music can actually reprogram your subconscious mind, and it is a form of MK Ultra, which is mind control.
It's in my brain. Do you know that? It's living rent free. I can't get it out. You did that.
Yeah, it's hypnosis. Yeah, it's hypnosis.
You're so awesome and dope.
You do need to be very careful with what you're listening to and what frequency it's playing at, because all of this has an effect on your electromagnetic field and your state of consciousness. Now let's go back to selling your soul. When these rappers and celebrities sell their soul, they now gain eternal life on this physical plane.
When you do sell your soul, you are allowed to live forever. And these people that are called youngins, rookies, new booties, like I was, had no idea that these people still live. They will prey, haunt, kidnap, anything to stay on top. This is their world. They have nothing but time, is what they believe.
Now this explains why there's so much Saturn worship, because Saturn is the father time. He's the god of time and crystallization in the physical realm. If you want more information on that, go to my previous video. Now here is ASAP Rocky standing inside of a pentagram, but notice the way he's standing, it's an inverted pentagram. The pentagram is associated with magic, however, the upright pentagram is the 5 elements with spirit on the top. It's either called spirit or ether. It's at the top because it rules the other 4 elements, because it's the baseline of reality, which is spirit and matter. Spirit is behind the physical reality. However, when it comes to black magic, they invert the pentagram, so spirit is at the bottom because they worship the physical world. This is why the Baphomet is the inverted pentagram. These people are operating off their animal instincts. They do not want anything to do with spirit. These are antichrist. All of these celebrities know full well the effect that what they're doing on the rest of the world. They have sold themselves out, and the elites use them as puppets to push this new world order and mold society in the way they want it. This is why all the celebrities are linked to Freemasonry, because in Freemasonry you have to take the oath of silence, where you can't speak on anything that they learn inside of Freemasonry. This is the symbol of silence. The elites need them under this oath, so they do not talk about certain topics and certain things to the public, because of the amount of influence they have on society. Now, even the name Hollywood is an occult term, because back in the ancient days when they used to create wands, they used to create them out of holly wood, out of the holly tree, because each wood has certain attributes and virtues when it comes to magic. And the holly tree was known as the holy wood, and they used to create the wands out of it to cast spells. And Hollywood are still casting magic to this day through the films and through the music to the masses. That's it for this video, people. Hope you enjoyed. Please like and comment and subscribe. Peace and much love.
How are we all doing, people? It's Revival of Wisdom from the Wisdom Academy. Today we're going to be breaking down God, consciousness, and the higher and the lower self, and how to overcome the lower self. Now, the first thing you need to understand is that you are the invisible intelligence within the brain, within the body. This invisible intelligence is known as the mind. But you are not the mind. You are the observer of the mind, which is the soul, the invisible entity. The mind is your intellect, your intelligence. Now, the mind is, it's hard to put this in words, but the mind is something that gives you the ability to explore the universe. And this inner self is the I am. It's the quiet, the inner self, the voice you see in you hear in your head. This is why within spells high twin, inside, internal. The I is also the number 1, which is one line. Because the one and only, is the inner self, which is the I am. This is why you say My name is Harry. You are not Harry. You are the I, the inner self, the intelligence. Okay, this is why Jesus in French is I am. You look with the two eyes and you see with the inner eye. I and I, the same thing. Okay, because the I inside is what gives you the perception of what you're looking at. So when someone's trying to explain something and then you catch on saying, I see now, it's because you're seeing with your inner eye, the one that gives you perception, gives you intelligence, gives you the the ability to understand things. This is the internal eye, the invisible self, which the physical body is nowhere near as complicated as this inner self. Is in infinite potential, infinite potential. God, God, generator, operator, destroyer, soul, mind, and body. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. They're all the reason why you see God is always a triad is because it represents yourself. Your invisible intelligence is God. Me and you are the same invisible intelligence. We are the invisible intelligence experiencing the program being run by the central nervous system and the brain. I always say this in my videos, but I have to, in order for you to understand the things that I'm going to say later on in the video, you need to understand this concept, is that you are the consciousness experiencing the nervous system, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is you here. You would be in this invisible intelligence right here in the center of the brain. Now, this is why the ancient Christians show God is in the brain. This is the brain stem. This is the brain. This is also the brain stem and the brain. The brain stem and the brain. It's all depictions of the brain because the brain's the computer, the electromagnetic computer, which decodes the demands created by the invisible intelligence, the I, the inner self, you, your true self. The person moving, if you observe what someone moving, this is going to sound, but if you observe someone walking, it's not the body. The body is moving, but the thing telling it to move is the invisible intelligence. Before you kick a football, a decision is made within your invisible intelligence, your mind. And this consciousness, this invisible intelligence, is either stuck between the lower self and the higher self. Okay? When the invisible intelligence, meaning the true self, identifies itself with the physical body, it will trap its mind within physicality. This consciousness that we have is either operating in the lower self or the higher self. It's either feeding the material body or it's feeding the spirit. Okay? But because we are physical and spiritual, we need to be even. We don't want to be meditating all day long because we do have a physical body as well whilst we are here. We are playing a game in physical matter. Okay? Now, the reason that you incarnated here is to learn a lesson because the mind can manifest anything it wants within the astral planes, within the world of imagination. It can manifest anything it likes, but it incarnates into matter, into this game, so we can understand labor, because anything in matter, you have to labor to manifest. But in the astral, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You come here to learn the knowledge of good and evil. And your consciousness, I came out a bit off topic there, but your consciousness is experiencing the lower or higher self. The lower self is manifested in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power, the lower three energy centers. These centers are like mini brains. You are literally thinking with these centers. And when your mind is stuck within these lower centers, You'll think, have you ever heard the term of thinking with your penis or thinking with your, you know what, as a man? Even females maybe, but mainly this is a boy saying you're thinking with your penis. This is a truth, it's truth in plain sight. You think with these energy centers. When you're living off the lower three centers, all you care about is sex, food, and power. Eating, sleeping, and greed. Power's kind of like greed. Now, when we move up to the higher parts of the body, when we live our life within the higher parts of the body, this is considered heaven, love, expression, intuition, and wisdom. This is what we need to be aiming to do, moving out of the lower half of the body and living our life within the higher self, the higher parts of the body, thinking with the higher energy centers, thinking with love, expression, intuition, and wisdom, spreading love, expression, intuition, and wisdom to others. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart chakra, always pointing at the heart. Earth rearranged his heart because in earth you're manifested as a physical being. You're in the heart, good and bad. You need to be balanced between the good and bad. Because love can be a demon too. That's a whole nother video, but love can be a demon. Now, the seven chakras are known as the seven seals in the Bible. When the Lamb opened the seventh seal, there was silence in the heaven for about half an hour. This is a verse from the Bible. The Lamb is Aries, which is the higher brain, the cerebrum, the cerebram. Ram, Aries. Because when the Ram opens the seven seals, you enter the kingdom of heaven. Because these chakras seal your invisible intelligence. They seal your true self. You are behind these seven seals, your true invisible self, your true consciousness. Because behind these seven seals, you do not think about anything materialistic. Your intelligence is not material. It's not physical. It's not from the physical world. It does not desire the physical world. The body is the beast. The body's the animal, the lower self, which can corrupt our intelligence. It can corrupt the intelligence. Okay? Now, we need to balance these chakras so that we gain a deeper connection between this intelligence and the brain. Because when there's a strong connection between the brain and the intelligence, your body and the intelligence, you have a strong connection. Therefore, you can manifest what the intelligence is saying at all times. Meaning, when, for example, your higher self, this is intelligence, the higher intelligence is always speaking to you. It's always guiding you. It's always telling you the right thing to do. You can feel it when you're doing something wrong. You can feel that you're doing something wrong because this higher self, this intelligence knows what it needs to do here. And when there's no connection between the body and this our intelligence, our true self, when we strip away, when you close your eyes for long periods of time, you will figure out you are this invisible, infinite, creative being. There's no words that I can't describe what it is, but it's the voice inside of your head that you can feel when you close your eyes. You are this being inside of the heaven, because this is heaven, this intelligence. And when there's a strong connection between the body, you can manifest everything it's saying. When everything is balanced, when you're no longer thinking with the lower centers, when they're all balanced, you're not thinking in particular with every center, you balance them all, you can manifest everything it says. Your body will act out what the intelligence is always saying. This is God in the brain, the intelligence, trying to touch Adam, representing the lower self. This is why they're not touching. Notice how Adam is resting, but the intelligence is always reaching out, stretching, symbolizing metaphorically saying it's guiding. I'm always reaching out. The intelligence, your intelligence is always guiding you. It's always reaching out to you. But Adam is ignorant of it. The lower self is ignorant of it. And that's why he's so relaxed and God is so stretching out. Because at our highest self, that when you think of when you want to better your life, that highest true version of yourself is God. When you're manifesting this, your highest self, this is God. Your truest form, your most perfect form, that is God. Your highest version of yourself, that is God. Emotions are not what you've been taught. Emotions are not something that should be reactive. Okay, you should not let the emotion be you, except that you should experience them instead of letting them become you. You need to understand there's a separation in our consciousness. You have the soul, which is the person who is observing your thoughts. When you think a thought, who's the one observing that thought? The soul, you, the I am, the I, the inner self, the one and only. And inside of every single body, inside of me, inside of you watching this video, there is this same intelligence that is inside of me, inside of you. And it's the exact same intelligence, experiencing a different body. And this is what we mean by the universe is mental. We all are all sharing the same ball of consciousness in a different body. The animals, the fish, the cells, all expressing this one consciousness. Me and you are the same. This is why the golden rule is treat others like others should be treated, because I am you and you are me in a different body. Now, going back, you need to identify that there's different levels of consciousness: soul, mind, emotion, and body. Okay? Your emotions are on a separate layer than the body, the mind, and the soul. So when you identify there's a difference between all of these, you do not let them become you. You do not let your mind rule you, because your mind can be corrupted. Your soul is the one that is pure good, pure love, but your mind can be corrupted. Okay? Your emotions can be corrupted. The body can be corrupted, but the soul can never be corrupted, only layered on top. You can only throw piles of programs within the subconscious, layering the soul down, but deep down inside of every single one of you, there is a loving being. Because the love comes from the heart. Love is the universal emotion, expression. Now, your thoughts can become bondage, your emotions can become bondage. Now, what do I mean by bondage? By conquering the lower self, we need to conquer our own mind, because the mind is what's manifesting the lower self. When you're thinking with the lower half of the body, when you're becoming your emotions, you need to experience the emotion, not become the emotion. Do not let the emotion become you. Do not let your thoughts become you, because your thoughts are tools that you can manifest. Your thoughts are the idea. Your emotion is the energy that you can use to manifest that thought. Your emotion is energy in motion, emotion. You use emotion to manifest, to feel as if you already have the thought. Therefore, you become that vibration. Therefore, your emotions are actually a creational force that is given to you to manifest things, because you're a human, a manifester. You're here to manifest things. You're a creator. You are a God. Your inner self, your intelligence, your I am, the one and only inside of you, the inner self, the quiet one, the one that's deep, deep down, the invisible intelligence is it's creating things all the time. All the time. Speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. This is the astronauts, they're Freemasons, but they understand this because thinking, seeing, and hearing can corrupt your mind. And when you have a corrupted mind, you'll have a corrupted subconscious. The subconscious will manifest into the body because 90% of your behavior comes from the subconscious mind. So you got to speak, see, and hear no evil. But sin, what is a sin? To overcome our lower self, to overcome our lower self, the 7 deadly sins are not something that goes against an external God. A sin is something that goes against your inner guide, your inner conscience, the inner self that's always speaking to you. It's always telling you the right thing to do. A sin is something that goes against this inner guide. And this is why you can feel something where you can feel you're doing something wrong. Because the inner guide is speaking constantly. And when you commit these 7 deadly sins, which are 7 internal states which keep your invisible intelligence bound to your physical body. Because evil, right? Evil love bondage. This is why they stay in this realm and they control this realm, because they love the bondage of the body. They like matter. They want to stay in matter for eternal life. They don't want to ascend back into the heavenly realms where you do not have a physical body. You can explore the universe within the astral planes. They stay bounded to the body, bounded to the 3D construct of the physical world. They have greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth, pride. They want all of this. And if you want that, that's okay. But deep, deep down, you don't want that because your soul is always telling you the right thing to do. Your soul knows what to do to get out of here. It needs to detach from the external world. Detach from all of these 7 internal states which bound you to your lower self, your lower centers. That's what a sin is. You know, you have a left and right brain. The left brain is always analytic. The right brain is metaphorical. So the right brain is producing a holistic view of reality. Now, what do I mean? And not view, perception. When you see, because your eyes are parts of the brain, so when you look at something and you look, that image is produced in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. And then the right brain produces a perception, a holistic, it breaks down what you're seeing into a holistic image, a holistic perception. So, for example, if you're in a woods, the right brain sees the whole woods as one big woods. The left brain is breaking that perception down into individual trees, branches, and leaves. So the left brain's to do with duality, the right brain's to do with wholeness, unified. The left brain's dualistic, analytic. This is necessary so that we can pick things up and manipulate them and break things down. We need the left brain. We need the right brain. I'm not saying any of them's bad, but the left brain, sinister in Latin, means left. Because when you're left-brained, you see everything in dualistic. You see everything is dual, when everything's actually one. We need to be focusing and strengthening our right hemisphere. I'm not saying sit in the right hemisphere all the time, but we need to be strengthening our right hemisphere. And this is why left is sin and right is right. Because when you focus on the right hemisphere, you see the holistic perception of creation. The right hemisphere sees humanity as one unified consciousness. The left hemisphere sees everyone as individual persons and egos, because the left hemisphere is dualistic. And this is why the Bible says, cast the net onto the right side of the ship and ye shall find. John 21:6. What does that mean? Cast your energy, cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, and ye shall find unified consciousness. You shall find your higher self, the one and only. If then you have been raised with Christ, seek the things that are above, where Christ is seated at the right hand of God. Wow. Powerful. What does this mean? Seek the things that are above, where the Christ is seated at the right hand of God. God is your consciousness, your invisible intelligence between the two hemispheres. The right hand of God is the right hemisphere. Seek the things that are above the heart. Love, intuition, expression, and wisdom. Seek the things that are above the heart, the higher self, the higher part of the body. Because when you seek the things of love, expression, intuition, and wisdom, you create a strong aura. You attract the same frequency. And this frequency is heaven, God. This is the Sumerian artwork showing the Lamb. This is a step symbolizing stepping upwards, raising up. He's stepping over the Lamb up to the bird. His hand is going to the bird. The Lamb symbolizes the lower self. Okay? The bird with the wings is in the sky. It represents the higher self. This is why angels always have wings, because it represents the higher self in the sky. The lamb is a ground animal, symbolizing the lower self. He's stepping over the lamb to the bird, his higher self, his invisible intelligence. Horus and Set, Jesus and Satan. Look, Horus has an evil brother, Set, just like Jesus and Satan. Horus is a bird, higher self. Set is a ground animal, lower self, which is the devil and the angel on your shoulder. You see? The right and the left hemisphere, the two wings. So the devil and angels always speaking to you. The higher and the lower self. It's the battle between the higher and the lower self, between the invisible intelligence and the physical body, because the body's the one that wants the sugar, it wants the pleasure, it wants the sex, it wants the porn, it wants all of the materialistic things, it wants the 7 deadly things. Okay, it wants this. There's a battle between the higher and the lower self, your intelligence and the body. This is why you need to become balanced, so that there's a deep connection between the body and the invisible intelligence that I am. You need to master your mind with discipline, and you gain a connection between the brain, the body and the intelligence. Resurrection, transmuting sexual energy. Okay, this is important. Res is Resh, which is Hebrew. The early Hebrew Resh symbol is the head. This is the head. Resh, erection. Erection is a sexual stimulation. Resurrection is rise erection. You got to raise your sexual energy up the base from the spine to the head. This is the Christ, the Christos. Because there's a psychophysical psychophysical oil produced in the brain every month. Go and watch my other video on raising the chrism. Okay? And every month there's this fluid produced in the brain, which takes 2 trips, because one's produced by the pituitary, one's produced by the pineal, magnetic female, magnetic and electric charge. And it takes 2 trips. down the spine to the solar plexus, the bread of life in the Bible, or Bethlehem in the Bible, because the River Jordan's your spine. Goes down to Bethlehem. It gets born in Bethlehem, just like Jesus. Because when this oil travels to the solar plexus, it creates the seed, the seed of life, and it feeds the body, all the central nervous system, all the cells. It regulates the blood, does all sorts of good things for the body, this oil. Now, when you save your sexual energy and you raise your resurrection, you await the Christ, you raise it from the solar plexus or the sacrum bone up to the brain, you activate 100% of the brain, and this is the true resurrection of Christ. Instead of wasting the energy and giving away your sexual fluids, because behind the fluids is the energy. So when you release that fluid, the energy is out there. You've released the energy. Your sexual energy is the most potent emotional force a human could possibly feel. Same with any animal or anything. The sexual urge, the sexual emotion is the most powerful, potent emotion that you can feel. It takes over the whole body. When you feel sexually aroused, it takes over everything because it's so potent. And when you fight the serpent, when you fight the sexual energy, which is shown here in the Egyptians, the cat cutting off the head of the serpent, or Hercules fighting the serpent, or in the Greek mythology fighting the seven-headed dragon, the seven chakras. The serpent is your sexual energy because it symbolizes your kundalini. When you fight it and you transmute this energy, instead of releasing it, instead of acting sexually on it, you can transmute the energy, transfer it from the solar plexus up to the brain. You can also do this with other tasks. Instead of releasing it, instead of raising it from the solar plexus to the brain, you can use it for other things. So, for example, you want to think critically. You can use it for critical thinking. You can use it for going to do exercise. You can transmute sexual energy into anything. But you can do this, you can raise the sexual energy, and you can use this energy to push the cerebrospinal fluid from the solar plexus up through the spine, up the 33 vertebrae to the brain, and it'll activate 100% of the brain. And this is the resurrection of Christ. Jesus was never dead. Jesus was never rose from the dead. It symbolizes the Christ, Jesus Christ. Christ is Christos, which means oil in Greek. The resurrection of the Christ, the Christos, the oil. And when it activates 100% of the brain when it's raised, and it can regulate all the systems, it can regulate all the blood, it can regenerate the body. And this is the true Antichrist. They don't want us doing this process. The Antichrist is not against Jesus, it's against the fluid in our body that makes us live hundreds and hundreds of years and makes us live as gods. This is the true resurrection. And when you fight the serpent, you fight your sexual urges, your sexual emotion, the most strong emotion that you could ever feel. You can do this process. And this is the true secret of transmuting sexual energy. Because when you transmute the sexual energy, you can become a god. And this is why Hercules is fighting the serpent. Notice how the serpent is low. He's reaching down to it. It represents the lower self. Because the lower self wants the lust. It desires sex. The body desires sex. There's a fight between the higher and the lower self. But when there's balance, there's even. Heaven is even. When there's evenness between these, this is the kingdom of heaven. This is when heaven is on earth. So at our highest levels of ourselves, the highest level of our intelligence, this is God. God is something that we manifest. We need to achieve Christ consciousness by battling the body. There is no battle outside of the physical body. It's an internal battle. Jesus and Satan have been externalized. Nothing exists outside of you, because I explained in the beginning how you are the consciousness experiencing the central nervous system. Therefore, there is nothing outside of you. It's all internal. Jesus and Satan have been externalized. Why? Because it's business. The church is a business. It's all a business. They've created these figures to be historical when they're not historical. The Bible's not historical. It's all externalized. It's called exoteric, when the truth is esoteric, internal teachings. So anyways, people, balance the chakras, balance the 2 hemispheres of the brain, balance the conscious and the subconscious. Balance is perfect, the yin and yang. You are spiritual and physical. You live in day and night. You need to be balanced. Oneness. Seek oneness. And this is the true kingdom of heaven. And when we all realize that we are all the same intelligence, the same consciousness expressed in different bodies, when we all realize this, we all realize we're all one. Doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what race you are, where you're from, your nationality, because none of you are actually from here. None of you are from the physical world. You're manipulating the physical world through the physical body. You are the I am. We all have a soul. Every single one of you has a soul. We all have souls. The reason why they say some people don't have souls is because they're trying to suppress your mind. They don't want you to know that you have a mind. That sounds crazy, I know. But a lot of people haven't realized that they have an infinite intelligence called a mind. And behind that mind, if you can observe your thoughts, the person who is observing the thoughts, you have a soul. Everyone has a soul. Don't listen to all these people saying some people don't have a soul, some people do. We all have a soul. Every single one of us. So anyway, you need to break the lower nature of yourself. At our highest levels, we are gods. Our intelligence, our universal intelligence, the I am, the intelligence that's inside of the brain, is God. Our minds are being corrupted within believing that you are the body, and by the result of this is a society like today, because everyone thinks they're the body, and everyone's living in the lower nature of self, where everyone only cares about themselves. But when we realize we're all one big consciousness ball, we're all the same consciousness expressed in different bodies, there will be peace. So thank you all, people. If you do want to learn more, if you do want to read my book, it's called The Book of Wisdom. I'll put it in the description. It's an amazing book, people. It's going to give you the best understanding possible about creation, yourself, and the world. It's amazing. The Bible, everything. I have just launched a new cymatic library. A friend of mine has just added this to the website. He creates beats, and he creates the purest beats. So they are actually the frequency that it tells you. Most of the stuff on YouTube and Spotify and Apple Music it says it's a certain frequency, but we know these major platforms are all playing with the frequencies of the app. So if you want a real binaural beats, solfeggio scale frequencies to meditate on or listen to throughout the day, join the Occult Library. You can get a 2-day free trial. I'll put the link in the description. Thank you all, people. Hope you all enjoyed this video. God bless you all.
Before you call the Baphomet evil, make sure that you watch this video until the end so you gain a full understanding on what the Baphomet truly is. No, I am not a Satanist. I am simply an esoteric and occult researcher. I've been looking into symbolism for a very long time, And I can reassure you that this symbol does not represent the devil, does not represent any negative figure. It's a very deep, occult, esoteric symbol. What we first need to understand about the Baphomet, it is indeed a symbol. Every symbol we see around us is neutral. The pentagram, the Baphomet, is neutral. It depends how you use it, whether it is used in a good or bad way. Everything is neutral. It's your mind's perception that gives it a positive or a negative charge. First of all, let's break down the Baphomet symbol. Let's look very closely at the Baphomet. We have clearly the 4 physical elements corresponding to the Baphomet. Here we clearly have the fire element. The wings represents the air, the flapping in the air. The fish scales, which is the water. And this dome figure representing the earth. The soul is incarnated into 4 bodies. We have a mental body of consciousness, intellect. We have an emotional body of consciousness, which is all to do with intuition and energy. We have a spiritual body of consciousness, our astral body, and a physical body of consciousness for the physical earth. Earth corresponds with your body, air corresponds with your mind, fire corresponds with your spirit, water corresponds with your emotions. So the Baphomet is showing you the 4 elements of the soul, the 4 bodies of the soul that we are incarnated in. Now, let's look at this moon figure. We have the moon. The moon represents the internal world. It represents what we cannot see. The sun represents our conscious mind, what we can see, what we're aware of, the physical world. The moon represents what we are not aware of. It represents our internal world. Remember, we have 2 worlds. You're an individual. You have a dual nature. Individual. You have an internal world. When you close your eyes, you have an internal voice, an internal world of thought and emotion, and an external world of this material body. The moon represents the internal. The moon on top represents the moon controlling the mind, represents the inner world controlling you. Now this is very symbolic in the occult world. If the inner world is controlling you, then you have no control over reality. This is the devil horns. You know the devil horns? The moon crescent? This represents you are the devil. You're being controlled by your thoughts, by your emotions, by your psyche. Then we have the moon below, which represents control over the inner world. We have control over our thoughts, our emotions, our impulses. So you're either being controlled by thought and emotions, or you're controlling them and having self-mastery. In alchemy, we always see this symbol of the man or woman on top of the moon, representing emotional control and self-mastery of the internal world. The journey of the occultist is to gain full mastery over their consciousness. They want to be conscious of every single thought that enters their mental field of consciousness. We get over 7,000 thoughts a day. It is possible to achieve a certain level of mastery where you are conscious of every single thought that enters your mind. This is one of the end goals of self-mastery and occultism, as this gains your personal power. When one achieves this, they are then able to direct the mind in one place and one place only, becoming more effective in manifestation and creation, because we are microcosms of the divine. We are creators. This is the gesture of as above, so below. The inner world and the outer world are mirrors of each other. The inner produces the outer. Your physical life circumstances are a result of every thought you thought in the past. The inner projects the outer. If you want to produce a change in the outside world, you got to produce change in the inner world of consciousness first. As above, so below. As within, so without. This corresponds with absolutely everything in the universe. Now we have the goat head, which represents the animal self, which represents the lower carnal mind. Lower carnal mind, which is earthbound, because a goat is on the ground. It's not a bird, it's on the ground. It represents the lower self, the beastie nature, the one that tells us to hate, to steal, to eat all the time, to consume. It's the beast within us, the beastly side of our consciousness. It has a human body resembling this. The human in the beastie nature, or we have the spiritual nature, the higher self. In essence, this symbol of the Baphomet represents the higher and the lower self of human consciousness. It represents the higher and the lower, To conclude all of this, the Baphomet is a symbol that represents the two paths that one can take. We can take the beastie path and become an instinctual animal, our body, or we can take the divine path of reaching our higher self. It is a symbol that represents the higher and lower self and the four different bodies of consciousness. In essence, this does not represent Satan or the devil. The devil represents the lower aspect of our human psyche. The war between Jesus and Satan is symbolic and allegorical for the war that happens within our mental field of consciousness. The internal war between good thoughts and bad thoughts, positive emotions and negative emotions. It is the constant war inside the battlefield of your own mind. Jesus, Satan are symbols, characters that are symbolic of aspects of your own consciousness, because the universe is mental. The only thing that truly exists is your mind. Therefore, all of these ancient spiritual texts like the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran are all symbolic of what's happening inside of our mental body. It is the inner chaos that can destroy our life, or when we create structure and restructure our inner world, we can live a peaceful life. If you are struggling from the internal world and you want to gain mastery of yourself while learning the occult secrets, join Ethereal University, a community of like-minded individuals who are all striving for the best versions of themselves. We host live calls and we have an abundance of lectures that you can watch. Or check out the Book of Wisdom. This is volume 2. I'll leave all the links in the description. Have an amazing day. What if I told you the devil is closer than you think, and it's not actually a real person, force, or spiritual entity outside of you, but a being and an aspect of your own mind and psyche? In this video, you will learn exactly what the devil is and the true esoteric meaning of the devil. The first thing we need to understand is that the universe is a mental universe. Look around you. Every action, every building, everything you see around you was begun first as thought in the mind, then manifested. We use the mind to build and shape our reality. The universe, the world, only exists inside of our mind. Therefore, God and the devil exist inside of our own psyche. So first of all, the devil is not a literal being, but a symbol of the lower self. It represents the unmastered, ego-driven part of the human mind, a symbol of destructive thoughts, emotions, behaviors, lives in realms of chaos, fear, hatred, lust, and ignorance. This is why we see the devil as red, because red is the lowest vibrational color on the color spectrum. It also corresponds with the root chakra, which is all to do with survival instincts. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. When we are angry, our face turns red. The devil represents our animalistic fundamental needs, our instinctual needs, our survival state of consciousness. We have a survival state of consciousness and a godly state of consciousness. Our godly state of consciousness is creating, not just experiencing in the animal state, but consciously creating reality. This is why we see the devil with a goat head, an animalistic head, and the head is where the brain is. The animal head represents living off instinct, the part of our mind that lives on urges, impulses, and instincts. Eating, sex, power, ego-driven actions, and ego-driven thoughts. Animals are only aware of themselves. Animals live on instinct. They have no ability to consciously create like humans. This is our lower desires for the material world. That's not to say the material world is evil. However, when our consciousness is only seeking material things, this leads us down a path of self-destruction, because nothing material can ever satisfy our soul. Everything material is temporary. Therefore, the devil represents the part of us that seeks only material desires, only material fulfillment, the ways of thinking where we only think about ourselves and ego-driven thoughts. It also represents the unchecked, unconscious self, where we have no mastery over our thoughts, over our emotional impulses, and no mastery over our actions. We're living in instinct and impulsive states, which causes chaos, selflessness, destruction, and keeps us bound to our lower material 3D state of consciousness. It's important to recognize that the word devil was never present in the earliest Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. This distinction is crucial because it underscores that the idea of the devil, as popularly conceived, does not actually exist as an independent entity. Rather, it is a personification of the lower aspects of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness. The term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. A spirit is a force, an energy, and we have three forces that create our reality: thoughts, emotions, and actions. We have full control over these three aspects which transform and mold reality. A destructive thought, a destructive emotion, a destructive action is a spirit of evil, and it originates from the darker aspects of the human psyche. So now, because we're on the topic of the devil, we have to look at the pentagram, which is obviously connected to the devil heavily. The upright pentagram represents spirit, air, water, earth, fire. Upright, which represents spirit, the most important element on top of the earthly elements, showing spiritual principles over material principles. As spiritual beings as we are, we have to put our spirit first, our higher self first, and material things second. Why? Because material things never satisfy us long term. Seeking material fulfillment will leave us feeling unfulfilled in the long run and very unhappy, and we can lose ourselves in illusions. We have to put our spiritual principles first. Seeking wisdom, knowledge, connection to the divine, and connection to our higher self is what gives us true fulfillment in our hearts and souls. But when we see this pentagram inverted, we now have spirit on the very bottom, which now represents earthly principles on top of the spiritual principles. We're putting our earthly elements on top of our spiritual element, which this inverted pentagram represents no longer caring about spirit, no longer caring about our invisible internal world, and only caring about this external body, food, sex, material things, cars, money, and all the things outside of us, the world outside of our mind. This is what true Satanism is. Satanism is not worshipping an external deity, but it is worshipping the self, only fulfilling the ego's desires. This is what true Satanism is, and we have all been conditioned to live in this state. Satanists want us to believe that there is an external deity called Satan or the devil, and the reason they do this is because they trick us, making us believe that we are not Satanists, while they are actually conditioning us to be self-seeking, ego-driven people, where we only care about sex, food, material things, and money, which is actually conditioning us to be Satanists. 80% of the population today are unknowingly involving themselves in Satanism, which is ego-driven thoughts, actions, and emotions, dwelling and living in this state, where we only care about ourselves. When we are spiritual, we realize we are all one. We are all one consciousness family, and we need to do things that help and contribute towards our collective experience, helping others, instead of seeking to serve only the self. The angel is depicted with wings, which represents elevation, higher self. The devil is represented with an animal horns, which is on the ground. A goat is on the ground, which represents the lower self. This is the elevated mind and the lower material mind. Horus, the bird, higher self. Set, the ground animal, lower self. Jesus and Satan. These are two forces, two characters that exist within the human psyche, not real entities. They are forces of our minds, and there is a battle between our higher self and lower self all the time within our own minds. There's always a part of us that's telling to do one thing and another thing, to do something bad and to do something good. There is this battle inside of our own consciousness. Here we have the human spinal column. The human spinal column is showing you the higher and the lower self. The higher self represents the head. The head is where the mind is. This is the creative essence of the universe. This is where all material things begin as a thought in the mind. We create with the skull, with the brain. This is our higher self, the heavens, connected to the heavens, the sky. And the lower end of the spinal column is where our reproductive organs are, where our gut is. Our reproductive organs and our gut is all to do with survival. The lower end of the spinal column, lower instinctual 3D based consciousness. The lower end of the spinal column is where our lower self dwells. Eating, consumption, power, and sex, lust. These are all emotional forces and instinctual based organs that are not inherently evil, but when we dwell and live off this lower end of the spinal cord, it keeps us in low states of consciousness. Our goal to raise to our higher mind is to balance this, not to overeat, not not to abuse power, not to abuse sex and lust, but to master these organs and gain the ability to say no to these organs so that we can raise to our creative side of consciousness. Instead of dwelling in our instinctual nature, we can turn to our creative nature and consciously become a builder and constructor of reality. This is the true way of raising consciousness. This is the stairway to heaven, out of the animal consciousness to the higher consciousness. To wrap all of this up, it's all about gaining control over our instinctual lower nature and allowing our spirit to rule over our body and not our body ruling over our spirit or mind. The moment you let a thought become instantly an action is the moment you are an impulsive person. We are all trained to be this way. It is okay if you are in this state. The moment you let a thought turn straight into an action without questioning, that is the mind controlling you and you not controlling the mind. We need to gain control over the mind, and we do this through many different ways, through meditations, affirmations, and discipline. We slowly gain control over our minds. And once we gain control over our minds, we gain control over our thoughts, and we gain control over the attention that we give certain thoughts. We can then start to uplift our mind, our thoughts, out of our instinctual state to the higher mind. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
What if I told you that you are under a spell? And this spell is controlling you in every aspect of your life, and you don't even realize it. Spells are not what you've been taught. They're not fantasy magic wands that are casted over you. No, no, no. Spells are much, much deeper. A spell is a belief system that is installed into your subconscious mind, which holds power over you. Okay? If I install a belief into your mind and that belief holds power over you and controls you, that is you under my spell. A spell is a belief that someone has installed into you. Okay? You have a subconscious mind. The subconscious holds power over 90% of your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and overall emotional state. Because the subconscious is the back end of our mind, the mind that we don't really have access to. It's the shadow self, where all of our programs, all of our memories, all of our traumas, all of our everything that we've ever experienced is recorded and kept in this vast database called the subconscious. Now, the subconscious is the 90% of our mind. We are only aware of 10% of our mind, which is the conscious mind, which is what you're using now, what you're consciously aware of. But there is a subconscious mind that holds power over your conscious decisions, and you don't even realize it. For example, as a child, you had a very, very traumatic event happen. Let's say as a child, you were not loved enough by your parents. And this feeling of you not being enough for your parents and feeling alone as a child implanted this seed. And this seed was planted by your emotions, a strong emotion. And over time, as you grew older into an adult, this seed grew and grew and grew. And what this seed grew into is you being very needy, you always seeking validation from others. Okay. But you taking this conscious decision 10 years down the line actually stems from this hidden cause within your subconscious mind, within this little feeling, this seed inside your subconscious where you don't feel like you are worthy. So this results in a conscious decision of you seeking validation from others, being very needy from others. Okay. This is what the subconscious is. The subconscious holds power over us. For example, posting on social media. Why are you actually posting on social media? If you take a selfie with your new watch, new car, and you go and post that onto your social media, why are you actually doing that? On the deepest root cause, it's not because you just want to post a picture. No, it's much deeper. It comes from a subconscious belief or a subconscious emotion of you seeking external validation, whether you believe that or not. But that's what it is. If you're posting on social media, you're seeking attention, you're seeking validation from others on a deep level, on a subconscious level. You may not even realize this because it's subconscious. Now, this is what a spell is. Money is a type of spell. Remember, money doesn't actually exist. Money does not exist. Money is a physical object inside of the material plane. But the physical object has a belief in the mental plane. See, the mind is the highest plane. This is the root cause of reality, the mental plane. Okay? So our belief in our mind has given this piece of paper value and a meaning. But in reality, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. But this subconscious belief behind this piece of paper is controlling your daily basis behavior, is controlling your emotional state and controlling your life without you even realizing it. Without you even realizing that it's all an illusion. Money does not exist. It's the belief that gives the piece of paper a power. And the way we break the spell is by realizing that the money doesn't actually exist. The whole world is under the spell of money, and it's controlling all of us. But the spell is the belief. Once we all wake up and realize money has no value, it doesn't actually exist, it's only a belief. There is no actual money. That's how we break the spell. The spell is broken when we figure out that we are under the spell, under the belief, under the illusion of this piece of paper having value, and it's controlling our lives. That's why the word money has mon within it. Mon is moon, and the moon represents our hidden aspect of our mind, our subconscious, and the sun represents our conscious mind. So you have two versions of yourself. You have the self that you show to everyone, the conscious mind, and you have a shadow self called the subconscious, which is the hidden aspect of you. For example, do you really love your partner who you're with, or are you just with them is there a subconscious fear of being alone? Do you really want to be with this person, or is it are you staying with them because it's stemming from this fear of being alone, of being lonely? Or are you just with them because you have a subconscious sexual addiction? And all of your conscious decisions are actually coming from this little seed of wanting sex or not being alone. You have two versions of yourself, the conscious mind and the subconscious, the shadow self and the self that you show to everyone else. Okay? And the subconscious is what's holding power over you. When you drive your car, you don't consciously have to think about changing gear. You've done it that many times. It's on autopilot. That's the subconscious doing it. You can be walking down the street. Your conscious mind can be thinking about what you're going to cook for tea later, but your subconscious mind is controlling your body and walking your body. You don't have to think about moving the body. You just do it because you've done it that many times. It's a program. It's a belief in the subconscious that's giving this movement power. You see, the subconscious holds a lot of power over you. Our beliefs hold power over our daily basis behaviors and actions. Okay, like I said, posting on social media, this is seeking external validation. There's a subconscious there's a subconscious urge bringing this desire into conscious reality. So we must break the spell of our emotions controlling us, our traumas from a child controlling us. For example, another example of this, let's say you were in a car crash years ago And this car crash led you to having a very traumatic event, very traumatic emotion you felt in that car crash. You felt a lot of pain. That was impressed into your subconscious. And even to this day, you're probably scared of going into trains, going onto cars, going inside of vehicles. And you might not even be aware that it's actually stemming from this event that happened 10 years ago. That's the spell. That's the spell that's holding power over you, and you don't even realize it. You realize the spell when you realize you're being controlled by this old belief, this old trauma. That's what a spell is. A spell is not something I cast over you with a wand like Harry Potter. Spell's much deeper. It's the hidden aspects of our mind that hold power over us, that control us. Okay? So how do we get rid of the spell? How do we break the spell? By installing new belief systems, by installing new programs into our subconscious. The subconscious is impressed by repetition and emotion. Everything you do on repeat, for example, tying your shoelaces, you can be looking up into the sky, closing your eyes, thinking about what you're going to create for tea while doing your shoelaces. You've done it that many times, you don't have to think about it. That's the subconscious taking over. Okay. That's the repetition aspect of the subconscious. For example, you could probably run down your stairs. You know exactly how to run down the stairs. If I tried to run down your stairs, every staircase is different. I'd probably fall over. But you've done it that many times, you know exactly how to do it. It's what we call ritual. When you have an evening ritual, when you tidy the house, you do your skincare routine, you wash your teeth, that's a ritual. This is what the ancients called ritual. When we do rituals, we're trying to implant something into our subconscious to either remove an old program, an old seed that is controlling us, for a new one that's going to grow into new light, into a new reality. So you can implant messages, implant new programs into our subconscious, which will then grow into a new reality. Okay? Because if I tell you something over and over and over again every single day, for example, if I say, you do what I say every single day I repeat this statement into your ears, about a month or 2 months in, you're going to start to believe in that statement and you're going to start to be under my spell. You're going to start to do everything that I say. So this is what spells are. Spells are subconscious beliefs that hold power over you and you don't even realize it. So we need to remove these old programs we have that are controlling us for new programs. And we do that through ritual, affirmation, and imagination. Repetition and emotion is key to impressing the subconscious. They are the two ways that spells are created, that programs are created. The subconscious only knows the now and it only knows you. So every word you say is a spell. So when you call someone else a name, you're calling yourself a name because your subconscious takes everything you say as truth because it only knows you. It doesn't know anyone else. So every night we can do affirmation. We affirm the reality we want. This is what we call a ritual. We sit down or we stand up, whatever it is. You affirm the reality you are, I am statements. And then you imagine that reality. And you do this over and over again, every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, however many times. And this will cause repetition. This will install a new belief system into your subconscious, which will then start to show in your external reality. It will start to put you under a spell of the new program. For example, if I install into my subconscious that I believe that I am rich, every single night I affirmate that I am rich, I am wealthy, I am free. And then I do a ritual. I start to imagine this reality. Every single night, I do these two things on repetition, and I start to feel the reality and imagine the reality over time, I'm going to start to believe that I am rich, that I am free, and I am wealthy without having the physical reality. And what this will do is that it'll implant a message deep within your subconscious mind. It will plant the seed of this belief. And this belief over time will grow into 90% of my thoughts, 90% of my actions, 90% of my words. My words, my thinking will change due to this new belief. I may not even realize it, but I'm looking for more opportunities to make money. I'm speaking to more people because of this belief that I've installed. This belief has triggered new ways of thinking. My mind, my conscious mind is now only operating to fulfill this belief. And my conscious mind might not even be aware of it. You won't even realize that you're manifesting this belief of being rich. And that's how it happens. You implant the belief within your subconscious. You implant the spell into your subconscious, which will then gain control over you. So we need to make sure we're removing the negative spells, the negative programs that are controlling us for new regenerated ones, for new ones that are going to create new realities, a better life. Okay? You don't want negative traumas, negative seeds controlling you and growing into your life. If you don't cut them off, they will continue to grow and grow and grow. Your anxiety will get bigger and bigger and bigger. Your depression will get bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's all actually stemming from one belief system or one trauma. Okay? So this is important. Everything in this physical plane is an effect of the higher planes. It's a shadow of the mind. Everything we think, all physical objects began as a thought, then an imagination, then energy, then a physical reality. So we must change the mental plane. We must plant seeds into our mind to change down into our physical material life. It's about manipulating this higher plane so we can create change and effect in the physical external material plane. That's what magic is. This is what spellcasting is. This is all what it is. It's not fantasy. This is the manipulation of the higher planes of consciousness, which your mind has access to. You have access to these higher planes. Okay? This is exactly what I teach in my university. I teach different rituals. I teach specific rituals to get rid of certain things, certain belief systems. I teach all different rituals, all different ways for you to create your own reality and live the best reality you want. We also have all of these different courses. We have activating the inner eye. This will teach you exactly how to lucid dream and activate your inner vision of imagination. We have the sexual alchemy course. This will give you the power of transmuting your sexual energy into creativity. We have electromagnetism studies. We have esoteric exchange, an exclusive live call that we do every single week, and I connect with all of the students. They can ask me questions, can speak with me one-on-one inside of these live calls. We have the real numerology section. We have the health section. We have a lecture section. Look at all of these lectures we have on occultism, symbolism. All of these lectures are designed to gain you power, to give your personal power back to you, to make you realize things about you. We have a meditation section. We have a library section where you can download all of our library, all of our books, different books on occultism, symbolism, Freemasonry, astral projection. And of course, we have the Manifestation Mastery course, which teaches you exactly how to create reality so you can live that desired reality that you want. This is the last chance to lock in the price of $55 a month. This is less than $2 a day. You can really level up your life because the price is going to increase as the value of the university increases because there's a new symbolism course coming out. And if you join now, you'll get this course for free because obviously when this course releases, the price will go up. The symbolism course will teach you the language of esoteric and occult symbolism. I'll leave the links in the description. Make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content. Thank you all, people. Have an amazing day.
Welcome back, people, to another occult lecture by Revival of Wisdom. Today, we're going to be talking about magic and how it's being used on us for the New World Order. Magic has the word mag within it, which is magnetism. Magnetism is the force. Magic is influencing forces, natural or supernatural forces, and using it for a certain agenda to gain something out of it. Now, magic is not what everyone's being thought. It's not some sort of fantasy thing. It's actually very common, and we all do it, whether you believe it or not. Magic is all to do with the mind. As I said, always say in my lectures, your mind is what creates matter. Your mind is what creates your external world. So it's all about manipulating and planting seeds within the mind, because your mind is a garden, and thoughts and words are seeds which are being planted in that garden. Your life, your physical life, the people you have in your life, your friends, your car you own, the job you have, is all a reflection of the thoughts that you've been thinking in the past. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you've been thinking. Therefore, your life is a direct reflection and manifestation of your mind, the Garden of Eden. Okay? The mind is what they are targeting. What you see, say, and hear has a direct effect on your mind. Me talking to you is influencing you. The words I'm saying is planting seeds within your mind. Now it's up to you to consciously act on these thoughts or these words, or to maintain these words. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's inside of me is outside of me. What comes into the storehouse comes out of the storehouse. You have the left, you have the right, you have the up, and you have the down. As above, so below. Whatever is in your mind will be expressed in some sort of way, consciously or subconsciously, spiritually or physically. The mind is what manifests everything. And this is what we need to understand. We need to understand is that the mind is not physical. All things spiritual manifest physical. All things seen come from the unseen. The words you're thinking, that everything you have is coming from the unseen. The actions that you do come from the unseen mind. Another expression for as above, so below is you are the universe itself. You are a universe, a mini universe. But just because you are mini does not mean you are the whole thing. If I take a little piece of infinite, let's say there's an infinite light source. Let's say I take a little chunk of that infinite light source. That little chunk I took is still infinite because it's been taken from infinite. You are the universe. Your awareness, your mind is the universe. It's information. You are the universe experiencing itself. This is why we say we are all God. As above, so below. What is in me is outside of me. The sun, the physical manifestation of the sun, is your soul. The 12 constellations are manifested in the physical body. The 5 elements are manifested in the physical body. They're manifested in the 5 fingers you have. As above, so below. This is manifested, well, this is a symbolized in Freemasonry and secret societies as the 2 pillars. The mirroring reflection, the reflection of reality, the mirror, as above, so below. What happens in the mind, what happens in the astral, happens in the physical. This is Aleister Crowley. This is all symbolism. This is the two pillars with the all-seeing eye and the triangle at the top. Aleister Crowley was a master magician, very powerful dark magician, black magician. There's two types of magic. You have white and black, just like the checkerboard, the Masonic checkerboard. You have white and black, you have good and evil. White magic is influencing natural forces to gain something that will help the collective consciousness, help the collective, help the earth, help other people. Black magic is something you manipulate something so you can get something personal out of it. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's still considered as black magic because you're being selfish. Everything you do should be contributing towards the collective consciousness and helping others. And this is why the ancients lived in a system where everything was in unity. We understood that I am you and you are me. What I do to you happens to me because I am you and you are me. We are the same mind substance on the inside. We're all the same mind substance being expressed in different bodies. So what I do to your mind will have a ripple effect on my mind because all of our minds are connected within the mental plane. So this is why they know all this knowledge. They know all this knowledge. So yeah, this is the mirroring effect of reality, the two pillars, or symbolizes the number 11. The number 11. We'll go deeper into that. The technology we're using is magic. It's a form of magic. Television is tell a vision. They're telling a vision into your subconscious mind, into your memory. And when you turn on the television, you get a program because they're telling a vision to create a program within your subconscious mind. You see, the conscious mind is only 10% of your mind, which is to do with your, what you're aware of, your five senses. What are you consciously aware of? Well, I'm aware I'm here, I'm talking. I'm aware of what I'm wearing, the five senses, what I can hear, taste, smell, hear. What I'm wearing, I'm aware of what I think of. But the subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. It's the hidden part of the mind, which is telling your heart to beat, telling your body to breathe. It's storing all of your emotions. It's storing everything you see, storing all the belief systems that you have. It has everything. It stores all of the habits you have, the values. It stores everyone's name that you know. All the words that I'm speaking right now is all coming out of the subconscious. Everything is subconscious. And it literally manipulates 90% of your daily basis behavior. Most people don't know this. What you did yesterday is what you will do today because of these beliefs and mental programs within the subconscious, stored within the subconscious. So the subconscious is what they're aiming at. They're trying to create programs within the subconscious because the subconscious manifests 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions and words. They know all this stuff. So the subconscious mind is the most powerful part of the mind. Another way the subconscious manifests and influences your life is, let's say you were in a car crash years and years ago, 10 years ago. Let's say you're in this car crash, right? And you really hurt yourself. The emotion you felt in that time when you were injured in that car crash had a great impression on your subconscious mind. You see, the stronger you feel something emotionally, the stronger impact it has on the subconscious. You can remember and recall that moment and very vividly because of the impact it had on the subconscious. For example, you become that terrified of cars that it manifests into your life today, that you are wary to go in certain cars. You don't want to go in cars at all, maybe. because of that moment that is stored within the subconscious. And it will manifest into anxiety. It will manifest into not going into cars. It will manifest into depression, maybe. These things, these emotional, very emotional, traumatic events have a great impression on our subconscious and they control your life. This is why you need to meditate and let go go deep within yourself and let go of these internal, deep emotions that you may have repressed and keep pressing down and ignoring. But you need to address it and let go of these subconscious impressions you have, which are controlling your life, like anxiety, depression. All of these things are stemming from things that are stored within your subconscious years and years ago, more than likely. Broadcasting. They're casting spells to a broad audience, to news, north, east, west, and south. They're casting spells. No, if you watch the news, everything's red. Breaking news in red writing or the red background, everything's red. Why? Because red's the root chakra, which is all to do with survival. They want to stimulate this root chakra because they want you down there in survival mode. They want you in survival mode because you're easier to control. They control out of fear. And not only they're casting these spells as if, because most of the things they cast in the news hasn't already happened. They're constantly bombarding you with there might be a war breaking out, war this, war that, kill here, kill there, murders. It's impressing, it's casting spells on your subconscious mind. So when the event does turn up in real reality, in physical reality, you're less emotional, you're less surprised. You're not as surprised because you've already heard it before. Your subconscious has already heard it all before. If you never heard of a war and then a war broke out, you'd be going crazy. So they subtly program your subconscious mind through the words, because the words they say is impressing your mind. It has an effect on your mind, which will have an effect on your behavior, your words, your conversations you have with people. They're casting spells to north, east, west, and south on the tell a vision. They're telling a vision by broadcasting, by saying spells. This is why we call it spelling. Even the word, listen, the words we say cast spells. Bless. Oh, bless you. That's be less. The subconscious mind only picks up literal things. You see, when I say bless you, your conscious mind picks that up as, oh, thank you, you're blessing me. But your subconscious picks up as be less. You see? Because the subconscious it has no filter. It's just, it is what it is. Everything is factual in the subconscious. Therefore, if I call you an idiot, your subconscious, my subconscious will think I'm talking to myself and calling myself an idiot, and it will take that as true. That is truth. Everything is truth within the subconscious. And the subconscious manifests your behavior. The devices this is the biggest one. Black scrying mirrors, device, the devil's vice, the device. Okay? Black scrying mirrors, black screen is scrying. Black scrying mirrors were used to communicate with spirits within the astral plane in the medieval times. They're still being used now by black obsidian mirrors. And look at your phone, it's a black mirror. And there's some sort of, I'm not saying this is fact, but personally, I believe these are portals for spirits and ethereal entities to come into your life, to come into your surroundings. So this is the next big thing: the TVs, your iPhone, your iPod, all black mirrors, and mirrors are very, very powerful. Even just a normal mirror. Mirrors have an effect. Whatever you say into a mirror, what you say is energy. And when you say something into a mirror, you're saying it into yourself. It's an infinite cycle of words of energy because it's being reflected infinite times. When you say something into a mirror, it has a massive effect. You're saying it directly into your eyes, into your mind. So what you say in a mirror should be said with precaution. Never say anything negative into a mirror, because mirrors are very, very powerful ways for you to reprogram your subconscious mind for the good. You can say very positive things into mirrors and it will reprogram your subconscious mind. Okay? Manifesting is all magic. It's all magic. Everything is magic. But consciously doing it is what they're doing. They hid this knowledge. Your phone is magic. It manipulates your mind. The iPhone, okay. See, magic isn't all of this with wands. See, Harry Potter, okay, that was created to give you this perception of a mystical and amazing form of magic with magic wands and all sorts of stuff like that. Yes, that stuff was true when the collective conscious minds were on a higher level and our belief systems believed in these things, because the universal mind, all of our minds contribute to reality. If the masses don't believe in magic, if the masses don't believe in a certain thing, it's going to have an effect on physical reality. So when the collective minds are higher and have more open minds, things like Harry Potter can come true. See, it's all in the mind. The iPhone, the eye is the symbol for the mind, the invisible intelligence. The triangle is the ethereal plane. Okay. So the eye in the triangle is the eye that sees into the beyond the ethereal planes. The square is the physical plane. So the iPhone, your phone, is a black box, just like the Saturn black cube. It's a black mirror. It's taking photos of you every 2 seconds. And it's your mind. Your mind is in that phone. Everything you like, everything you text, everything you type in Google, everything you say to someone, every conversation is all recorded on the phone. Therefore, it is a direct reflection of your mind. Your mind is imprinted into your phone because your mind, everything you think in your mind, you're manifesting into typing, saying, taking pictures into the phone, and it's collecting it and storing it. And what they're doing, and this is for all forms of magic, it's manipulating the mind. It's all manipulating the mind. Reels, Instagram, TikTok, this is all dopamine. It's all controlling the mind. Every like you get, every follow you get, every share that you get is dopamine within your brain. They're literally targeting your brain and mind. It's all manipulating, because what they're pushing through the phones, through the media, through the news, through the televisions is visions and programs. You are the one manifesting the New World Order. They're not manifesting the New World Order. They're giving you the information so you can manifest the New World Order. Everything they say is contributing to your mind. For example, digital money and all the information they put out for you to see is contributing to your enslavement. Your mind is manifesting the New World Order. They know this. They don't manifest it. There's billions of us. We could easily run over them physically, but on a mental level, these people have the knowledge and they hide it from us, and they let us manifest reality because we are the collective. They give us the information which manifests their agenda. It's all magic through the phones, the media, the television. So your phone is a manifestation of your mind. It's a record of your mind. Hollywood, holly tree, holy tree. They used to make wands out of holy trees, because it was the most holiest wood, the best for casting and transmitting energy. So they used holly trees to cast spells. That's what Hollywood is. And in Hollywood, they have the red tear, the blood drop next to the Hollywood sign, because it's all satanic. They're all black magicians. They use Hollywood to cast the spells through the music, through the films. You see, music is a form of magic. All of this is magic. Everything they do is a form of magic because they want an agenda behind it. But it's not black magic. They're letting us create our prison. This is what you have to see. Yes, they're evil, but they're not doing anything evil, or else they would face the karma. They let us manifest this agenda through giving in the information, by telling you what's going to happen in the movies. Everything that happens in a movie, it's all there on purpose to program your subconscious, to plant a seed within your garden, your subconscious, your mind. Because when the mind is already seen something, when it comes up and turns up in physical reality, you will be less shocked and you won't rebel. So they lure you slowly. They make you aware of these things over time. They make you gradually think it's okay. Like the technology, we never used to use these phones. How did we become so addicted and reliant on them? Well, because first they gave you a little flick phone. Well, no, sorry, they gave you a phone in your house. And then once you got used to that, they say, oh, here's the newest version of a little flick phone. You started texting your friends. Everyone was loving it in high school. They could now meet up without saying, let's meet on the weekend at this point at this time, like your parents probably did. Or maybe some of you watching this, you probably had to tell your friend to meet on the weekend at a certain time because you had no way of communicating. So everyone got these phones and got addicted to them. Then they slowly got addicted to the new iPod with the touch screen. Now they invented touchscreen. Then everyone got addicted to touchscreens. Then because all of this is producing dopamine in the brain, which creates you to become mentally addicted to things and physically addicted, chemically addicted. Because dopamine's a chemical. Your subconscious becomes a program within your subconscious, and your body becomes chemically addicted to these phones. And these phones are the enslavement of humanity, technology. Without this, we wouldn't be in this mess without technology. Because they're creating a hive mind. We're creating a hive mind. So back on track anyways, they program you. Look at the films, 9/11, 9/11, all produced by Hollywood. Here's the 11, like I said at the beginning, the two pillars which reflect reality. What happens in the mind happens in the physical. What happens in the astral happens in the physical. Okay, what happens in the physical happens in the mind. It's the two pillars, the mirrors. 9/11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 is 11. Flight 11 was hijacked. New York is the 11th state. New York adds up to 111. This is not a coincidence. It's all a form of magic. It's a ritual, energy harvesting ritual, because your mind produces energy. Your mental attention produces energy, and they're feeding off this energy in the astral plane, these demons. Music is the most powerful. Personally, I think the music is one of the most powerful forms of magic they're using. Okay. Music is hypnosis. It puts your brain in a hypnotic state. It influences your electromagnetic field through vibrational energy. It reprograms your subconscious mind. Why do you think you remember the lyrics? You see, your subconscious stores all of the memories. Remember, the subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. So therefore, the music you're listening to is manifesting your behavior. You wondered why some people wonder why they have drug addictions and they can't get out of violence and they can't get out of all this negative mind space. It's because the music they're listening to is creating a negative mind space. The words you listen to have plant seeds within your mind. So the reason you remember the lyrics is because that song created a program within your subconscious. Yes, that is what happens. You can use magic to reprogram your mind, but you can use music to reprogram your mind because it's all forms of magic. It's using natural mental energy forces to manipulate the physical reality. You manipulate your mind, you manipulate reality, physical reality. Okay. So the music, another very, very big one. When you turn on the radio, it's just all talks about alcohol, drugs, and sex because they want you down in the lower three chakras. They want your mind attached to matter when it's mind over matter. Your mind's not physical. You see, the word spirituality is the new trend. It's not about your spirit. It's not about your spirit. It's about your mind. It's not about, you know, uh, spirituality and looking after your spirit. And they've got you focused on your spirit. Why? Because they hide your mind from you. You see, a lot of people think their mind is their brain, but the mind is everything. There is no physical reality without mind. You can have a brain. Imagine if you had no mind but a brain. It wouldn't work. The mind is everything. The mind controls your avatar. It begins in the mind before it happens in the brain. Then the brain manifests through the body. The brain's just an electrical computer. So that they've got people scared, or do I have a soul or not, and all this stuff. Listen, if you have a mind, you have a soul, because you are not the mind. This is why everything is sort of an illusion, because beyond the mind is your soul. But what is the soul without a mind? You can't have a soul without the mind. But if the mind didn't exist, the soul doesn't exist. You are the person listening to your mind. I shouldn't say person because you're not the body. You're the entity behind the mind. But if you didn't have that mind, you couldn't understand what you even were. You would just be an observer who couldn't think. So yes, we all have a soul. If you have a mind, you have a soul. Everything is mind. Everything has mind. Mind creates everything. God is mind. And then manipulating your mind through TV, your phone, every little thing, the school, it's all about the mind, people. Control your mind, you control your reality. Just the last thing, here you go. Aleister Crowley, the dark magician, Kanye West doing the exact same thing because they're implementing magic in the music. Here's the Beatles with Aleister Crowley in the background. Bet you never noticed that. Aleister Crowley was influencing music and placing magic within the music to influence the subconscious. This is what Baal worship was. This is why they kill children. They sacrifice these children. Why? Well, because in order to ascend, in order to raise your consciousness internally, godly, by being good, God, or being in order to be good and raise your consciousness and to get something in the physical world, you have to sacrifice yourself. And what do I mean by that? In order to raise your consciousness and ascend, you have to sacrifice the lower nature of yourself. You know, you've got to abstain from having sex to retain your sexual energy, to transmute it, or staying away from negative, some poisonous foods like meat. So, staying away from blood. We shouldn't be consuming other animals' blood. We should be keeping our blood pure. We are humans. We shouldn't consume chicken blood, chicken germs. We are the most divine creatures on this creation. We are the most intellectual creatures in this creation. Therefore, we should keep our temples pure. We are not animals. If you want to associate yourself with an animal and go out in the wild, go and find a wild boar and go and try rip its guts out with your bare teeth, because you can't do it. You're not a cat. You're not a carnivore. Okay? So in order to ascend, you have to kill and sacrifice your lower part of yourself to ascend up to your spirit self, your mind self, the highest version. And the elites don't want to do this. So they sacrifice other things like babies to kill them, to exchange their life over to the astral plane, so these demigods in the astral plane can give them something in return in physical. They don't want to sacrifice their lower self, so they sacrifice other things for exchange, for physical pleasure. But the godly person sacrifices their lower self for their higher self to do good and ascend. So this is what all the Baal worship is, people, and this is why they're doing it. Hope you all had an amazing lecture. If you haven't already, go and get the Book of Wisdom for more information. You know, I don't go into dark stuff in this book, because all I do is enlighten people in this book. You can get it in Spanish, English, German, Italian, and French. Worldwide shipping. You can get the PDF or paperback. Or there is also a new one called the Human Health Guide 2.0. It gives you a list of all the foods, grains, oils, nuts, you know, everything that's alkaline and positive for the body and not man-made and hybrid. It tells you all the products to stay away from, how to fast, how to improve vision, how to improve everything, literally. So the Human Health Guide has been released. If you want that, I'll pull all the links in the bottom of the description. Hope you all enjoyed the lecture, people. God bless you all.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. I will now be keeping track of my YouTube and trying to upload every week. In this video, we'll be talking about the chakras. The chakras are the 7 attributes of God, and they are the 7 planets. These are literally vortex portals within us that connect us to these vices and characteristics of God. Each one of these energy centers are a spinning wheel of energy which controls the cells and organs in that particular area of the body. For example, it's literally a mini brain for that area of the body. Each chakra has a vice which you need to turn to a virtue in order to climb up through the system. They work like a stairway system. You have to go through each chakra in order to unlock the one above. This process is turning matter into spirit, as you descended from spirit to matter. Saturn is Satan. That's why it's the lowest chakra. And that's why the devil is red, because red is the lowest vibrational color. When you are in these lower states of consciousness, you are in your animal nature. This is your physical side of your nature, and you are mainly being driven by your animal instincts or your ego. Moving back to your higher self or your spirit self is not an easy process. It takes a while. However, with discipline, consistency, and motivation, you can achieve this, and this is what the ancients called Christ consciousness. Once you have achieved this, it is basically a state of mastery of the mind. You no longer lust for the lower animal nature things. Now, let's start with the root chakra. This is located at the base of your spine, and you can feel this chakra by tensing your anus. This energy center is in control of your survival needs, your vitality, stability, and security. Now, if this chakra is unbalanced, you will feel insecure, fear, anxiety, unstable, low self-esteem, anemia, over or underweight, and constipation. In order to balance this chakra, you need to feel grounded, embodied, stable, calm, centered, a sense of safety, and trust in yourself and the world around you. The next chakra is the sacral chakra, which is located around the belly button area. You can feel this chakra just by sucking in your belly. This chakra is to do with relationships, self-worth, creativity, empathy, and most importantly, sexuality. This is the most important one in order to start to raise your vibration overall, is giving up the over-sexualized nature. In order to balance this chakra, you need to come into harmony with all the toxic relationships that you have. Get rid of the fear, the anxiety, the isolation, and 100% get rid of the over-sexualized nature. Lust is one of the most lowest vibrations you could possibly feel. It is literally manifesting hell. In order to work on this chakra, you need to feel self-worth. You need to do creative things, empathy, healthy relationships, and 100% being confident. The next chakra is the solar plexus. This is to do with personal power, will, metabolism, eating, happiness, and your self-esteem and self-identification. You can feel this chakra just above your belly, below your ribs, and you can suck in this area. If this chakra is blocked, you will feel lack of confidence, difficulty in manifesting your desires, low self-esteem, misuse of power, misuse of dominance, weak will, and shame in yourself. Biggest one for this chakra is overeating, as it's to do with metabolism. If you are overeating, you are literally unbalancing a lot of your lower chakras, not just the solar plexus. In order to work on this chakra and balance it, you want to have a positive self-identification. You want to feel happy, a happy self-esteem, effectiveness to people, not overeating, and a strong willpower. Now for the heart chakra, one of the most important chakras. Chakra is to do with love, understanding, trust, hope, openness, compassion, balance, and forgiveness. The most important because your heart is the tree of life in the body. It is the center of the toroidal field. It is the most powerful chakra. Your heart is 5,000 times stronger magnetically than your brain. Once you have hit the heart chakra and you start surpassing the heart chakra, you are now turning matter into spirit, as the lower three chakras are dense and physical, and the above the heart chakra are turning to spirit. As you can see already, this is a hard and long process of working on yourself physically and internally. The symptoms of a blocked heart chakra would be lack of love or too much love, difficulty to accepting or giving love, lack of compassion, loneliness, and lack of emotional fulfillment. Finally, a lack of connection with a divine or to nature. In order to balance this chakra, the most important thing and the most powerful thing you can do is loving people, accepting and giving lots of love. Second most important thing to balance the heart chakra is balance. You need a balanced life. You need balance in all aspects of your life. Now for the throat chakra. This is a very important chakra as it's to do with communication. A symptom of this being unbalanced is a lack of self-expression and putting on a front all the time, acting with the ego. In order to balance this chakra, you need to constantly self-express yourself. You can't be putting on a front. That voice inside your head, you have to let it come outward. Don't just block it off with a wall. Self-expression will lead to you gaining friends who actually like you for being you and not these fake friends that you have to put on an ego for. In order to balance this chakra, you need to express yourself, express the word that's within you. Don't be lying to people, don't deceive or be deceptive. The next chakra is the third eye chakra. This is starting to get very advanced and you are coming very close to spirit. Just before we head on, I want to announce the PDF is now available, containing all the presentations I've ever made, all into a condensed 38-page PDF. The link will be below this video for you to access. And if you want to learn how to create reality using your mind, how to attract your desires, how to get out of the situation you are in, the link will also be there for the Manifestation Mastery course. Now for the third eye chakra. The third eye chakra controls the pineal gland, which is your first eye. It's to do with your psychic abilities, channeling, telepathy, astral travel, visions, and connection to the higher self. You need all of the chakras aligned to get the full potential out of your third eye or pineal gland chakra. For example, if you're astral traveling and you fear something, you will be instantly shot back to your body. So you need to master all of the chakras before you go on and try and do these higher spiritual activities. Symptoms of the third eye chakra being blocked is lack of imagination, lack of vision, lack of concentration, blocked or clouded intuition, can't see the big picture, and especially overly reliant on logic and intellectual thinking. A good way to work on this chakra is imagining things, vision things. Trust your intuition at all times. Always follow that inner voice. Cut out the tap water, which contains fluoride. Fluoride blocks the pineal gland. And cut out all junk food, because all of this is affecting your pineal gland. When in meditation, you want to focus your eyes and your attention to the center of your head between the two eyebrows. This is where the pineal gland is located. This will help and awaken the pineal gland over time when you keep doing these meditations. Finally, for the crown chakra, this is to do with universal consciousness, all-knowing, enlightenment, cosmic connections, the God source. This chakra is blocked by being cut off from spirituality, plagued by the senses, being tricked into the five senses and being tricked into thinking you are the body. In order to work on this chakra, you need to feel grounded. You need to know yourself, your real self, the voice within you. Have common sense, have specific decisions that you're making, be very direct. Now we've got out of the way all of the chakras, I can now introduce methods and meditations which will help you unblock them spiritually. When meditating, you want to get into the present moment in a nice, comfortable position. Bring yourself to the present moment by saying, I am here right now, nothing else matters. Keep repeating this over and over with your eyes open or closed. After a couple minutes of bringing your attention to the present moment, you can now start to breathe in through the nose deeply and breathe out through the mouth slower than you breathed in. Place your attention on the chakra that you want to balance. Think of a high vibrational emotion like love, and think of this while placing your attention on that chakra. You can do this exercise every day for 10 to 20 to 30 minutes. The longer the better. Another practice you can do is by chanting the Bee Gees for each chakra. They are here starting from the root chakra all the way to the crown chakra. Or you can chant the 7 vowels. There are not 5, there are actually 7. A, E, A, O, U, M. A, This is the proper way of pronouncing the 7 vowels. These are so powerful because these are the only things that exist. It is literally the sound of God. By pronouncing them right, you can actually create a lot of power within you and align your chakras. That's it for this video, people. I'd appreciate a comment and a like to help the algorithm. I appreciate you all. Love and light.
What is good, people? How are we all doing? Today we're going to be talking about the different planes of existence, the occult side of the world, the things they don't teach you in school. And of course, you can only find that on this channel, so welcome. So you need to understand is that your consciousness moves through these different planes of existence, these different states of consciousness, which make up all of you. Okay? They are all interlocked planes. They are all interpenetrated into each other. They are all one. They melt into the plane above and below. You see, each plane is a product of each plane. As above, so below. Now, the higher you go, the more fluid, the more dreamy, the less dense it becomes. The lower you go, the more denser it becomes, the more solid it becomes. The lowest plane is the physical plane, which you are obviously aware of. You are inside of the physical plane now. But while you are in this inside of this physical plane, you are indeed inside of all these other bodies which you have not awakened yet. You have to awaken these different bodies. You have these bodies. Okay? It's like a ripple effect. And the center is the most dense, the most solid. This is Earth, heart, the heart of the ripple. And the lower you, the further you go out from the center, the more dreamy, the less fluid, the more fluid, the more less dense it gets until you're one with the all. You see? And this is what it's like. This is what this system is. It's like a ripple effect. Now, let's jump straight into the planes. First, you have the physical plane, made out of 4 elements. Five elements. The ether is the mother of the elements. It's the womb of the elements. It's the 5th element. And it gives birth to the 4 other elements. 4 is stability. Tables have 4 legs, and this is why the ether gives birth to 4, because it's the foundation of the physical world. Fire, earth, water, air. They are not pure. Each one of the elements melts into the other one. For example, earth and water both share cold. Water and air both share wet. You see? They compose of each other. They melt, they mold into each other based off the vibrational state of the ether. That's what it is. The 4 elements are the vibrational states of the ether. Okay? So you have the 4 physical elements making this, physical world. It's the lowest world. It's the world of effect. This world, whatever you see, whatever you experience, it's the effect. You can't change anything by manipulating this world. You got to manipulate the higher worlds to affect this world, you see? As above, so below. This is the lowest plane. It has 3-dimensional. It's the 3rd dimension. Space, height, and thickness. That's all it is. Front, backwards, upwards. You see, it's 3-dimensional. We cannot perceive the hidden side, which is the interior of this existence. We cannot perceive the interior from our exterior view. We are looking into this world. Okay? This is the exterior view. We can't see what's inside of that. That's the 4th dimension, which is the next one. It's the most gross and dense plane. 4 states of matter, the most slowest vibrational molecules exist in this plane. Above this plane, you have the ether. Okay? The word ether and either are the same thing, because either connects 2 scenarios in languages. I either support Manchester United or Liverpool. Either is connecting them 2 scenarios. The ether is doing the exact same as you can see here on the planes of existence. It connects the astral world, which is very important, to the physical world. It's connecting these two worlds. So it's the ether. It's the ether. The ether is pure potential. Energy flows through the ether. It is pure energy, pure potential. Okay? The physical body is an exact copy of the etheric counterpart body. So every physical object has an etheric energy double. It's like a blueprint of that object. Every single object has an energy double, and that's the etheric double. Okay? The etheric body determines the shape of our physical body through its lines of force. All through life, it rebuilds and restores the physical body. Physical problems show up first in the etheric body because as above, so below. You manipulate the higher planes, it will manipulate this plane. And this is why sorcery works. You know, contact with astral plane entities. We'll get into that a bit later. So the reason why we can't see this plane, this energy world, which is all around us, which we are inside of right now as we speak, is that the molecules that compose it are further apart than those of the physical plane, making it invisible to the two eyes. That we can't perceive it. Our eyes cannot physically suck in that sort of information, and our brain cannot decode it. This is why, you know, they brainwash us with all these programs to keep us asleep, to keep these other bodies we have asleep, so we don't find out about these other bodies, and is to make you believe that everything's just a material. Only the material world exists. They don't want you to know is that everything that you see is a result of something you cannot see. As above, so below. There are realities within this reality. This is what I'm breaking down now, these different planes, on how this reality works. So your etheric double is your energy body. You can see here the physical, etheric, astral. Astral is your spirit. The ether is a part of the physical plane. It's like just above the physical plane, but it's still part. But then the astral plane is completely separate. It's another plane, but they're all interlocked. Don't think they're apart. They're all interlocked. They're all one. They all melt into each other. The chakras that we have are inside of our etheric body. They are our sense of organs which tune us to the fourth dimension. These 7 chakras connect us to the astral world, the fourth dimension. Okay? They are points for the flow of energy from the universe / 7 planets, because the 7 chakras are your 7 planets, and the 7 planets are connected to the astral world. They are feeding these 7 senses in our body. They connect us to the universe, to our etheric counterpart, and then to us, supplying the physical body. Because the energy comes from above. As above, so below. These 7 senses, these 7 etheric chakras, are being supplied with energy from the universe, the 7 planets, the solar system. Then it supplies the physical body. You see? So, the ether is very important. And this is, you know, that the ancients understood the science of the ether, and they could, you know, harness free electricity from it, because it's all around us. The ether is all around us. And this is what they were doing. They were harnessing free energy using the ether. The astral plane, the fourth dimension, very important plane. Very, very important. We've all been there. Every single one of you has been there. Okay? The fourth dimension is unseen of what we see. It's the interior of the exterior that we see. We see the third dimension, but we cannot see beyond what's making this third dimension. This is the fourth dimension. Okay? It's the dream world. This is where you go when you dream. Okay? This is where you go when you dream. It's the place of disembodied spirits or ghosts, entities, whatever you want to call them. When you hear ringing in your ears, that is not tinnitus. That is an entity around you. Okay? That is an entity around you. The fourth dimension is where thought forms exist. Mental images. Thought forms as in what you see in your mind when you think of an image, because the mind is the highest plane of existence. Mind is the highest plane of existence. And it manipulates all of the planes below. So it goes the mental plane, then the astral plane, So the thought is in the mind, the mental plane. That just the thought alone, no image, but then the form depiction, the thought form exists. It manifests in the astral plane as a sort of image, an entity, a living conscious being. So this is why thoughts are things. You see, thought forms exist within the fourth dimension. So when you imagine something, when you are, for example, right now, look into your hand and imagine there's an apple in your hand. If you can see that, you are seeing into this fourth dimension. You can only see into this fourth dimension using the mind's eye, not the two eyes, the mind's eye. When you shut off the two eyes into darkness, the third eye opens. The mind's eye is open, and you can see, this is astral travel. You got to work on astral travel, and you will see this astral plane, this fourth dimension. And there are 3 different sections to this astral plane: higher, middle, or lower. So yes, there is a kind of a heaven and hell, and a middle, Midgard. Heaven being the higher vibrational entities manifesting higher vibrational thought forms existing there, the lower vibrational thought forms existing in the astral plane. But these thought forms are beings. You can create these beings. They're called elementals. Okay? If you entertain specific thoughts for long enough, this will plant a seed and it will grow. If you so for example, you have a bad feeling or whatever, what's a good example? Unforgiving someone. You keep that energy inside of you for long enough, it will manifest in the fourth dimension. You entertain that thought long enough, it will manifest. And it will create an etheric body, and it will be an entity which will harm you. It will feed off you, this low vibrational energy. Your mind is so powerful. It creates thought forms, and these thought forms can take consciousness, can take bodies, etheric bodies. Now, that's why it's very important that you master your mind, master your thought patterns. So this fourth dimension is the astral world. So when you have a nightmare, this is the lower astral plane. You're in the lower astral plane. Whilst this physical body rests at night, your consciousness, you awaken this other body, your consciousness goes inside of this other body, whilst the physical body lays asleep. You see? So it's all inside of you. This is what you need to understand. You just haven't awakened these bodies yet. You can awaken them. You just got to awaken them. Okay? The next is the mental plane. This is the mind, the source, pure cause, pure motion. The most less dense, the most fluid. No form. There's no form to the mind. Astral plane is the first plane where a form takes existence, pretty much. The mental world has no form. It's pure mind, pure intelligence. Thoughts alone exist here without any images or manifestation. The most fluid, the most dreamy, the most causal plane. All of the rest take the effects of this plane. That's why it's mind over matter. Your thoughts they create vibrations. Each vibration is vibrating on a specific frequency, which creates mental images, creates effects down here on this physical plane. This is why it's so important to master your mind. Master what you think. Master your mind. It's the hardest thing to master. You could conquer the world, but it's probably harder to conquer your own mind than to conquer the whole world. I can promise you that, because the mind can play tricks on you. You got to listen to that inner guide within you that will constantly manifest the good things. So anyways, people, hope you learned a lot from this. Please work on trying to activate these other bodies. I will maybe do another video on trying to activate these bodies if you wish. Please comment down below if you would like to see that. And have an amazing day. Please like, subscribe, comment down below any video ideas you want me to do, any information you want me to spit. Thank you all. Have an amazing day. In this video, you're going to learn exactly what Christ consciousness truly is and how to cultivate this into your life so you can live a better life, create the things that benefit yourself and humanity, and ultimately to bring heaven on earth. This is the true way. If you're familiar with my work, you know that, I'm pretty much obsessed with symbolism. Symbolism is such a massive topic, and it unlocks profound ancient wisdom that is hidden behind these layers of symbolism of the ancient paintings, symbols, and texts. So I was going through some Christian artwork and I came across this painting. It's a well-known painting called The Sacred Heart of Jesus. And it just blew my mind. What this is revealing about human consciousness and Christ consciousness, which is what Jesus represents. If you're not familiar with Christ consciousness, you should definitely do a bit of research on that. But I'm going to explain it today in detail. So when we look at this painting, we are looking at symbolism. We're looking at consciousness, a state of being, a state of living, a way of thinking, a way of feeling, and a way of acting in the world. As I've said this many times, we're all creators. We all create and generate reality. And you don't just have your personal reality, you have a collective reality. Your reality is affected by the collective consciousness. Depending on the collective consciousness's understanding of reality will also affect your life. We have a collective life and a collective experience. So Jesus in this depiction here is in a way showing us instructions to reach Christ consciousness, whether you see it yet or not. But I'm going to decode this for you. And your mind might be blown after watching this. Okay, so so what is the meaning of Christ consciousness? What's the whole purpose of this? Very simple. Like I mentioned before, we have a collective experience on this world. And Christ consciousness is the natural consciousness that we all need to be functioning on to generate peace, love, and unity on the earth in this experience we call life. That's what Christ consciousness truly is. It's a state of being that we need to cultivate within our own self, within myself, others, and everyone in this life and experience, so that we can all live in peace and heaven on earth, what they like to call it, so that we can generate the best experience possible together on this thing we call earth, on this material world, this material dimension. The material dimension is simply just a physical dimension of thought. It's a physical outcome of thought, but that's a whole other lecture. So please leave a like, leave a comment if you have any topics to talk about that you wish for me to cover, and definitely leave a subscribe if you like my content and channel. So to go deeper into this, right, we've explained what Christ consciousness is and what it actually, will do to the earth and what it will do to reality in our collective experience. And it's also representing a profound understanding of self, a deep understanding of the true nature of self, the true source of self, what the self is, pure consciousness, pure God. We are all Jesus. Jesus is you, a physical manifestation of the divine made manifested physically. A physical manifestation of consciousness, okay, of spirit descended into matter. However, Jesus is a symbol that should not be worshipped, but something that we need to cultivate, maybe look up to, and cultivate within our own mind and hearts and actions. So he is someone that we should embody into our own very own being. We need to reach a level of intellect, the mind, a level of emotional understanding, and ultimately this creates Christ consciousness. Okay, and now I know that was very, very vague what I just said, but I'm going to explain it a bit more. I don't want to give it fully away yet because you need some more information, more keys. So let's observe the top end of this painting. Jesus with this circular light emanating around his head is symbolic of the mind, of our thinking aspects of consciousness, the way we generate thoughts, ideas. The mind is also good at also ruling communication. It also rules what we give attention to. Okay, so this is symbolizing the mind of every human being. The mind is a very powerful center of consciousness located in the head, of course. This is why Jesus is the head at the top with the circle around it, representing the mind. Now, to reach Christ consciousness, we need to purify our minds. Purification of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the hidden aspect of our mind with all of our memories, belief systems, and everything we've ever experienced is stored within there. We have traumas there, we have bad belief systems that hold us back. So it's about reprogramming the subconscious and aligning the subconscious with higher consciousness, with higher understanding of self. Removing any mental blockages from the mind. Because in today's world, most people's minds, including myself before I, purified myself, and I'm still continually purifying myself. That's not to say I'm perfect, because I'm definitely not. But what I was saying was purifying the mind so we can have a powerful mind. Because like I was saying, most people's minds are not their own friend. They let their mind control them. They let their thoughts create negative influence on them, negative emotions. They let their mind destroy their confidence, destroy themselves. We do not want a mind like this. We need a mind that is our best friend, that receives powerful thoughts, that gives someone power. We do not want our mind taking away our power. Okay, so in this specific image here of Jesus, this represents a light mind, a powerful mind, enlightenment. The word enlightenment means light and ment coming from mental or mind, light in the ment. This means a powerful mind. Light is also symbolic of knowledge, information. When someone's very intelligent, you call them a bright person. It's a bright mind. It's knowledge of self. So the mind is conscious of self. That's another thing. We need to be conscious. A lot of people are not conscious, including myself before I did this, before I woke up. Most people are not conscious of their actions. They're not conscious when they're actually awake in the day. They do things unknowingly. Are we conscious of our thoughts, emotions, and actions? What we're giving attention to in our mind? Because ultimately this shapes our experience. There's a great quote, I think it's Julius Caesar or one of the Roman emperors, who says the quality of your life is dependent on the quality of your thoughts. Something along them lines. I don't know if I'm 100% correct there, but it's very true. Our thoughts dictate our happiness. So to cultivate Christ consciousness, we need to be conscious of our actions, conscious of our thoughts that we're giving attention to. There is a level of mastery that we can achieve within ourselves where we become conscious of every single thought that enters our mind. That sounds easy, but it's definitely not. But that's a high level of mastery that we can achieve and cultivate within ourselves. So we're looking at a powerful mind here from Jesus, a powerful mind, a purified mind. And we purify the mind through, affirmations, meditations, ritual work. Rituals are things we do every single day with an intent in our mind and an emotion in our heart to impress that state of consciousness into our subconscious so it can slowly rewrite our consciousness and align our consciousness and sync it with higher thoughts and higher emotions with love. We can sync our consciousness with love, which is ultimately what Christ consciousness truly is. Well, now we're going to go on to that now. So we've gone over the mind. Now we go over the heart. Now notice before we go into the heart, Jesus is revealing. He's pulling back the robe, symbolizing opening the heart, revealing the heart, revealing the soul, the light of the heart. Our authentic self lies in the heart. Our pure intentions, our love, our soul needs to be shining through our heart. And our soul is unconditional love. Now, that's not to say that we can get corrupted hearts. We surely can have corrupted hearts, for sure. We can love sick and twisted things, and that's evident in today's world. People love killing people. People love hurting people, manipulating people. People love power. Now, that's obviously an inversion of natural, the natural state of consciousness for humans. When we're born with a natural state of love, of unconditional love for the self, for everyone else, for animals, insects, the earth. We love everything as a child. And not only do we love everything, we actually act upon this. As a child, we do not act on anything we know is not good. And I'm talking early stages of being a child, before we're indoctrinated, before the mind and heart become corrupted. We are pure. This is symbolizing this. Light represents also purification and truth, because when you shine light on something, it's the truth. You see it. You shine it through the darkness. It reveals. So light, this is symbolizing revealing the light of the soul, of love consciousness, holding love in the heart, true love. Not love for sick and twisted things, but true love for the self, the body, and for everyone else and all things. Holding love in the heart. There's a famous saying of keeping the sun in your heart. Keep the sun in your heart. It's a very famous saying. What the sun is a symbol of love. What does the sun do? It gives abundantly. All it does is give light, give energy, power, light to the earth, and everything is feeding off this source. The sun expects nothing back. It just abundantly gives. It's a symbol of love. This is the love principle of creation. Now, the heart is also governing our actions. What we think about, okay, in our mental field of consciousness is directly corresponded and observed in our hearts. What we think about directly corresponds with what's going on and what we feel in our hearts. Okay? Thoughts produce emotions. So if we give attention to negative thoughts, there's no wonder we're having negative emotions in our hearts. So purification of the mind is also having an effect in purification on the heart. Because when we purify our thoughts and only give attention to powerful thoughts and positive thoughts that uplift yourself and humanity, then we're going to also see this change in the heart, see this emotional change in our consciousness. Okay, so this represents the purification of, a purified heart, the light emanating around the heart. Love for the self, love for one another. And you're revealing this, you're shining the heart on others. This represents, revealing your true self to everyone without suppressing aspects of self. Revealing the light, not holding back the light. Because people in darkness will look at people who are spiritual and say, oh, he's into the woo-woo stuff. It's about revealing that and not caring about others. Because when you shine a light, you're also planting seeds in other people. Now, I'm going to tie this together with the hand gesture. Now, what we're looking at here, we're looking at a hand gesture with two fingers up We have the middle finger and the index finger upwards. And notice how they're crossed over. They're crossed. They're not separate. They're crossed, representing unification. Unification here. This is a unified two fingers. Two represents division. Crossed over represents oneness. It's the unification of the mind and the heart. A lot of people talk about this, but not many people go into detail about it because, for many reasons. But this is the unification of thought with emotion. This is how we truly reach Christ consciousness. And ultimately, when we do gain the love in our hearts and we do slow, it's a gradual process of cultivating love for the self and everyone else in the world, because we're so programmed to be divided, but it's a slow progress. But when we do cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another, love is a very, very nurturing and growing force. Like I said, the sun earlier, that is pure love energy. It makes everything grow on the earth. While love in your heart grows connections with people. It grows care. You go out your way to do things to people and do give people things. It's a very nurturing and growing energetic force. And me personally, I think the whole universe is built upon love. The whole thing. Without love, without the love, there is nothing. Nothing is, love is the only true emotion that truly exists. Everything else is either an opposition of love or a different degree and branch of love. Love is the only true emotion, and everything is built upon that principle. Okay, love is what guides us to a higher consciousness. When we cultivate love in our hearts, we become a vessel for light, more energy, more vibration. Our electromagnetic field expands, or biofield, when we hold love in our hearts. It's a very powerful force. And when we do cultivate a strong spiritual compass within our heart, because that's what our heart truly is, it's a spiritual compass. It tells us, well, it doesn't tell us, it knows what is right at all times. If you think something, your heart tells you whether that is right or that is wrong, whether you should act upon it or whether you should not. The heart knows what's good and evil. No one told you this as a child. As a child, you already knew this. You came into the world, you knew what was right and wrong. You knew it was wrong to hurt people. So this unification that he's doing with his hand symbolizes thinking with the love of the heart. Represents thinking with love of the heart. Thinking with love of the heart for the self and the collective. Now, ultimately, what this does is give birth to perfect action. Why? Why does this give birth to perfect action? Think about it. Every time you've taken an action, why did you take the action? You would have thought about it, you had a feeling towards it, a care energy, and you took action. Why do we go to work? We care about paying the bills and stay in our house. We go to work to earn money. We think, we care, we act. Everything you see in front of your reality, on the screen that you're seeing right now, you called your eyes. Everything is in front of you because you care. It's the heart energy that leads the body. Okay? And that's even present in the body. Have a look at the body. We have the head, thought, then emotion, then our feet is at the bottom, and our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. Thought, emotion, action. So even the body is basically a blueprint of how creation is manifested. So we receive thoughts from the divine planes, from the higher planes of consciousness. We receive them. That's another thing that I missed. If we purify our minds, we're basically attuning our mind to a higher part of the mental plane, and we will receive higher thoughts. We will receive thoughts that are more genius, what we like to call today, or better quality thoughts. We receive good ideas. when we attune our mind to a higher consciousness. Okay, so we are like a radio. We receive thoughts based on what our mind is set to. That's why we call it a mindset. So, like I was saying, we receive thoughts through the head, we feel the emotion, then our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. So the body's a blueprint of creation. It's beautiful when you really notice this. So this unification is about thinking with the love of the heart, which gives birth to perfect action in the world. And this is the state that we need to cultivate within myself and everyone in the world, so we can give birth to heaven on earth through action. Because ultimately the world is molded through action, physical action. And them actions are molded from thoughts and emotions. Now, just to have a little announcement, I am now opening 10 more spaces inside my symbolism masterclass. We have 10 more spaces. You're going to learn about a lot more about symbolism. It's very affordable. I'll leave the link in the description if you wish, if you care about gaining more information and learning the ability to read symbols. So what is the inversion of this? What is the inversion of this consciousness? Well, that's what we call satanic consciousness. Satanism. Satanism on its true level is the opposite, the opposing the natural state of consciousness that we are born into. It's about thinking with no emotion, thinking and acting. This is what the Skull and Bones represents here. So the Skull and Bones Secret Society, this is their main logo. Again, we have the skull, which represents thought, and the bones, which represent action. The bones take action in the physical body. We're looking at thought and action with no emotion, no empathy, no love for one another, only love for the self, the inverted love. Okay? We're looking at gray. Gray is a symbol of dullness, death. There's no emotion in gray, because colors provoke emotion. When we look at a color, it invokes an emotion. Gray has no emotion. So we're looking at dullness of the emotions. I'm not going to go too deep on this subject. I'm going to create a whole new lecture for that. In fact, I think we have a great lecture inside Ethereal University on Satanism. We're going very into depth of what Satanism is and what Satanism consciousness truly is. And again, it's just the cross inverted. Satanism is just it's the invertation of, I don't know if that's a word, but it's the inverse of natural law, natural consciousness, of love consciousness that we are born into. Okay, so ultimately the message in this video was to create love in our minds, love in our hearts, think with the love of the heart, think with the care for one another, and that gives birth to perfect action. And when we align, when we do truly act out what our heart is telling us, and I know this from first-hand experience. I know this from first-hand experience. This is what happened to me. I woke up. I started to follow my inner guidance. I always took action on it. I was saying yes to it every single time. And it led me, this is, I'm getting goosebumps actually saying this. It led me to where I am. Like that action, me saying yes to my heart, to that knowingness of goodness within me, was like a domino effect. And that domino effect, every time I did it, it was just opening more and more doors, not physically, but mentally. I was receiving more information. I was receiving more opportunity physically. My work started to explode on social media. Like, when you follow your heart and truly take action on what you know is good, it's like a domino effect that leads you step by step to where you're meant to be. And it's so profound and it's so, beautiful. And I'm telling you this from firsthand experience. This is ultimately how you kind of unlock your purpose in this physical world as well. So not only is it going to create a better world, it's also unlocking your true soul form and soul purpose while you're here. It's very beautiful. So I thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, comment, and share, and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you all inside Ethereal University if you decide to take your studies to the next level. Take care. By the end of this video, you will understand the 3 expressions of consciousness, how to use them to create the life you truly want. You'll discover the hidden meaning of the word God, the secret power of the number 3, and how consciousness itself is the key to your reality. We have 3 main expressions of consciousness. We think, we feel, and we act. God is 3-fold. It stands for generator, operator, destroyer. The generator is the mind. This is what thinks, generates ideas. This is the beginning of all creation. This is the first expression of consciousness. It is the first form of consciousness, not a physical form, but a spiritual form. Then we have the operator, which is emotion. When we think something, if we have care or any emotion towards it, then we take physical action. The body, the destroyer. We think, we care, we act. Thoughts and emotions are the 2 spiritual forces which merge together and give birth to actions. Think about it. Why are you watching this video? Because you had a care to watch the video. Therefore, the reality in front of you is because you had a thought, you had a care, you took action to express that reality. Everything goes through this 3-fold process. This is why we say, follow your heart, because the body does follow the heart. We think something in the mind, we feel something in the heart, and the body takes action towards it. Everything operates on the care energy of the heart. The body follows the heart. If you do not care about something, then you do not act towards it. It is the care energy that guides our actions in this world. Going back to the generator, the mind is a part of the mental plane, the infinite dimension of infinite information. There is no limitations in the mind. Everything already exists as a piece of information or a thought. This is the beginning of all creation, the spark of creation itself, thought, the mental plane. And our mind exists like a radio, our conscious mind. This is why we call it a mindset. What we set our mind onto through attention, mental attention, whatever we set it on, we receive thoughts that are very similar to what we set it on. The mind is like a radio, and whatever we tune that radio to, we receive that frequency and play that song. So if we purify our minds through ritual work, meditation, and affirmations, the mind can become a temple to receive higher thoughts, higher ideas, and better genius ideas. Going back to operator, this is the Holy Spirit. This is what we care about, our emotion. This is the feminine side of consciousness. Thoughts is masculine, the Father. Emotion is the Holy Spirit, which is feminine. And these 2 create a child, which is Jesus, the Son, which is actions. When thoughts and emotions merge together, you have a physical action, which is a masculine force, which is why it's a son. The Holy Spirit represents a purified heart, love consciousness, holding love in the heart. And when we purify our minds, we have an effect and purify our hearts. And the reason why I say that is because whatever we think in the mind directly corresponds to what we feel in the heart. As above, so below. Thoughts create emotions. If we think something and our heart tells us that is bad, we have a feeling that that is wrong, then we should not take physical action towards it. And if we do take physical action against the feeling of knowing it's bad, then you are going against the spirit. That's what the word Satan means, or Satan. The Hebrew word for Satan is Satan. It means adversary or opposer. You're opposing the Holy Spirit. You're opposing what you know is good. You're taking a sin against the Spirit, against the guidance from your soul, the knowingness of good. So when we do purify our mind, we purify our hearts. And when we cultivate love for the self and one another's in our hearts, we gain the Holy Spirit, which is love consciousness. And when we think in our mind with the love of the heart and we merge our thoughts with love, it gives birth to perfect actions. This is what the true Christ consciousness is. We think with the love of the heart and it gives birth to perfect actions. And if everyone did this in the world, we would live heaven on earth. Everyone would be balanced within themselves and the world
as a whole would be balanced. So we need to gain full mastery over these three aspects of our consciousness, over our what we give mental attention to, gaining love for ourselves and the collective in our hearts, and gaining a strong disciplined willpower for our physical actions. And if you can gain full control over these three-step process, you can gain full control over your reality. The number 3 represents this 3 aspects of creation or transformation. This is a transformative process from going invisible to the visible. This is also why Jesus dies in a cave for 3 days. It's all about transforming the self. Transformation is the number 3. Me personally, I think the Holy Spirit has been replaced for the sacred feminine aspect of consciousness. They do not want us connecting to our feminine side of consciousness, because then we will cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another. And love is the most potent force there is in the whole universe. It is what unifies everything. It nurtures everything. It allows things to grow. Think about it. When you hold love or care for someone, you grow relationships. The sun is the perfect symbol and representation of love energy. The sun gives abundantly, expecting nothing back, and allows everything on the earth to grow. It's a caring, nurturing, feminine force that allows things to grow and unify and come together. In today's world, we mainly have thinking and acting without emotion, without care, without the judge of our hearts. It's all about gaining unity consciousness. We think, we care, true care for one another and the self, and we act. And if you align these 3 forces towards something, your business, whatever you're trying to create, you will fully create that reality, because these are the 3 forces that you can use to generate a reality. You can do ritual work to create care in your heart about something, and then you will take more action towards it. The book I'm using here is the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. You can get this paperback or PDF on my website. So I hope this video has helped you. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe on the channel if you like the content. Let me know what you think about the Holy Spirit and if it is covering up the feminine side of consciousness in the comments section. So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step 1. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still and we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window, because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering, because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts, okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch, and this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind, and we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious, and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unison. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally.
This one secret that is hidden and guarded within secret societies grants you profound power, which can fully transform your life and perspective on reality. Today, I'm going to reveal this one secret, which you probably already know, but never realized how deep it truly is. This has the power to change your life. It is the key to your potential. And if you stay with me, this power may be yours, and you could transform your life with this hidden secret that is guarded within secret societies and esoteric orders. And this secret is not really a secret, but something people overlook, that the universe is mental. Everything we experience and interact with and perceive originates within the mind. The universe is a boundless field of consciousness, a mental construct molded and shaped by thought. We do not just live in a physical world, as they want you to believe.
There are hidden forces that mold the material world. They want you to believe that you are only a physical being inside of a physical universe. But this is completely wrong. You are the architecture of the universe. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality, and you create your own universe. The universe is an infinite field of consciousness, a vast and limitless mental construct, intricately woven and shaped by the power of thought. It is a dynamic and ever evolving field where the interplay of awareness and attention gives form to existence. Within the boundless realm, every idea, perception, and belief contributes to the creation and transformation of reality itself. Each thought holds the power to transform reality. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality. And this is shown in the symbol of the flower of life. The flower of life is a symbol. It symbolizes the interconnectedness of all existence, illustrating how every thought is not merely a fleeting moment, but a ripple that reverberates across every layer of reality. Each action, like the intricate overlapping circles of this pattern in the symbol, extends its influence far beyond its origin, weaving a web of interdependence where every choice impacts the whole. It serves as a profound reminder that everything is connected, bound by an unseen field of consciousness. This symbol represents how one action, one thought is a ripple in the whole vastness of the ether of consciousness. To master your mind is to master the universe, because your mind is a miniature universe. The mind is the very fabric of reality. So if we gain the hook, if we gain the power and the mastery over our minds, we have now gained the power to create reality to your will and intent. You see, most people live in a cycle, and this cycle is the outer world manipulating how they feel on the inner world. People's external circumstances are creating their thoughts and emotion in the inner world of consciousness, which is producing a constant cycle of negative manifestation. For example, let's say something negative happens to me in my external world. Then I start to think negative and feel negative. What that is actually doing is manifesting and projecting more negativity, because our thoughts hold the power to control and weave our own life. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. What we need to do is stop and not let the mind control you in your reality. You need to control the mind so you can control reality. So what does this actually mean? Reality is an externalization of consciousness. Consciousness and matter are one. They're not separate. They are inseparable and interconnected. Everything we see, experience, and observe is a manifestation of thought, beliefs, and consciousness, shaping the world around us. Now, this ties in with the secret fifth element that they have hid from you. They've hid from you this sacred and very important symbol and pillar to reality. And this pillar, this sacred thing they've missed, is called the ether. And they've held this from you for a reason, a specific reason. This is the true fifth element. Why do they hide the ether? Because the ether has the power to shape and manifest whatever we imprint upon it. Every thought is a vibration interacting with the ether and actively shaping our reality. The ether, you could see it as the codes to physical reality. It's like an energetic blueprint which surrounds all physical objects. It is the life force that gives life to all things. All energy comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether.
Energy, it's 0 point energy, and it is infinite source of energy. So this is why they hide the ether, because whatever our mind can imprint onto the ether, we can create into a reality. And we imprint the ether through thought and imagination. The mind holds the power. The mind is the very source of reality. The material realm is not separate from the mental realm. Rather, it is intricately shaped and influenced by it through the ether. This subtle, all-pervasive medium bridges thought and matter, allowing consciousness to mold and manifest the physical reality. To transform our lives, we must first transform our minds. True change begins within, as our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions shape the reality we experience. By shifting our mindset, we unlock the power to reshape our world and recreate the life we desire. This is the power of the mind, and this is the power that's been hidden from you. We're not taught these things in schools for a reason, because they don't want us all to be conscious creators. Instead, they feed you your beliefs. They feed you your thoughts through the music, through the entertainment, through the movies, through the news. They're controlling your thoughts with this information. They're installing beliefs and information into your mind. So you are producing their reality. But this is what we need to stop. We need to take control. We need to stop consuming their music, their movies, their information, their news, because all of this is contributing towards your reality. They have the collective consciousness at the tip of their fingers. They do not create the world. We create the world by believing their beliefs and their thoughts and installing their information into our minds. You see, it's mind over matter, and most people live in matter over their mind. Most people let matter, the external circumstances, dictate their mind, when it should be the other way around. It should be mind over matter. This is the mental plane. This is the astral. This is the etheric. This is the physical. The mind holds power over the emotions, over the imagination, over the physical, and over our spirit. It holds power over everything. It's mind over matter. It's the mental body that we must transmute and change. Most of us live in a chaotic state of mind, and this is what we must change. Turn chaos into order. So we need to be mind over matter. We need to install this belief into our subconscious. I, Harry B. Joseph, have created the ultimate esoteric school on the earth. As a member, you'll gain access to live mentoring calls twice a week, along with new lectures, books, and exclusive content released every week. Additionally, you'll have a full access to all my life-changing programs. If you're ready to transform your life and start your journey today with me, join Ethereal University. These are the campuses. We have the real lecture sections filled with lectures that you can watch. Manifestation Mastery, which teach you exactly how to reprogram your subconscious mind so you can live that reality. Sexual Alchemy, the path to empowerment of how you can transmute your sexual energy. The Real Library, where you gain access to powerful esoteric books, PDFs. Symbols of Secrets, an amazing course. The course that allows you to see beyond the veil that has been pulled over your eyes, the language of symbolism that secretly rules the world. I teach you how to read symbolism. Esoteric Exchange, live calls. You get to rewatch all of the old live calls. Mindwave Hub, this is a place of binaural beats where you can listen to infinite amounts of binaural beats. So you can meditate to them. Meditation section, numerology, health section, and electromagnetism. This is a life-changing place. And if you are serious, we only accept serious about changing your life and studying the occult and esoteric, this is the place for you. I've been there. I've been on YouTube looking around for valuable information, trying to find good accounts, good channels. It's very hard. I had to go through years of trying to find good information on YouTube. But what I've done is instead of you searching around everywhere for bits of information and connecting the dots, I've put it all into one big place. You get your binaural beats, you get all the programs you need to walk the path of enlightenment to transform your life. I will connect with you on the inside, and I hope this lesson, this lecture, you gained some information, you gained some power from it. Please like and comment, or don't. It's up to you. If you have any reviews, if you have any ideas of lectures that you know, if you don't understand certain things, make sure to leave a comment and I can make a lecture about it. I can make a video about it for sure. I don't mind taking recommendations for videos. So I thank you all, people. Have an amazing day. People, how are you all doing? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be talking about your birth certificates and how we are slaves to a system and how they have trapped us into this system. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about this system is there are two types of laws. You have the law of water, which is admiralty law, and the law of the land. So the admiralty law is the law of water, and this is what money is. Money is water. This is why we say liquidity, currency, the current. A current is water, something moving through something. Cash flow. And this is why banks are called banks, because a river bank is on either side of the water and it directs the currency. You see? So money is water. And as you can see here, Ripple, the cryptocurrency, Ripple, water Ripple, and they're building a bridge over water, overseas, international banking with cryptocurrency. So money is water, and this has specific laws about water, but water is the same everywhere, you see. What the difference is with the law of the land is that you can have different laws in different lands. I can't do certain things in the UK that people can do in America, for example. You see, that's the law of the land, but the law of water is the same because water is everywhere. Now, this is very important to understand when it comes to, you know, these birth certificates. So, Pope Gregory, this is where we're going to start off. Pope Gregory in 1582 took the Orthodox Eastern sunrise calendar and changed it to his own Gregorian timeline, not a calendar, a timeline. This timeline was copyrighted by Pope Gregory under the name of the Vatican. So the Vatican owns the timeline that we are using today, 2023. They own it. They own the title of this Gregorian calendar. Okay. Therefore, anyone who is born under this copyrighted timeline, not calendar, they are subjected to Rome because Rome owns the timeline. They have a patent, a copyright for that timeline. What is on our birth certificates? That timeline. We are born underneath, we are subjected to the Vatican. This is why all birth certificates go to the Vatican. They own every single birth certificate. Okay? So when we use this timeline, we are subjecting ourselves to this timeline. Okay? Which the Vatican has a claim over. This calendar or timeline is set to sunset, not the sunrise, which is associated with death, darkness, and the moon, lunatics. You see, so this is a sunset calendar timeline. Okay, this is now, they've changed a couple things, right? They say that the new year is January the 1st. Okay,
when we know this is in winter. January is winter, which is associated with darkness, death, the death of nature. So this is a death cult, people. These people are evil. They're so evil. The Vatican. And this is why we use April Fool's Day, because April is in Aries, and Aries is always the start of the zodiac. This is why Aries rules the head region. 12 zodiacs, 12 systems of the body. Each zodiac is associated with each part of the body, and this is why Aries is the head. Cerebrum. But we're not going to talk about it in this video. But yes, that is what April Fool's Day is. They're putting it in your face. April Fool's Day is the real start of the year, when the sun starts to rise again, when the risen Savior is resurrected, when it's born again. This is when the Jews celebrate the Passover. This is when the Christians celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, and they eat lamb. The Jews eat lamb because we're in Aries, the new year. The sun is now born again, our risen Savior, the light of the world. So yes, this is what April Fool's Day is. It's the first day of the year, which they changed. Pope Gregory changed. So you need to understand is that you are in the womb. You are inside of a ship, because every ship, literally a ship, every ship is female. This is why they say she delivers the product, because she does deliver the product. You, the baby. Same thing with a ship. They deliver products. They are a she. And when they pull up to the bay, like you can see on this picture, they're pulling up to the bay. This is now called the birth canal. The ship is now in birth on paper. Okay, this is law. And when they pull up, they tie up to the bay, and now they get a certificate of manifest certifying all of the products which are on the ship and what they are bringing into that nation. Okay, so you're bringing in this many of that, everything's on the certificate of manifest. And this certificate as manifest is also your birth certificate, because you are traveling through water when you are in the birth canal of your mother, because you are in water when you are in the womb. And you travel through the birth canal, and when you arrive, you get a certificate of manifest with the name, how many, the quantity, that's your birth certificate. Okay. And this is what it is. We are a we're not a corporation, but we represent a corporation, which is your name in full capital letters. That is your corporation. You cannot physically tax a body, but you can tax a corporation. This is why we get charged. This is why we get taxed, because it all goes down to the corporation which our name represents, which we are subjecting ourselves to. We are my name. I am subjecting myself to this name, and that name has a corporation which I represent, which I subject myself to. You see, this is how we are attached to this straw man, this character that they have built on paper. So it's a character which is on paper. This is what we represent. So when the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance. Now I'm going to break down how they attach this name to us, how they do it. Okay. Our mother is carrying us the product in the womb, the water. And it goes from the United Kingdom into a state-owned, corporate, federal-owned hospital, which is government-owned. She does not declare the package when she enters the building. Aha, so keep that in mind. When she delivers the package in the federal territory, she does not declare the package either when she leaves. Therefore, there is no evidence that we exist when we arrive. On paper. On paper, there is no evidence that we came into the building or left the building. We have not been declared. So we do not exist on paper at this point. When the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance, which is called the afterbirth material. Okay? This afterbirth material has the same DNA as our physical body, with the body, mind, and spirit. Okay. This is how they get this corporation. Hold on. The afterbirth material does not get claimed by the mother nor anyone. Therefore, they salvage that substance because we are under the Vatican. Every state is all Catholic. Your birth certificate is Catholic. No matter what religion you think you are, every single birth certificate is Catholic because we are subjected to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. Rome runs all of this. Okay. We're still under the Roman Empire. Okay. So Rome are Catholic and they believe in salvation. This is how religion comes into this. This is how they use religion to get this. So they salvage the afterbirth material and they claim it and they salvage it and give it and charge it to Rome. And they give it a name. Here's the legal term born alive. Here's what it says. Each product of such birth is considered live born and fully recognized as a human person. So each product of such birth, so that could be anything, the afterbirth, the person who actually comes out, the baby. So your afterbirth, which we do not take with us, we take the baby with us, they keep that in the hospital, they collect the afterbirth, and they salvage it, and they give it the name, which, it is us, we are a representative to that afterbirth material, which they put the name on, they claimed, which is subject to Rome. So we are walking around our whole lives as a representative to that claimed salvaged afterbirth material, which the federal state have. Okay. We are under the Catholic Church, Vatican. Therefore, the afterbirth material is a child of God. See, on paper, therefore, they believe in salvation and salvage the afterbirth material. This material has no mother or father. The state pick it up. It becomes a war to the courts and gets charged to the state. So we are a representative to that character they salvaged because it is the exact same DNA as you. Subject is the name or the title, and the matter is the physical aspect left behind in the hospital, which represents us. You see? So now we're moving on to Unum Sanctum. Unum Sanctum was in 1302, a very, very important year. Very important year. Unum Sanctum says this is basically how they claim everyone in the world. So the Vatican had all this power, all this gold, all these people under them. They need to get a claim for them so then they can rule over them and make them slaves. So what they did, they created Unum Sanctum. Pope Boniface VIII did this. And it says, the spiritual man judges of all things and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, keep that in mind, unless he invent like Manichaeus, two beginnings which is false and judged by heretical, since according to the testimony of Moses, it is not in the beginnings, but in the beginning that God created heaven and earth. Furthermore, we declare, we proclaim, we define that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subjected to the Roman pontiff. So they are claiming us in Unum Sanctum, and it's in the vaults in the Vatican. They will put a spell on it because they are sorcerers, they are magicians. They put a spell on it, they lock it up, and whatever goes on that piece of paper goes. And this Unum Sanctum is claiming all of us. So what does it say in the beginning? The spiritual man judges of all things, and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, the man with the body, mind, and soul, the first baby that comes out the birth canal. That's you, your body, body, mind, and soul. You have the Christ, which is I am, which is grace. Grace means here now, in the present. You have the Christ, which means I am. Therefore, you have a soul. If you can say I am, you have the Christ. You have a soul. But a creature can be anything with no soul. You see? So no man can judge the man with the soul. However, as it says in the second part, we proclaim, we define that it's absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subject to the Roman pontiff. So they are subjecting the afterbirth, not the man with the body, mind, and soul, but the afterbirth to the Roman pontiff, to the Roman Catholic Church. We are the ones who are claiming to be the afterbirth material, which is our birth certificate, which is our representative. We represent that because it is our DNA. This is how we are stuck. We are stuck because we represent this DNA, which is on paper, recorded. You see? So we, being untaught, uneducated in these subjects, we are subjecting ourselves to this system, to this slavery, because we just want to live. We just want to live happily, just peaceful. Think about it. Where's all this coming from? Where's all this war, all this killing, deaths coming from? We just want to live. It's coming from the Catholic Church, these evil death cult, which has subjected us, which has used us as slaves, and we are still slaves, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is how we have subjected ourselves to be the slaves to this system. It's a lot to take in, and there's a lot more deeper stuff which goes into this. I'm just going over the surface. I'm going quite deep, but there is little details that I still need to learn myself. But this is the general how that we've been stuck to this slave system. So we are batteries, okay? This is why we get charged. When you go in a court, you get charged, okay? Because you're a biological battery. This is why cities look like motherboards, because we are feeding energy to this matrix. Okay, when we look outside of ourselves, when we give power to so-called Jesus Christ, worshipping idols outside of ourselves, where attention goes, energy flows. We are feeding the matrix with energy. By looking within, placing your attention within yourself, you are taking back your power. Because the I am is Christ. The you, the soul, is Christ. It's God. The awareness is God. Okay? However, we are subjecting ourselves to this system. We're subjecting ourselves to this system and the feeding of our energy. So what we need to look for the future is that, think about it, with the end goal is to change our DNA, is to literally make us robots, transhumanism, slaves. This is why we have smart cars, smartphones, smart watches, smart meters, smart cities. And all of this is going to be connected by the smart grid, which is 5G. This is why 5G is rolling out. 5G is going to connect all of these technologies to one. It's like a big net system. And you know why they're doing this? It's because all of this is going to be connected through AI, through this 5G, and that 5G is going to be controlled by the elites. So you say anything wrong, you do something wrong, you say the wrong thing online, they'll turn off your car, they'll turn off your phone, they'll turn off your smartwatch, they'll turn off your TV, because it's all going to be connected and controlled by the smart grid. And this is what the Great Reset is, people. But they're going to trap us inside of these 15-minute smart cities so we can't leave the area, because they're going to use climate change as a tool to enslave us to not travel because of so-called climate change and the fumes that we are putting into the air, which is all BS. They're doing this to push these new cities, to push all of the. Listen, they're trying to get inside of your body. The only way they can do that is to get you addicted and using this technology. First, they got on the body with the smartphone. Well, first of all, we use the technology. We get used to it with it in our hand. The next step for them was to get on the body, which is the Apple Watch, as you see down here. They have now successfully got onto the body. The next thing is to get inside of the body. This is the brain chip. You see how they've slowly lured their way in, slowly got you addicted to this technology, got you dependent on this technology. And what they're going to do is that they're going to mold society to be dependent on the brain chip. So in order, for example, if you want to go and pay for food, you're going to have to get a chip to pay for the food because it's all going to be digital money. And that digital money will be connected to the chip and you'll need the chip to pay for things. You see? So this is how they're slowly transhumanizing us. These phones, these apps, these things which are all which are all using was created by Freemasons. Mason means traveler because they travel the depths of the mind. They understand human consciousness. They understand the brain. They understand the mind. By the deepest root cause, they understand it. This is what Masonry is. It's the occult. So these technologies is designed by these people. This is why they're so addictive, because they understand how it works. They understand how to get people addicted because they understand human consciousness, the brain, the body, and the mind. So this is the advantage Freemasons have over us. And these secret societies, which have gone through the orders of Freemasonry and progressed onto these secret societies, which are the evil side, because I'm not saying Freemasonry is evil, okay? But the societies which they go beyond Freemasonry, because you can go beyond the 33rd degree into these secret societies, and they use this knowledge for the bad, to enslave people. And this is what's going to happen. Transhumanism. So I hope you all learned some insight for today. Please do a bit more research on, the birth certificate and stuff like that, the straw man. And have an amazing day, people. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Peace. What if I told you many people around you have probably sold their souls? It's more popular than you think, and it's very easy to do. Selling your soul is not something that you can just go and meet the devil and do it. It doesn't work like that. But before I tell you exactly how you can sell your soul and how not to sell your soul, what is the soul? So looking at Jesus, we always see two lights surrounding his head, one surrounding the heart. And as of course, if you've been watching my channel, you know Jesus represents you. He represents the divine essence of the universe made in human form. Each one of us possess a fractal of God's infinite consciousness. We are all God. We are all God experiencing himself in a three-dimensional divided form, separated from his oneness. God wanted to experience himself. So he made this world. So each one of us possess a soul, and the soul is the spark of God's infinite loving consciousness, filled with God's loving moral law. So the reason why Jesus is always have a light above his head and a light on his heart is because this represents the brain and the heart. The brain is not the mind. The heart is not the soul. The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind.
It is the physical, mechanical computer for the spiritual mind. The heart is the physical manifestation of the soul. The heart is a brain. In fact, it contains 40,000 specialized cells, which are the exact same cells found in your cranial brain. Yes, your heart is an emotional brain. Your cranial brain is a thought brain. It's a computer. Okay? Everything that exists physically exists non-physically. This is what the ancients called spirit. Just means invisible force. The mind, the thoughts are not made of atoms. You can't touch, you can't find tangible thoughts, imaginations. These things exist spiritually in metaphysical counterspace. It's the same with your emotions. The emotions are spiritual. They are not physical. You can't touch them. So thoughts are the language of the mind. Emotions are the language of the soul. Sometimes we can become eluded by thought and we can become eluded by emotion. If we are led purely by emotion, we can create illusions in our perception. The same if we rely only on thought. We must balance these two. Okay? So the mind is the creator, the soul is the operator. Every thought we think is being judged by our soul. The soul is the judge. The soul tells you what is right, what is wrong. And even the Freemasons depict this spirit and matter in their black and white checkered boards. White is spirit, black is matter. Matter is dead, spirit is life. This is what this represents. Physical reality is not just physical. For every physical object, for every physical manifestation, there is a spiritual force bringing it into existence. Consciousness brings everything into existence. Before you kick a football, there's a change in your inner consciousness before you take that action of kicking the football. Everything exists in spirit before matter. You existed in spirit before you were physical. We also see this in alchemical Freemasonic artwork. This represents the clouds. This is the mind. This is the heavens. And then coming down into the heart, which represents the earth. The light entering the mind into the heart, because every thought we think is being judged by the heart. The heart speaks to you through emotion. The soul speaks to you through emotion. Every thought you think, your heart is telling you that is right, or it's telling you that is wrong. Why? Why is this? Emotions can guide us, okay? Emotions are the language of our soul. Our soul guides us to our soul purpose. Each one of us contains a purpose in this physical life. There is a reason you are alive. There is a reason why you came from spirit into a material reality. Your jealousy reveals where you need to be in life. If you are jealous of someone, this is your soul saying you need to be there. That's where you need to be. Your fear reveals your greatest growth in order for you to reach your life's purpose. If you fear something, this is your soul telling you you need to overcome this in order to reach your life purpose. This is the next obstacle. The soul, your life purpose is not found in your passion. It's found on the other side of your greatest fear. The soul's always seeking, it's always seeking truth. It's always seeking to expand, to learn. The soul must go through pain in order to overcome, in order to grow. That's why we are here, to grow and expand and create. We also see this in alchemical artwork. Again, the mind in the clouds, the heart and the soul. They must work in unity. Each one of us contains the spark of the divine, which is the soul. Okay? Which is the soul. This is the operator. G-O-D, generator, operator, destroyer. The generator is the mind. The operator is the soul. The destroyer is the body. Everything will generate, everything will operate, and everything will die. That's the Trinity. the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. There's always a Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Okay, so each one of us contains God's law, and it's encoded within our consciousness, within our soul, within our heart. That is what's judging everything you do. Every time you hurt someone, you can feel it. If you've ever punched someone, you can feel it. You know it's wrong. If you've ever stole something from someone, it doesn't matter what you've learned in the past. If you steal something, you know deep down within your soul it's wrong. This is because each one of us are encoded with God's law of love and integrity. I don't care how tough you think you are and how hard you think you are and what you've done in your life. I don't care. You know what is right, what is wrong, because you are encoded with love. Does not matter how far your mind can take you away, how corrupt your mind can become. There is always a spark of love and empathy in your heart, in your soul. You know this when a child. When you're a child, you're not racist. You don't want to hurt anyone. You don't want to steal. As a child, you're pure love, you're pure awareness, you're pure. You would never think about being racist. It's the corruption of the mind that leads us to corruption. Our soul always wants to do good. So the soul is encoded with God's law. And when we go against this law, this destroys our body. Yes, because your body is electromagnetic, and that's being casted from your heart. So every time you go against the heart's guidance, moral law, we weaken our electromagnetic field, which weakens our body. If you've ever looked at someone who's very negative, you can see them. You can see that they are aging quicker. You look at Scrooge, for example. If you ever watched Scrooge, look at how corrupt he looks. That's his heart. You can see the people's hearts on their face. People who do negative things and have negative thoughts, negative emotions, you can see it in their eyes and their face. It's because it corrupts you. It corrupts the body. It ages the body. Goodness is life. Okay? So can you sell your soul? You cannot sell your soul physically. But what you can sell is your conscience. What you can go against is that moral law. And you can exchange physical material things such as money, fame, cars, houses, business, in order for you can exchange that to go against your inner dialogue. For example, these rappers, celebrities, what are they doing? They're not selling their soul. You can't sell your soul to some entity on the astral plane. But what you can do, you can take money to say, I'm going to go against my heart. I'm going to go against my inner moral law. I'm going to take that money and I'm going to do something wrong. It's basically going against your soul. It's selling your soul's guidance of moral law. That's what selling your soul is. And that's what these rappers are doing. That's why they're so sad. You know, this is why all these rappers are on drugs, doing all sorts of things to escape, to short-term escape what they've done. They're going against their inner guidance for money. And yes, short-term pleasure may be happy for now, but in the long run, it will leave you feeling voidless because nothing material can ever satisfy your soul. Nothing. You could gain £1 million tomorrow, guaranteed within 2 weeks, you'll be back to the exact same position mentally, emotionally as before, because nothing physical can ever satisfy you. Guaranteed, if you received $1 million if you received $1 million now, in a week's time, you'd be hunting for the next million because it does not satisfy you. There's a reason why these billionaires don't stop working, because they're so addicted to earning and earning and earning. It doesn't satisfy you. The only way you can satisfy yourself is through Christ consciousness, is through self-love, is through loving thyself, knowing thyself. and becoming balanced internally in consciousness instead of seeking external validation through material things, which end up leaving you feeling voidless, empty inside, and sad and depressed and anxiety. Everyone's looking outside of themselves for validation, when true validation comes from within. True satisfaction, true happiness comes from within, reaching Christ. Christ is a state of being, a state of consciousness that we must cultivate within ourselves so we can live a happy, balanced life. You can have all these material things when you're satisfied inside, but don't rely on them. Me, I enjoy material things, but I don't desire them. I don't chase them. I don't rely on them for happiness, for validation. You can have big cars. You could have your favorite watches. You could have Lamborghinis. Yes, it's fun, but don't let it give you your happiness. As long as you're happy on the inside, it's okay to have these things. You should seek balance with your inner world and outer world. Okay, so this is what they are doing. Rappers, celebrities, actors, Hollywood, this is what they've done. They've exchanged their inner integrity, their inner law, their inner moral compass for exchange for material wealth, fame, money, and cars. That's what they've done. And power, it corrupts you. They slowly corrupt you. So yes, you cannot sell your soul. And if you wish to learn more, I'll see you inside Ethereal University with my community, where we are learning every day to master ourselves, to expand our consciousness. If you want to lucid dream, astral project, master yourself, create the desired reality you want, learn about human consciousness and your full potential, then Ethereal University is for you, and I'll see you inside. The link will be in the description. Thank you for watching. As above, so below. This is one of the most crucial teachings within esotericism, occultism, or what we like to call it today, spirituality. I don't like calling it spirituality because it's not spirituality. I teach human consciousness. I teach the science of you and your consciousness alone and your being. And in order to fully understand you and this world around you, you must understand this number one principle of as above, so below. There is many misconceptions of this, and there is many simple teachings of this, but I'm going to break it down today from the most simplest to the most complex, and you will see the connections between all things. This is the most important lesson you could ever learn, and I'm going to teach it you today. So what you must understand is, with the term as above, so below, it applies with everything you see in this world and about yourself. We have something called the macro, which means the bigger scale. On the bigger scale, we have the whole earth. If we look down from the sky on top of rivers, this is what we see. We see this tree pattern. Then on a smaller scale, we see trees have the same pattern. Then we look even closer. We're going smaller and smaller into the leaves of the tree. We see the same pattern. Then we go even more micro into the human brain and look at the human brain cells, and we see the same pattern. This is proof this is a fractal universe, and everything is in the micro is reflected in the macro. As above, so below. As within, so without. On the macro is a reflection of the micro. So now that you understand this, we can go a bit further. A yearly cycle of spring, summer, fall, winter is a macro. A micro is a daily cycle. So a day is a mini year. The summer is the midday. Autumn is the evening. Night is the winter, and spring is the morning. This is a micro, macro, a reflection.
We have a miniature cycle of the zodiac every single day. And this cycle is also reflecting the cycle of life and death. We live, we are born, which is the spring. We live, which is the summer. We then age, which is the autumn. And then we die, which is the winter. And then we are reborn again. This is the cycle of life and death. And you do this every single day. You see, death is a macrocosm of sleep. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. Because you die every single night. You do this process of life and death every single day. As above, so below. What's in the micro is in the macro. So when you go to sleep, you are essentially dying. And then in the morning when you wake up, you are then born again. This is a fractal cycle that we live in. Everything in this whole world is fractal. Everything applies to as above, so below. We have the sun, we have the moon, we have the day, we have the night. We have the life, we have the death. We have the conscious, we have sleep. As above, so below. We have the conscious mind, because now we're diving into as within, so without. As above, so below more refers to the external world. As within, so without is referring to your inner world and the outer world. What you must understand is about yourself. You exist in two realms. You're an individual. The dual nature of you. You exist in two realms at once. You have an inner world of your thought, emotion. This is the inner world that no one else can see but yourself. And you have an outer world with a physical body which everyone can see. So you exist in two worlds. You have the inner voice, you have the outer physical voice, which I'm speaking to you with now. But I also have an inner voice, which no one can hear, only but me. So you exist in the light and you exist in the darkness. The sun represents your external self, your physical, conscious mind. The moon represents your shadow self, the inner self, the psyche self. The spirit self. There is an as above, so below. The sun is within you. The moon is within you. Everything is within you. Now that you understand as above, so below, what is your body? Your body is a miniature earth. Let me repeat, your body is an earth. Your body is the earth. Okay? Because like I say many times in all of my videos, you are not in the world. The world is you. You are the universe. Your brain is a computer creating this reality. What you see with your eyes is produced in the back of the brain called the visual cortex. You don't look into the world, the brain produces the world. The body produces the world. When you touch something, you're not actually touching something. This is the electrical nervous system. When you touch something, what you feel is actually electrical signals on your nervous system reporting back to your brain. Therefore, when this body dies, you leave the earth because this body is the earth. Okay? As above, so below. You have the mental plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane, and the physical plane. This is essential for understanding reality and the teaching of as above, so below. Everything in this material plane began in the thinking mind. For example, the microphone I'm speaking into, the phone you're watching this video off, or the laptop or iPad. Where did this begin? It didn't begin in the factory. The first ever place this item begun was in the mind of an individual. The invisible realms of mind is where all physical things and physical items begun. Essentially, this physical plane is the effect of the thinking mind. This world is the world of effect. It's the world of outcomes. When you see something, it is already manifest.
It is already being manifested. It is an effect. And in the effect of the cause, which is the thinking mind. Therefore, the mind creates thoughts, which is the mental plane. Then after thoughts creates imagination, which is the astral plane. These two are spiritual. They are non-physical. So spirit kind of means non-physical. Then you have the physical planes, the etheric and the physical plane. As above, so below. What happens in the mind is manifest on the physical plane. Like I said, the phone that you are holding, it was a thought, and then it brought down into a physical reality. As above, so below. You change the mind, you change your reality. Your environment, the word environment has ment in it because your environment is mental. So now that you understand this, so what is the world around you? The world around you was created by the mind of God. It was manifested through God's thought. So you are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. God thought you into existence. But like I said, we are all fractals. Everything is fractal. If God exists, this means that you are God, as above, so below. God created you through the thinking mind, and he gave you a thinking mind. So God created the macrocosm. God created the macro, the whole world. He designed the whole world, the sun, the stars, the moving. He designed this. But then he gave you the thinking mind to design your own life and create your own life in his world. You are a microcosm of God's macrocosm. Just like God thought you into existence and the whole world into existence, you are a microcosm thinking your world, your reality into existence. You see this now? Everything is a reflection. Everything is a mirror. Everything is fractal. So in order for you to change your reality, you must change these higher planes. Your thought and imagination are the two key aspects of creating physical reality. Every object you see around you was begun in these higher planes of the non-physical, and they were brought out of spirit into physical matter through the thinking mind and physical action. So now we're going to get a bit deeper. The brain is not the mind. Now that you understand, we have spirit and matter. As above, so below. You have a non-physical side of reality and a physical side of reality. The mind is the spiritual brain. The brain is a physical manifestation, a physical effect of the mind. The mind uses the brain to operate in the physical world, and it's the same with the heart. The soul manifests itself physically through the heart. The heart is a physical manifestation of the soul, of the emotion, thought and emotion, the mind and the soul, the brain and the heart, heaven and earth. So you have the inner world and the outer world, the spiritual, non-physical, and the physical. So we are all on this process of awakening, an expansion of our minds into new fields of thought, into new fields of awakening ourselves. Because essentially we are born into this world, but you are born many, many times. You can be born physically and you can be born spiritually. Like I said, everything is fractal. So just like when the baby finds out that there is a world outside of its mother, what does the baby do? The baby seeks a way out of its mother, and then the baby is now born into a new world, a world outside of its mother's womb. It's the same with you and your spiritual process. As your mind becomes aware that there are other realities beyond your physical body, it then seeks a way out. And this is why you are probably watching my YouTube, because you are now on the path. Something within you has guided you to this path of knowledge, truth, enlightenment, and expanding your consciousness. And it is your soul who brought you here. Your soul speaks through emotion, like guidance. Emotion is the language of the soul. When you feel very bad, this is your soul telling you you're not in the right place. You're doing the wrong things. Because the soul is always unfolding its purpose, which is expansion and learning. That is it. The mastery of the self and the learning of the mind is the only thing that counts in the end after this life. So you are on a journey of expansion, of learning, creating, and spiritual rebirth. As above, so below. What does this body tell you? When I see someone overweight, I don't see the overweight. I don't see the body. I see the mind. I see an undisciplined mind. I see a mind that lacks self-control. I see a mind that seeks external validation. That's what I see when I see an overweight person. I don't see his body. I see the result of his mind. Because what does the Bible tell you? You shall know them by their fruits. It's the same saying as above, so below. You shall know them by their fruit. The fruit is their manifestation. Your body is a direct correlation and manifestation of your mind. Your inner world projects your outer world. As within, so without. As above, so below. Now, what do you see when you see this man's body? I see discipline. I see strength. Mental strength, not physical strength. I see mental resilience of pain. Because all of this man's mental energy has been manifested physically within his muscle. This body is a direct manifestation of this man's mind's pain and suffering, and it shows discipline. This is why people instantly respect you if you are in shape. You walk into a room and you are in shape, people will instantly give you respect because they know that you are mentally disciplined. The body is a reflection of your inner world, and it's the same with your friends, your family, your connections with people. If you think about yourself very negatively all the time, and you don't have a good connection with yourself, you don't have a connection with your true self, this will manifest into every single relationship you have in your life. If you don't have a good relationship with your inner self, you don't have a good relationship with the people and the friends around you. Because as within, so without. If you think negative about yourself, you will only pick up the negative in other people. If I think very highly of myself and I think very happy and good things about myself, I will then see the good things in other people. Because it's as above, so below. As the inner world is, so is the outer world. It's the same with your life circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. If you possess millions of pounds, millions of dollars, this is because you have thought this into physical reality. You live the life you are deserved. You live the life that you manifest through your thought. If you live a very poor life, this is a reflection of your mind. This is a reflection of what you have thought into physical existence. Because like I said, everything begins in the mind. As above, so below. And this is even present within the body. So where is the head? The head is at the very top of the body. And where does all manifestation begin? In the mind. That's where the mind is, in the head. And then the thoughts we think travel down the body into the heart, which is the emotion. Every thought we think is in the emotion. Every thought we think creates an emotion. This emotion then drives the action. Where does the action come from? The feet, because the feet move our body. We move with our feet to take action. Our hands. You see, so the body is even a micro a micro reflection, I can't even say it, reflection of the order of manifestation. This blew my mind when I figured this out. You see, the head, the thoughts begin here. This is the beginning of all manifestation. Then it comes down to the heart. This is the emotion. Then you take the action. The thought and emotion then sparks the action, which is taken with the hands and the feet. And where's the lowest point on the body? The feet, and that's touching the physical earth. So the head is where the thought is, the non-physical, and the lowest point on the body, which is touching the physical earth. So the head represents spirit, the feet represent matter, spirit and matter. Your room, if I walk into your room and I see a messy room, I don't see the room, I see a messy mind. The room is a reflection of the mind. If you have a messy room, this is your mind. It's an externalization of your unsorted mind, undisciplined mind. So like I said, we are all God, and we must find the God self within us. And I teach all of this inside the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is not just a book, this is a revolution. This is the beginning of a new age with this book. If you have read it, I congratulate you. You should feel very proud of yourself if you have an open mind. You should feel proud of yourself for watching these videos, because not many people have an open mind. Remember this, people. You are special if you're watching these videos. You have the mind. You have the ability to see through the illusion. And I take my hat off to you. You want to take this to the next step? Read the book. Or if you want to take it to the serious levels, join the university. The university, you gain access to every piece of my material that I've ever done. All of my books, all of my lectures that are hidden from YouTube, that are hidden from everywhere else. The lectures that give you real power. And if you feel alone on this journey, we have a conscious community where you can connect with like-minded individuals, because I've been there. I've been there when you feel lonely, because you feel like no one else is thinking the way you are feeling. You can't talk to people about these things because people just think you're crazy. That's why I put together this, so we can connect, so we can unite, so you can connect with people, so you don't feel crazy about thinking about this stuff, learning about this stuff. And if you truly want to level up your life, people, and take your studies serious, this is for you. We do live calls, we do lectures. There's a whole library filled with books you can read. It's the perfect place for the truth seeker. I thank you all for joining. Please leave a like, a comment, a subscribe. Let me know any future videos you want me to make in the comments. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
Welcome back everyone to another video. Today we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the mind, starting with the two aspects of the mind, the conscious and the subconscious. The male aspect of your mind is the conscious. This is the 10% of your mind. The conscious part of your mind is only aware of everything around you, your vision, your sight, your smell, your taste, your hearing, and your current state of emotion and thought. Every thought that you consciously think about has an emotion directly attached to it. That emotion is then impressed onto the subconscious part of the mind. The subconscious part of the mind is the female aspect of your mind. It is also a whopping 90% of your mind. Subconscious mind is controlling all of the subconscious processes which happen within your body. For example, your subconscious mind is controlling your heartbeat, your digestion of food, and all of the things that you do not have to tell the body to do. It is the hidden part of our mind which is controlling all of the hidden things. The subconscious mind is like a recording supercomputer. Everything that you have experienced in your life is all recorded and stored within the subconscious mind. One of the most important things about your subconscious mind is that it stores your mental programs. Everything in the subconscious mind manifests into behavior and actions within the body. Your daily basis routine and habits are all mental programs within your subconscious mind. These mental programs are created by mainly two ways. 1, repetition, and 2, emotional impact. The repetition is fairly simple to understand. The more you do something, the more it impresses onto your subconscious mind and becomes a program. That program will then manifest into your behavior. However, with the emotional programs, they work a bit different. The stronger that you feel an emotion, the stronger it is impressed onto the subconscious mind. And then that emotion becomes a program. For example, you had a very traumatic moment happen when you were a young child. The emotion that you felt was so strong in that moment that it impressed into your subconscious mind so hard that you can recall that moment like it was yesterday. That traumatic event that happened to you when you were young will still manifest into your daily basis behavior even to this day. However, it manifests subconsciously. For example, if you were in a car crash, you will be wary to enter cars with certain people. All because of that traumatic emotion that you felt and impressed onto your subconscious mind. Another example of the subconscious manifesting into our behavior is posting on Instagram. Most of the time, the reason why you post is because your subconscious mind is seeking gratification. So before you actually do something, question yourself and find out the root cause of why you are doing this. Another thing that you need to understand about the subconscious mind is that it takes everything you say and hear literally. So for example, if you go and say, "You are an idiot" to someone, your subconscious mind will only pick up the word idiot. It only knows yourself. It doesn't know anyone else. You are casting a spell on yourself just by saying that to someone else. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you'd like to be treated. Now, you can rewrite these programs which are already in your subconscious mind. However, it does take consistency. You have to change these programs which have been running for years. And by changing these programs, you change your behavior, because these programs manifest into your behavior. The best way to do this, personally, is to listen to affirmations first thing when you wake up in the morning, and do this for 10 minutes every single morning. Then at night time, you want to think and feel that you are becoming the reality that you desire. The more that you feel this reality, the more it will become a program and impress your subconscious mind. For example, you're trying to gain financial freedom. If you trick your subconscious mind into creating a program saying that you are financially free, this will manifest into your behavior. You will start doing more work. You will start looking for ways to make money. Your mind will be set on the frequency of money and financial freedom. Therefore, you will receive thoughts based around this program. If you take enough action, your life will dramatically change because of this program that you created in the mind. This is why we call it a mindset, because your mind is a frequency tuner which sets its frequency onto different thoughts, because thoughts are frequency. If you fill your mind with a specific frequency, you will gain thoughts and ideas based around that frequency. To create a stable mind, you need to master your emotions. You need to change your mindset. Everything that you experience is neutral. Based upon the mindset that you see it, you either give it a positive or negative charge. By understanding this deeply, you will then control your emotions. I hope you gained some wisdom and enjoyed this video. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like, and subscribe to the channel if you like this content. Love and light to you all.
welcome to another lecture from Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, the author of the Book of Wisdom series from revivalofwisdom.com. In this lecture, you will learn how to decode Freemasonic symbolism, gain a deeper understanding of yourself, expand your awareness of consciousness and reality, and receive guidance to navigate life with greater clarity. So today we're going to be breaking down this particular piece of artwork, this Freemasonic artwork, and how this relates to you and reaching a higher consciousness. Ultimately, this is what it's about, okay? Freemasonry is considered a craft, and this craft is crafting a better brain and heart, crafting a higher consciousness, crafting a better self. Why? So we can operate in the world at a higher degree, operate in the world more efficiently, live a better experience in the world, and getting to know thyself, okay? So we're going to start from bottom to top because this is important. Every placement of this symbolism is on purpose, has meaning, especially the placements of the symbols, okay? So we're going to start from the very bottom of the artwork, which represents lower down. When we're looking at symbolism, especially occult symbolism, that's what the word occult means. The word occult means hidden, hidden from the eyes. It has its roots in the word oculus. I'm pretty sure that's Latin, which means eye. So the word occult comes from oculus, which means eye. And the word occult means hidden from the eye, the unseen, studying the unseen aspects of self. We're studying the brain. We're studying consciousness. We're studying the body, the heart. We're studying the self, the hidden aspects of the human psyche and the hidden aspects of self, okay? Because ultimately this is what gives you power in the world, depending on how you use that power, whether for good or bad, depending on the consciousness wielding that power. This is why we say knowledge is power. But I would actually say knowledge of self is power. Because when you know how you function, you gain power. You gain personal power. You gain mastery. Ultimately, this is what Masonry is about. Self-mastery. Crafting a higher consciousness. So at the very bottom of this artwork, we have a checkered board with a coffin. The coffin is the beginning of the artwork. The very base. This is the foundation of consciousness. The coffin symbolizes unconsciousness, the state that myself was in, maybe yourself, before we woke up and before we came conscious of our spirit, before we came conscious of ourselves. That ignorant state of acting without purpose, acting unconsciously, experiencing the world and not actively living in the world, simply reacting to external circumstances. This is an unconscious state where one is ignorant. 80% of the world is in this unconscious state. And this is symbolized as the darkness, the tomb. Look at how the tomb is fully blacked out, representing dull, no emotion, it's dark. This represents the darkness of self. The spirit is buried. The spirit is in the tomb. They're not even aware that they possess consciousness. They think they're the material body flying on a ball millions of miles per hour through space, and the sun is, they think they're a monkey evoluted. They've never questioned themselves. They stay in ignorance. They're in the spiritual darkness, okay? And they're furthest away from the light. Look at the top. This is the light sources. They're in the darkness, okay? They're in spiritual darkness. They're in ignorance. And they're in division. Their mind has no power. Their thoughts contradict themselves. They say they're going to do something, but then their mind tells them, oh, I'm going to fail. Or I want to do this, but my mind says this, and I believe this about myself. They want to, I don't know, they want to write a book, but their actions are scrolling on TikTok, and their emotions about, feeling about their past person in their life. That's division between the self. That's divided consciousness. They also have a divided brain hemisphere. They do not see reality through a true lens, because the brain acts as like a lens on how we perceive things. And if the brain hemispheres are not aligned, then we cannot see reality the way it actually is and truly presents itself, neutral. If we're left hemisphere dominated, we see everything as divided. Nothing's interconnected, nothing's a whole. But if they're, right hemisphere dominated, they see everything as a whole. We need to look in the middle of that, okay? So we'll go into that a bit later. But ultimately, they're in a divided state of consciousness. They're in ignorance. But the tomb is symbolic of that. The tomb is, you're not even aware they are divided. They think everything's right in that state. I was like that. My family is like that. They're not even aware of themselves, and you try and say something to them, and they don't even know they're in division. They don't even recognize that they're in a bad, low earth base consciousness. Okay? So when we get out of the tomb, which is representing by a spiritual awakening, we get out of the tomb, we realize, wow, I possess consciousness. I've woken up. You're waking up to the things in the world, and you wake up and start to see the world for what it truly is. When you become aware and you rise out the tomb, you're born again. You start to actually start looking within. You start to become conscious of your thoughts. You start to become conscious of your actions. You start to become conscious of the evil in the world. You start to become conscious of the things. You rise out the tomb. You start to become conscious of your intuition. You then step on the checkered board. The checkered board is now you realizing you're in a divided state. Okay, so you're now putting down the ego, because remember, when you're in the tomb, the ego is fully in domination over consciousness, over your consciousness. It doesn't allow you to say that you are wrong. It doesn't allow you to think that there's evil in the world. It doesn't allow you to believe you have a spirit. It doesn't allow you to see that there is maniacs running the world and trying to control you. The ego is so stuck. But when we start to realize this is part of our awakening, we start to realize that the ego is trying to keep us safe at all times and keep us locked in that state of thinking and believing that we were in before. It's always seeking safety. Okay? So when we come out the tomb, we start to put down the ego and start to, how do I say this? We start to acknowledge that we were wrong about the world. And that is a lot about awakening. You have to acknowledge that you do not know everything. There are people with such higher knowledge. Okay? So when we come out the tomb, we put down the ego. We start to actually say, I was wrong about the world. I was a victim of mind control. I was in ignorance. I was in darkness. Spiritual dark. I'm divided. My thoughts, emotions, and actions are not aligned. My intuition and my action are not aligned. I'm not taking action on what I know is good. I'm taking actions against what I know is good. That's a sin. That's a sin against the spirit. Okay? So when you acknowledge this, you acknowledge you're in division, you then take the first 3 steps, which is the Freemasonic Blue Lodge degrees. These 3 steps. Okay? Ultimately, this checkerboard represents illusions as well. You're in an illusion. Okay, this is why we see it heavily used in the music industry. It represents base consciousness, base level awareness, 5 sense thinking. It represents you versus me thinking, walking down the street and thinking everyone's trying to hurt you, and it's always you versus me, judging people in your own mind. That's low thinking, lower thought. And not to notice squares. Squares are an unnatural state. They're an unnatural shape. We do not see squares or 90-degree angles in nature. It's the lower mind. So it represents base consciousness, base level awareness, only aware of the physical body, only aware of the 5 senses, never looked within. That is the base. And this is the foundation we have to rise up to the light from, up to higher consciousness. So this gives us a strong foundation when we realize this about ourselves, that we were in division. Our thoughts, emotions, actions were not aligned. Our brain hemisphere was not aligned. I'm not thinking with love of the heart. Okay? So that is the state we're in. Now, hopefully that's cleared things up about the chessboard. Before we move on, please leave a like, maybe a comment if you wish for me to discuss anything in the further lectures. Please smash the like button, and it would really help me out. And share this with a friend who is interested in the occult. Okay, so the steps are the first steps of the Freemasonic degree, the 3 Blue Lodge degrees. Now, this can be represented as the number 3, a very powerful number, a very symbolic number. Number 3 is the 3 expressions of consciousness. How do we express consciousness? How does consciousness express itself? Well, there are 3 ways. We think, consciousness thinks, consciousness feels, and consciousness acts. They are the 3 expressions that we express our awareness and consciousness. So we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're also looking at the 3 brains: the reptilian brainstem, the mammal limbic brain, and the neocortex. The reptilian brain governs basic functions of the human body: breathing, surviving, scanning the environment for threats, automatic responses, eating, scanning for food. Base consciousness, that's the reptilian brain. That's what most people operate their lives in, including myself before I woke up. I'm not trying to sound big-headed, but this is the truth. Ignore my tone of voice, ignore my voice, focus on the words I'm saying. If you're judging, that means you have divided thinking. It's always you versus me. So we need to get out of that thinking of you versus me all the time. That's lower consciousness. That's animal thinking. That's earth thinking. We're unified. We need to reach a higher consciousness and do not waste our mind's potential on low-level earth divided thinking. Okay? So we're looking at the reptilian brain, the mammal brain, and the neocortex. Now, the neocortex is ultimately what makes us human. It allows consciousness to operate on a higher degree. Okay? This is what makes you human. The neocortex. The neocortex. The reptilian brain, like I just said, governs natural survival instincts and the respiratory system, things along them lines of basic awareness, basic functions to operate and survive in the world, in the physical plane. And the neocortex is what allows us to critically think. Okay, it's what allows us to be human, be aware of ourselves. Okay, not. I don't think animals have neocortexes. Don't quote on me on that, but this is the part of the brain that makes us human, and it allows us to think deeply, to create masterpieces like we can. Humans have massive potential in creation. Look at the world we live in. This is because of the neocortex. It allows us to critically think and self-reflect. Now, when we start to operate from higher thought, we start to think with higher thoughts, the higher parts of the mental dimension, we ultimately start using this brain more. We start functioning from the higher brain. Now, this is why Neo from the Matrix is called Neo, because he uses he was in the reptilian brain. If you watch the film The Matrix, if you notice, he gets plugged out of the Matrix and he's plugged in on the back of his neck into the brainstem. And when he's plugged out, his name's Neo, which is neocortex, using the higher brain. It's what awakens the self. It allows consciousness to function on a higher degree compared to animals. Okay, so we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're becoming conscious of thought, emotion, action. Becoming conscious, what am I thinking, what am I feeling, and what am I acting in the world? And what can I do to master these, to operate more efficiently in the world? How can I use these towards higher consciousness and use these actions, these thoughts, emotions, actions to reach a higher state of awareness of self? So when you go through the first 3 degrees, you enter the doorway. Now, this is symbolic of a doorway. Now, looking at this with a right hemisphere dominated view, you would see a doorway, right? The right hemisphere sees this as a holistic doorway, right? You see a door, you're gonna, you enter the stairs, you go through the door, right? But at the left hemisphere is now going to dissect and analyze each individual little part of this, right? So the right hemisphere sees the trees, the left hemisphere sees the woods. So to dissect this down on a right hemisphere, sorry, going back to the right hemisphere, we're entering the door. The door is symbolic of entering the unknown. You're entering a higher consciousness. You're entering the door. You're going beyond. See, this is the earth here in the background. This is the darkness. The darkness represents the abyss, the unknown. You're entering in the self. Okay? This door represents entering in the self, questioning internally. Most of us think externally. We have to, obviously, to operate in the world, but we never give time to think and question and reflect internally. What do I mean? Closing the eyes and questioning the self. Who am I? Where am I from? What's the voice in my head? If the voice in my head stopped using the language that I speak, what is it then? It's about going within, into the darkness, what you cannot see, and finding the light. Okay? It's about entering within the self. This is a doorway to higher knowledge, higher consciousness, higher self, and really digging deep for what you truly are beyond your human form. Okay? So we have, most importantly, I'm not going to go over every single one of these symbols here. I'm going to go over this on a basic, well, not a basic level, a very detailed level, but it's not going to go over every single symbol. We have a left pillar and a right pillar. The left pillar has the sun next to it. The sun is more electrical energy. It's very dominant. It's a very powerful, masculine force. This represents the masculine quality of consciousness. The masculine qualities. We have many masculine qualities, such as actions, physical actions with the body. We have thinking. Thinking is a very masculine force. We have the left brain, analyzing brain, the brain that's very logical, that's trying to figure things out. That's the masculine pillar. Okay. So this is the masculine qualities of consciousness. It also represents what we can see, the sun. The sun allows us to see, to visually see in the world. So the sun represents the external world, the world outside the self. When we close our eyes, we have a self, an internal dialogue, an inner voice. We have an inner world, outer world. This represents the world we take physical action in, the material external world outside you. Okay? the world we can see. And then on the right pillar, we have the moon, which is associated with feminine qualities of consciousness. Now, the moon is in the night, what we cannot see. The moon is the nighttime. The darkness symbolizes what we can't see. So it's representing the internal world, the world of the self, the immortal world. Okay? The self in the mind is immortal. When you close your mind, you go in the mind, that self inside you is immortal. In the mind, you are immortal. Outside the mind, you are mortal. You will die. This body will die. Okay? So this is representing the internal world on a holistic understanding. It's also representing the right brain, the feminine brain. It's also representing intuition, emotion. They're linked. Intuition and emotion. They're a feminine force. Also, we're looking at the heart, the right pillar. So everything that is feminine falls under this right pillar. Now, don't get confused. I know a lot of people can get confused about what I've just said. So this represents the inner world, the outer world. It also represents everything masculine and feminine. So thought is, although it's an internal quality, it would fall under the left pillar, because thought is a masculine force. It's a penetrating force. So try not to get misunderstood with that. On a holistic scale, it's also represented inner world, outer world, and how they are reflections of each other. Now, these pillars, they're the same height, they're the same structure, but just different in sun and moon, which represents their reflections of each other. Their reflections, the inner world reflects in my outer world. My external world, what I see outside of me, is a reflection of my thoughts and my internal world. So the inner reflects the outer. The inner reflects the outer. As within, so without. So we're also looking at the right and left brain. I've already gone over that. So what we need to do is build the bridge between the two to reach higher awareness of self. Because ultimately, remember, we're still divided. We came from the checkerboard, we entered up here, we've just entered within the self, started questioning the self. We're still divided. We need to build the bridge. And this is what they're crafting in Freemasonry. The bridge, the arc, the agreement, the great work. This is the crafting of aligning the left and right brain. We're also aligning intuition, feminine, with the actions. Because ultimately, the higher self is always guiding us. That's our true spirit guide. Our true spirit guide is our higher self. And the higher self ultimately exists in a higher dimension. This is going to sound crazy to some people, okay? But who you are is not your human body. And your higher self does not communicate through the language of the human material world. It doesn't communicate through English, doesn't communicate through thoughts. It communicates through intuition and communicates through dreams and symbolism. So it's all associated with the right pillar. This is the things we can't see. The higher self is always guiding us to awakening and to our purpose on the earth. Okay, so this left pillar also can symbolize what we're born into the world with, our circumstances, our external world. What are we born into? You know, our family, our current financial situation, where you're located in the world. So it's also symbolizing this. It's also symbolizing the qualities you bring here, the natural abilities you have when you're born, and what we need to do with our environment to ultimately reach a higher consciousness and reach our and transmute our environment we're born into to realize who we were and why we came here. Okay, so we need to build the bridge between intuition and action, and always take action on what we know and feeling is right at all times. That's unity consciousness. And when we do this, we gain the light. We gain more light, symbolic of more information of the self. Because the higher self is always guiding. It's always watching over. And it's always trying to give us knowledge of awakening, of why we came here. And when we take action on what we know and feel is right at all times, it's like a domino effect and a stepping stone that pushes you closer and closer towards your life purpose. Okay? We're also aligning the right and left brain to perceive the world in truth, to see the world in its true form, to see the world in what it actually is, instead of any distorted left or right hemisphere dominated beliefs or thoughts. We ultimately do that by acknowledging that, yes, you have a self, you have